Your mana has increased significantly. Your mana is overflowing. Your constitution has dropped due to your overflowing mana. You have gained the skill, Acid Ball. You have gained the skill, Mana Arrow. You have gained the skill, Death Ray. Your soul has been significantly strengthened. Your connection with your soul has been strengthened. Your connection with your undead has been strengthened. Michael's eyes widened at the flood of notifications. The first few messages weren't too surprising, he had already sensed that his mana had increased. What he didn't know was just how much it had improved. However, the next set of notifications made his heart tremble. Is my mana too much for my body to handle? The thought seemed absurd, yet Michael didn't doubt it. He recalled something from his early days as a newly awakened, a post he had read on a supernatural forum. It explained that while awakeners could distribute their attribute points freely, balance was crucial. For example, an awakener could prioritize agility above all else, but if their body wasn't strong enough to handle extreme speeds, they would collapse, or, in the worst case, their body might tear apart. Similarly, someone who focused solely on strength without agility would be powerful but sluggish, slower than a snail. These examples weren't meant to discourage customization but served as a warning about reckless stat allocation. Now, Michael was almost certain he had fallen into a similar predicament. Fortunately, it didn't seem severe, he still felt fine, if not better than ever. Still, the notifications showed just how much his mana had increased. And the next few messages confirmed it. I got 3 skills. One had to remember, every 20 points in intelligence granted a 50% chance of gaining a skill. Gaining 3 meant his intelligence had increased by at least 60 points. Michael's heart pounded in excitement. Normally, reaching this level of growth through attribute points alone would take at least 10 level ups. Then, his gaze shifted to the last set of notifications. Your soul has been significantly strengthened. Your connection with your soul has been strengthened. Your connection with your undead has been strengthened. The soul was a sensitive topic, not just for him but for most awakeners. For Michael, his soul was the root of his growth, the source of his power. The messages filled him with anticipation. Without hesitation, he called out his status screen, eager to see what had changed. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 20. EXP, 86,718 out of 134,551. Strength, 41.92. Agility, 62.66. Constitution, 40.22-3. Intelligence, 270.0 plus 120.0. Attribute points, 20. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, New, Mana Arrow, New, Death Ray, a New. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 50 out of 100. Gift, Mark of Origin. The first thing Michael noticed was the reduction in his constitution. Even his status panel reflected it. It had only dropped by 3 points so far, but if he didn't do something about it, it could get worse. His eyes drifted down to his constitution stat, and the moment he saw the change, his eyes widened in shock. For the first time in a long while, intense emotion flickered across his face. 270. Michael screamed in his head. That was how high his intelligence stat had climbed. The 2 soul pool fruits had directly increased his intelligence by 120 points. Even 10 level-ups wouldn't have given him this much growth. No wonder his constitution had been affected. To use an analogy, it was like filling a bucket with more water than it could hold. At least a bucket could overflow, but in Michael's case, his body was the container, and it was sealed. Any more, and it would burst. Michael forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath before shifting his focus. His contract slots. This was the best way to confirm whether his soul had truly grown stronger. He glanced at the status panel again, and froze. Something wasn't right. Frowning, he shook his head and dismissed the panel. Then, after taking another deep breath, he summoned it again. Class skill, contract slots, 51/100ths. Michael's heart slammed against his chest. 100 contract slots. 100. His thoughts raced. He did a rough count. Previously, at level 20, he had 50 contract slots. Now, still at level 20, he had 100. Before, he had only gained 2 contract slots per level. Wait. Did this mean the soul pool fruit had increased the quality of his soul so much that his contract slots had jumped to 5 per level? Michael felt dizzy. But at the same time, he was ecstatic. For any other necromancer, this was a good thing. But for Michael? More contract slots didn't just mean growth, it meant raw power. More contract slots meant more undead summons. More summons undead summons meant more evolution points. It was more everything. As excitement surged through him, his gaze instinctively shifted to his talent. And the moment he saw what was written on top of the list of things he could evolve, his chest tightened. Michael Norman, insufficient evolution points. Can't be evolved. Fuck. The appearance of his own name in the talent section meant more to Michael than he could put into words. For days, a single question had been weighing on his mind. Could his talent evolve more than just undead? Could he evolve himself? Until now, he had no answer. But today, that had changed. Anything that appeared in his talent section had always meant one thing. It could be evolved. And now, with his own name listed there, the conclusion was undeniable. Michael could evolve himself. The biggest gain Michael got from consuming the soul pool fruits wasn't his mana pool increasing. This was it. This was his greatest gain. Michael forced himself to calm down. In fact, everything he had seen wasn't even the full extent of his gains. For some reason, he felt it, there was more. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed his panels and sat down, closing his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt an urge, a strong pull to meditate. The lingering sensation from consuming the soul pool fruits was still there, giving him a feeling as if something within him had been unlocked. Something he might lose access to if he didn't grasp it now, while he was still sensitive to it. As Michael closed his eyes and focused inward, something shifted. It was subtle at first, like a gentle ripple in a still pond, but soon, it became undeniable, a pull, deep and resonant, leading him into the depths of himself. The sensation felt familiar. It was like when he was entering his sea of consciousness. And then, he saw it. His soul. Michael couldn't explain how he knew, but he just did. Darkness surrounded him. No, there was something within the darkness. A glow. A deep, vivid red glow. Something was at its core. Michael drifted toward it, drawn by an instinct he couldn't ignore. As he approached, the source of the glow became clear. A cauldron. A red cauldron. What is this? Michael wondered when, suddenly, his vision shifted. He was still in a dark space, but darkness was no longer the dominant force here. Below him lay a vast, black soul ground. Above him stretched a sky, or at least, it felt like one. Dotted across it were dozens of shining lights, resembling stars. For some reason, Michael immediately knew their exact number. 50. There were 50 stars. What does this mean? Where am I? Panic crept in, but he forced himself to stay calm. That was when he sensed something, an unexpected feedback. It came from the red cauldron he had just seen. It told him it was inside it. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. A fragment of information surfaced in his mind, passed to him by the cauldron. Its name. Primordial Evolution Crucible. And its function. It could evolve anything placed within it. Immediately, Michael made the connection. His talent, infinite evolution. The realization struck like a storm. The cauldron is my talent. Yet, it made sense. Talent was linked to the soul. The cauldron existed within his soul. Which also meant, the space he had been in earlier was his soul. Michael's thoughts raced. Then, what do the stars represent? Another wave of feedback came. They are your creation and the foundation of your power. The cauldron wasn't very clear. Though it provided information, Michael could tell it wasn't truly alive. Curious, he turned his gaze to one of the largest stars. Immediately, it descended toward him. Given its distance, he had expected it to be enormous, but as it neared, it shrank, becoming no larger than a football. Though surprised, Michael instinctively reached out. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the star shattered into light, taking shape before his eyes. A figure emerged from the glow. Michael's breath caught. It was familiar. His undead high human. Just as he was about to investigate further, a voice called out to him. "Sir Mike. Can you hear me?" Mage Lien. Casting a conflicted glance at the glowing figure before him, Michael withdrew his focus, returning to the outside world. Not far from Michael stood Mage Lien. The smiling old man hadn't grown any younger, yet something about him felt younger. At the same time, Michael sensed an unfamiliar pressure radiating from him, something threatening. It was the first time he had ever felt such a presence from the old mage. Curious, he cast Detect on him. Lionheart Kingdom Grand Mage. Michael could no longer see his level. Before, it had always been level 29, but now it was surely much higher. Exactly how high, Michael didn't know, but he suspected it was significant. Mage Lien had also consumed the soul pool fruit, just like him. If Michael had gained a massive boost from it, then the old man, a true mage through and through, would have experienced even greater benefits. His posture, his presence, it all exuded newfound power. "Sorry for disturbing your meditation, Sir Mike." Mage Lien remained as polite as ever. "It's fine," Michael replied. "I was just digesting my gains." "Ah, I'm sure Sir Mike must have gained a lot as well." The old man let out a hearty laugh. Though he had no idea just how much Michael had truly gained, Mage Lien could feel it. Michael's mana was now overflowing, practically leaking into the surroundings. Mage Lien's heart clenched. This mana, it felt even more potent than his own. And the ominous darkness woven into it only made it more intimidating. Shifting his gaze, Mage Lien glanced at Lucky, who stood nearby. It had been his first time witnessing the beast in battle. And though he had seen Michael other undead wolf, this one was different. A terrifying aura had surrounded the beast in combat, something unlike anything he had encountered before. Even now, though that oppressive feeling had faded, a faint trace of it still lingered in his senses. And this wasn't even Michael's only summon. Though Mage Lien hadn't seen the undead high human, he had felt its presence during the battle. None of this changed his attitude toward Michael. He had never intended to be rude. If anything, these realizations only solidified his respect. Besides, he was truly grateful for Michael's assistance. The soul pool fruit had given him even more than he had expected. He owed Michael a lot. "I wanted to inform Sir Mike that I'll be leaving first. Rest assured, we won't depart without you." "Thank you, Mage Lien. I'll join you soon. As you can see, I haven't fully digested my gains yet, so forgive me for wasting your time." No, haha, Sir Mike can take all the time he wants. Even I'm just returning to the ship to continue digesting what I've earned." After exchanging a few words, Michael watched Mage Lien fly away. Though he knew the old mage wasn't using flight magic just to show off, sometimes it certainly felt like it. Not that Michael would ever admit to being envious. His gaze shifted to the distant corpses of the mountain apes. Before Mage Lien left, he had briefly considered asking for ownership of one, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Technically, he already had a claim to at least one of them, perhaps even both. But the real issue wasn't ownership. It was usefulness. Reviving one as an undead? That would depend on whether he had the strength to do so. If strength simply meant having enough mana, then Michael had more than enough now. In fact, he was fairly certain he had more than required. But then came the next problem. Where would he even keep the body? It was far too large for his storage space, and undead summoning. Michael decided not to dwell on it too much, no need to ruin his good mood. That didn't mean he had given up on acquiring at least one of the corpses for himself, though. If only I had a place to store them. The thought lingered in his mind, but for now, it was a matter for another time, along with how he would fill his contract slots again and everything else related to his undead summons. Right now, he had other things to focus on. As for the changes in his soul, he wanted to explore them further, but this wasn't the right place. At the very least, he needed to return to the flying ship, where interruptions were less likely. Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, a notification popped up. Your constitution is slowly weakening due to your overflowing mana. Ah. I should fix this. There hadn't been a notification about his constitution actually decreasing again, but this was probably just the first warning. If left unchecked, more would follow, until his condition inevitably worsened. With that in mind, Michael called up his status panel. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 20. EXP, 86,718 out of 134,551. Strength, 41.92. Agility, 62.66. Constitution, 40.22. Intelligence, 270.0. Attribute points, 20. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 50 out of 100. Gift, Mark of Origin. To improve his condition immediately, there was only one solution, using his attribute points. Michael was grateful he had saved some. If not, he would have been forced to search for alternative methods. There weren't many things in the world, at least none that Michael could think of, that could raise stats as effectively as attribute points without drawbacks. Without hesitation, he allocated all his available points to Constitution, increasing it by 20. That brought it closer to his agility stat. The effects were immediate. A deep, involuntary groan of relief escaped him as a refreshing sensation spread through his body. Thanks to the side effect of increasing his stats, Michael felt invigorated. There's no notification saying the issue is completely gone, but it should be better now. He eyed his status panel, noting the stark gap between intelligence and his other stats. It was a clear warning, he needed to be more cautious when allocating points to intelligence in the future. For now, balancing his stats seemed like the wiser approach. But with such a large disparity, achieving that balance wouldn't be easy. Advancing might not even be a good idea in my current state. A headache brewed at the thought. Advancing to the next rank would significantly boost all his existing stats, including intelligence. That meant if he didn't find a way to contain or manage it, his already massive mana pool could spiral out of control. I wonder if evolving myself would change anything. His heart pounded at the thought. The moment he saw his own name listed under the things his talent could evolve, he had already made up his mind. His next evolution target would be himself. There were concerns, of course. But the potential gains far outweighed any risks. The body of a high human might naturally handle large amounts of mana better. His undead high human had a tremendous mana pool. If evolution could grant him a similar physique, then it should be possible for his body to adapt. But another question arose. If his mana pool was already approaching that of his undead high human, what would happen once he evolved? I'll know by tomorrow anyway. His daily evolution points had arrived, bringing his total to 51. Even if he didn't add more undead to his army, he'd have enough points to evolve into a high human tomorrow, assuming the evolution process for the living worked the same way as it did for his undead. Shaking off the excitement, Michael shifted his focus to his skills. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray. It certainly looked impressive, even if his class rarely gave him the chance to use most of them. His class made him an unconventional mage, but that didn't stop him from wanting spells he could personally cast, or craving even more. Thanks to the soul pool fruits, he had gained 3 new skills. Taking a quick glance at their names, he turned to check their descriptions. Acid Ball, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 4%. Acid Ball allows the user to conjure and launch a small sphere of corrosive energy. Current range is 10 meters. Death Ray, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 2%. Death Ray fires a thin, focused beam of necrotic energy that saps vitality from its target. Current range is 50 meters. Mana Arrow, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 3%. A staple spell for ranged casters, Mana Arrow creates a solid projectile of condensed mana that flies toward a target. Current range is 15 meters. Thanks to his increased intelligence, Michael was fortunate to get 3 new skills. Acid Ball, Death Ray, and Mana Arrow. Acid Ball, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2%. Acid Ball allows the user to conjure and launch a small sphere of corrosive energy. Current range is 10 meters. Death Ray, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 2%. Death Ray fires a thin, focused beam of necrotic energy that saps vitality from its target. Current range is 50 meters. Mana Arrow, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2%. A staple spell for ranged casters, Mana Arrow creates a solid projectile of condensed mana that flies toward a target. Current range is 15 meters. Michael thought for a bit and went to a clearing. His 2 undead followed him from behind. He wanted to test out his new skills. Taking a deep breath, Michael extended his hand. His mana surged, responding to his will. A magic circle appeared. In front of it, a small swirling sphere of greenish liquid formed. The acid ball wobbled slightly before stabilizing, a testament to his basic mastery level. Michael controlled the power and narrowed his eyes at a nearby tree. A raw sight in this mountainous range. The sphere shot out, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant before splattering against the bark with a faint hiss. The effect was immediate. The bark sizzled, darkening as the acid ate away at it, leaving behind a bubbling, corroded scar. Michael stepped closer, examining the damage. The damage seemed like what acid shot, his other skill would do, but there was a difference. The difference was in application. One shot out like it came from a hose, and the other worked like a true projectile. Nodding to himself, he stepped back and raised his hand again, this time focusing on his mana arrow. Another magic circle appeared as pure mana condensed into a sleek, glowing projectile. Michael took a moment to steady his aim while also controlling the power to the minimum before releasing it. With a sharp hum, the arrow flew through the air, cutting a clean path toward its target. The impact was sharp and decisive, opening a huge hole in the tree and dividing it in two. Michael smirked. Acid ball weakened defenses, and mana arrow delivered a precise, penetrating blow. The combination had potential. More than anything, Michael was happy he now had 2 more means of attack. Michael stood in the clearing, contemplating whether to use Death Ray. While Acid Ball and Mana Arrow had already shown their usefulness, he had yet to test the Necrotic Beam. The skill seemed like it would work better on a living target. As he considered his new skills, his heightened senses picked up movement in the distance. Commander Rachel and Master Yuan had at some point appeared, and they approached with a group of knights. Michael turned to face them, his undead standing silently behind him like eerie sentinels. Rachel and Yuan stopped a few paces away, their gazes assessing him before Rachel spoke. "Sir Mike, we're here to transport the bodies of the 2 mountain apes on the command of the Grand Mage. The flying ship is prepared to receive them." Michael gave a slight nod. He had expected something like this, as Mage Lien had already hinted at this to him. According to the other party's tone, it was as if it was beneath them to collect the loots of a battle. Something Michael didn't think he would be able to relate to. The corpses of the beasts were valuable, whether for research, resources, or something else entirely. "Understood," he replied. "Do you need assistance?" Michael turned to his undead griffin and felt it could probably carry something as heavy as the mountain ape. Master Yuan responded politely as always. "No need. The knights will handle the heavy lifting." Michael nodded and didn't force it. He thought for a moment and decided to head back to the flying ship. "Okay then, I'll be going." He waved to Master Yuan and Commander Rachel before jumping onto his undead griffin, dismissing Lucky to the netherworld, a sight that shocked everyone present. What Michael didn't know was that just as he had envied Mage Lien's ability to fly, his current action had caused others to feel the same, and more, towards him. Michael landed a short distance away from the flying ship, the wind from his undead griffin's wings scattering dust and leaves across the ground. Once his feet touched solid ground, he reached out and stored the griffin in his storage space. As he approached the ship, the remaining knights standing guard took notice of his arrival. A few of them exchanged glances. One of the knights stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "Sir Mike, welcome back. I will guide you to your quarters." Michael simply nodded, following the knight as they ascended the ramp leading into the massive flying vessel. The hum of magical energy resonated through the ship's structure, and the interior corridors were sleek yet sturdy. The knight led him through a series of hallways before stopping in front of a door. "If you need anything, sir, just ask." Michael nodded and stepped inside, taking in the simple yet well-furnished space. A bed, a small table, and a storage chest. With a final glance at the knight, he closed the door behind him, finally allowing himself a moment to rest. Of course, Michael didn't just drift off to sleep. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, but it wasn't because he was resting. Instead, his consciousness was in his soul. It sounded strange, but that was exactly what was happening. Michael could still feel the heightened sensitivity of his soul, a lingering effect of the treasures he had consumed. However, he could tell that even when the effect fades, he'd still be able to access his soul freely. Right now, he stood within his soul, staring at the red cauldron, his talent. As he observed it, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Michael wasn't particularly familiar with cauldrons. One couldn't blame him. Even in Aurora, they were considered ancient tool of the past. Fortunately, he had seen them enough times before to recognize one. The red cauldron in his soul stood on 4 legs and had no handles. However, its legs were positioned oddly. Rather than being evenly spaced or symmetrically arranged, each one seemed to point in a different direction, as if they had chosen north, south, east, and west for themselves. Despite its strange design, what drew Michael's attention the most were the intricate patterns carved into its surface. They were familiar. At first glance, they looked small, but at the same time, they seemed large enough to be clearly visible. Michael focused on the 2 largest patterns, one depicting a human, the other a wolf. The wolf figure gave him a strong sense of familiarity. Is this Lucky? And this human? His gaze flickered across the patterns. Are all these engravings representations of my undead? His mind drifted back to his earlier experience inside the cauldron. What had caught his attention the most back then were the stars in the sky. Inside, there had been 2 bright stars. He had chosen one, and it had revealed the figure of his undead high human. Now, on the outside of the cauldron, there were two distinct patterns. Two bright stars. Two distinct patterns. Lucky and the undead high human. Michael wasn't entirely sure, but something told him his suspicion was right. But why? Why were these two being highlighted? Why did these patterns and stars seem directly related to his undead? He had no answer for the latter question, but as for the former, he had a theory. Potential. That was the most likely reason. Both Lucky and the undead high human were the strongest beings in his army, creatures he considered comparable to extraordinary rank monsters. Well, one clearly was. Not only were they the highest ranked undead under his command, but they were also the only ones at extraordinary rank. It made sense. However, that was all it was, just a theory. The red cauldron gave him no feedback. It seemed that any further discoveries would have to come from his own efforts. Let me check inside. The moment Michael thought of the inner space of the cauldron, his vision shifted. He was back. A black ground. A starry sky. Michael's eyes swept across the sky-like expanse within the cauldron's inner space. The darkness stretched endlessly, dotted with faint glimmers of light, each star twinkling softly as though alive. 50. He counted them. 50 stars in total, each varying in brightness. Yet, despite their numbers, two stood out the most, radiating an intensity that dwarfed the rest. They were unmistakable, glowing with an almost tangible presence. Michael extended his will, summoning the two brightest stars. The response was instant. The stars pulsed, their radiance expanding until they burst forth as beams of light, cascading down and condensing into two distinct figures before him. A human and a wolf. Michael's gaze locked onto the familiar forms. So it really was Lucky, Michael murmured to himself. The realization solidified his earlier thoughts. The patterns on the cauldron, the stars within the inner space, everything pointed to these two as the most exceptional beings in his undead army. But what did that mean? Was it simply an indication of their strength? Or was there something more to it? Michael reached out, his fingers brushing against the light-formed figures. His hand passed through them without resistance. The figures of Lucky and the undead high human were nothing more than light, intangible, insubstantial. No matter how he moved his fingers through their forms, they simply wavered like ripples in water before reforming. Michael frowned. He thought for a moment, staring at the glowing figures. If these stars, these light forms, were meant to represent his undead, what exactly could he do with them? His mind spun through possibilities. Michael focused his will on the figures. The moment he did, a strange sensation coursed through him. The light figures flickered, their radiance pulsing as though responding to his intent. Then something clicked. Michael's vision shifted. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable at first, but the longer he focused, the clearer it became. He could see inside them, their organs. For the high human, Michael could even see the remnants of its previous acupoint in its head. What is this? The discovery was astonishing, and Michael couldn't help but experiment with it for a while. He observed, analyzed, and played around with the details he could now perceive. If only they weren't just representations of light. It was merely a passing thought. Yet, the moment it formed in his mind, a shift occurred. Both Lucky and the high human trembled slightly before their forms began to change. The once ethereal light figures solidified, their glowing outlines fading away as they transformed into the real, physical versions of themselves. Moments later, Michael's eyes opened in the outside world. All 50 stars are indeed my undead. At this point, he could no longer deny the possibility that the red cauldron was a representation of his talent. But this realization brought even more questions. Was it the same for other awakeners with talents? Without the help of a treasure like the soul pool fruit, would they eventually gain access to their soul? If so, when? Or was it possible to access one's soul at any time through specific methods? Were there advantages and disadvantages to having access to one's soul? A flood of thoughts filled Michael's mind, but one question lingered above all others. The Red Cauldron. Do talents truly have a physical or conceptual representation? He had no answer. Another thought followed closely behind. Was the existence of the Red Cauldron a result of his transmigration to this world? Just as Michael was getting lost in his thoughts, a knock echoed at his door. Michael temporarily pushed everything aside. Thinking about it now wouldn't bring any answers. He turned toward the door. Who's there? Sir Mike, my apologies for disturbing your rest, a voice called from outside. I have come at the command of the Grand Mage. Michael's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of Mage Lien. Still, Michael stood up and moved to open the door. The knight standing outside gave him a respectful nod before continuing, the Grand Mage requests your presence in the dining space of the flying ship for a meal. Michael's eyes narrowed. An invitation to a meal? It shouldn't be that simple. Michael considered refusing but ultimately chose against it. It was better to face it directly than avoid it. Also avoiding it might come off as rude. For most people, Michael wouldn't care about what they thought, but it was different for Mage Lien. This was the person that made it largely possible for him to quickly integrate into this world. This and their relationship was also good. Something Michael could not see ending soon and wished it didn't. Lead the way, Michael said, stepping forward. As they walked through the corridors of the flying ship, Michael's thoughts drifted to several things. One being what Mage Lien wanted. 2, were they cooks on the ship? Michael followed the knight through the ship's well-lit corridors, his boots echoing faintly against the smooth, polished floors. The knight ahead of him came to a stop before an ornate wooden door. With a firm knock, the knight pushed it open and gestured for Michael to enter. Inside, a long dining table stretched across the slightly spacious room, covered in an assortment of dishes. The warm aroma of roasted meats, seasoned vegetables, and exotic spices filled the air. The setting was elaborate, more reminiscent of a royal banquet than a simple meal on a flying vessel. Mage Lien sat at the far end of the table, his posture composed yet relaxed. His red robe shimmered faintly in the candlelight. This robe was just the same as before, with visible signs of age, but it seemed to have been cleaned of dirt when Mage Lien returned to the ship. As Michael entered, Mage Lien's sharp eyes met his. Sir Mike, he greeted with a small nod, motioning toward an empty seat across from him. Please, sit. Michael complied, settling into the comfortable chair as a knight in the room moved to pour him a glass of deep amber wine. He took the goblet but didn't drink, waiting for Mage Lien to speak. You must be wondering why I called you here, he began, his voice deep yet carrying a weight of authority. Michael met his gaze evenly. The thought did cross my mind. A small smile played on Mage Lien's lips. Straightforward as always, he gestured toward the spread of food. Eat first. Then, we shall talk. Michael hesitated for a moment before nodding. It would be rude to refuse, and truthfully, the sight of the well-prepared meal stirred his appetite. This world really had its way with food for him. Michael picked up a fork and sampled a piece of seasoned meat, savoring the rich blend of spices and tender texture. Mage Lien watched Michael's reaction with a smile as he took the first bite. The meal was exquisite, with each dish seeming to complement the other perfectly. The flavors were rich, the spices subtly layered, creating a mouth-watering experience that even a seasoned traveler would appreciate. So, how is it? Mage Lien asked, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Michael swallowed the bite, nodding. It's good. Mage Lien smiled and dropped a revelation that surprised Michael. They were made by the knights on the ship with us. Michael paused for a second before responding. I didn't expect knights to be such good cooks. Mage Lien chuckled softly. You're not wrong to be surprised. But not all knights are purely combat-focused. Some of them possess a variety of skills beyond fighting. Mage Lien gave a small wave of his hand as if dismissing the thought. It's more common than you might think, especially among those who've traveled extensively. Michael raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. He had always seen the knights as stalwart warriors, trained solely for battle. The idea that they might also possess the art of cooking, or other, more subtle skills, was unexpected. Mage Lien's gaze softened slightly, the amusement in his eyes dimming just a fraction. I've learned that the more one experiences the world, the more skills they tend to pick up. It's not about what they are trained for, it's about adapting to whatever circumstances they find themselves in. Michael nodded thoughtfully, his mind shifting gears. He didn't quite share the same experience, having come from a world where survival was simpler. Well, up until recent events, that is. Still, he understood the sentiment. Survival and adaptation, he'd seen that firsthand when he had arrived in this world for the first time. Unlike what Michael had expected, that the mage would go straight to the point of why he had requested his presence, Mage Lien instead seemed content to treat the meal as the main focus of the evening. Alongside this, Mage Lien took on the role of an entertaining host. This was outside of Michael's expectations, but he didn't interrupt. 1. This was a good way to pass the time. 2. Through their discussion, he could glean bits of information about this part of the land of origin he was in, all while being entertained. Minutes passed, and as Mage Lien and Michael talked, their conversation subconsciously brought them a little closer, a quiet understanding growing between them. For a moment, the two stopped conversing and simply focused on eating. The knight in the room, though surprised by the scene, especially given the status of the Grand Mage, could only keep his thoughts to himself. Suddenly, Mage Lien turned to look at him. "Would you mind stepping out for a bit?" Mage Lien asked. It sounded like a question, but it was undoubtedly a command. The knight didn't dare hesitate. After a respectful bow, he left the room. The meal was great. At least Michael thought so. The discussion that accompanied it was just as enjoyable. It was pleasant, even relaxing, but to Michael, that was mostly it. Given his relationship with Mage Lien, it wasn't that sharing a meal was unusual. In fact, they had done so at the start of their acquaintance. However, it had never been to the extent of chatting like old friends. Michael knew that Mage Lien wanted something from him, or rather, wanted to say something to him. He was puzzled by the attempt at familiarity, or at least, that's what he suspected it was. To him, Mage Lien was likely just setting the mood. And he was right. Does Sir Mike still have any intention of competing in the Duke of Evermund's competition? Michael's hand paused. The Duke's competition. Hearing it again made him feel conflicted. The entire thing had just been a convenient lie, a simple excuse he'd used to meet Mage Lien a few days ago during their first encounter. In truth, he had absolutely no interest in the competition. For one, the prize itself was disappointing. Every conversation he had overheard about the event revolved around the Duke's daughter, who she was and who might win the competition to marry her. Aside from his instinctive resistance to the idea of fighting for a woman, even knowing there were other prizes, Michael had come to the land of origin for opportunities to grow stronger, not to find a wife. However, despite his true thoughts, he gave the opposite answer. Yes, Mage Lien. He still had to maintain the lie, at least for a little longer, before he could show the same indifference he had before. Still, he wondered, why is he asking me this? Mage Lien smiled at Michael's response, a hint of relief flashing across his face, something Michael didn't miss. His suspicion grew. But Mage Lien wasn't done. He continued. Does Sir Mike have any idea what the prizes for the competition are if you win? The hand in marriage to the Duke's daughter. Oh. Is Sir Mike interested in the princess? Not really. Michael felt it would be rude to outright say no, so he opted for a more roundabout response. But his bluntness still made the Grand Mage's lips twitch. Cough, cough. So, Sir Mike doesn't know about the other rewards for securing first place? Mage Lien returned to his previous query. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Mage Lien was acting strange. From the moment the knight had left, his demeanor had changed. Michael could tell that the other party had something specific in mind to say to him. Yet, it seemed Mage Lien was either struggling to say it outright or was deliberately being subtle. Unfortunately, while Michael had time, he also didn't have time for this. Mage Lien should just say what he wants to say. Mage Lien sighed, a conflicted smile forming on his aged face. He knew he was rushing things. He knew this could ruin his relationship with Michael. But he had no choice. If he didn't act soon, he might die. The soul pool fruit was indeed a wondrous treasure. It had expanded his mana pool to terrifying levels, even opening a unique space within him. But great gains often came with great losses. At first, he hadn't noticed anything wrong. But upon returning to the flying ship, the truth became glaringly clear: his body was deteriorating. Yes, deteriorating. Just like Michael, Mage Lien's body, the container for his vast mana, was no longer sufficient. But unlike Michael, he wasn't an awakener, whose strength wasn't limited by predefined stats. He had no emergency attribute points to stabilize his condition. Ironically, while his increased mana pool should have granted him a longer lifespan and greater strength, it was now the very thing threatening to kill him. Devastated, he had scoured his vast memory for a solution. And then he recalled something. Among the revealed prizes for the Duke of Evermund's competition was a treasure coveted by all knights below the great stage. For mages, it was even more precious. It could grant them a stronger physique, reinforcing their fragile bodies and reducing their inherent weaknesses. Unfortunately, he couldn't just ask the Duke for the treasure, there were too many complications. Nor could he participate in the competition himself, for even more obvious reasons. Mage Lien took a deep breath, steadying himself. Sir Mike, the competition's rewards are not as simple as they seem. While the Duke's daughter is indeed one of the prizes, that is not what I am interested in. Michael remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Among the rewards for the champion of the competition is something called the Titan's Heart Elixir. It is a rare alchemical creation, known to significantly enhance the physique of those who consume it. For knights, it strengthens their endurance and physical capabilities, making their bodies as tough as steel. But for mages, it is even more valuable. Michael raised an eyebrow. And you want me to win it for you? Mage Lien let out a weary chuckle. You are sharp as ever, Sir Mike. Yes, that is precisely what I am asking. Michael leaned back in his chair, processing the information. He had never cared much for the competition, but hearing about this elixir made him reassess its worth. Still, he wasn't the kind to fight someone else's battles without good reason. And what do I get out of it? Michael asked, his tone neutral but firm. Mage Lien nodded, seemingly expecting the question. I will not ask you to do this for free. If you agree, I will provide you with something of equal value in return. Whether it be rare magical knowledge, artifacts, or a favor of great significance, you will have my full support. Michael studied the old mage. The desperation in his eyes was clear, though he tried to mask it with composure. This was not a simple request. After a brief silence, Michael spoke. I'll think about it. Mage Lien exhaled slowly, nodding in understanding. That is all I ask. Take your time, Sir Mike. But remember, the competition is drawing near. Decisions must be made soon. Michael gave a small nod before rising to his feet. I'll be heading to my room now, Mage Lien. Yes, of course. Let the knight escort you. As Mage Lien spoke, he rang a small bell placed in front of him. So that's what it's for, Michael mused as the door opened and the knight from earlier stepped inside. Take Sir Mike to his room, please. There were only 3 visitors aboard the flying ship, Mage Lien, Michael, and Master Yuan. As knights responsible for the vessel, many of them were well aware of the rooms assigned to the 3 guests. The knight gave a short nod before motioning for Michael to follow. Without a word, they stepped into the hallway, the heavy door closing behind them with a dull thud. Michael walked in silence, his mind heavy with thought. He wasn't a fool, he knew exactly what was happening to Mage Lien. After consuming the soul pool fruit himself, he had experienced firsthand the overwhelming expansion of his mana pool. His body had struggled to contain it, forcing him to use his unallocated attribute points to stabilize himself. Mage Lien, however, didn't have that luxury. The old mage must have realized something was wrong only after it was too late. And now, he was trying to use Michael to fix it. It wasn't that Michael didn't sympathize, he did. But here comes the issue. Why should he help when he was dealing with the same problem? His own body was far from optimal. The soul pool fruit had granted him immense benefits, but his constitution still lagged behind, struggling to keep up. And yet, Mage Lien either hadn't noticed or simply didn't care. This was where Michael was conflicted. Why should I help him when I need it just as much? As far as Michael was concerned, he didn't seem to owe Mage Lien any favors, and if anything, with his assistance with acquiring the soul pool fruits, he had repaid any debts. Still, the Titan's heart elixir was tempting. If what Mage Lien said was true, it could be exactly what he needed to strengthen his own body. The competition itself might be a hassle, but if he played things right, he could walk away with something valuable. Should I join the competition? Michael couldn't help but seriously ponder about it now. The knight stopped in front of a door and pushed it open. "Your room, Sir Mike." Michael nodded and stepped inside without another word. Michael sat on the edge of his bed, his mind still replaying the conversation with Mage Lien. The old mage's request weighed on him. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling slowly. The Titan's heart elixir. A treasure that could reinforce a mage's frail body, enhancing their physical resilience. It was, without a doubt, a tempting prize, one that could help him stabilize his own condition. But that was the issue. Why should he help Mage Lien secure something he needed just as much? Michael leaned back against the bed, staring up at the ceiling. He didn't consider himself selfish, but this was different. His own body was just enduring the effects of the soul pool fruit. If not for his emergency attribute points, he might have found himself in a similar situation to Mage Lien, or worse. Mage Lien hadn't even considered that. The old mage's concern was solely for himself. Michael wasn't naive. He understood that self-preservation came first. It was the way of the world. But it also meant he had to prioritize his own survival. Still, there was something to gain from this. The competition had been nothing more than an excuse before. Now, it held real value. If the Titan's heart elixir was as powerful as the mage claimed, then Michael had every reason to consider competing. The problem was that he wasn't the only one who wanted it. Mage Lien needed him to win it. And that gave Michael an advantage. He smirked slightly, the weight on his mind lightening. For once, he held the leverage. Mage Lien might be desperate, but desperation made people willing to trade far more than they normally would. If Michael played his cards right, he could secure something even greater than just the elixir. The question was, how far was Mage Lien willing to go? Michael shifted under the covers, closing his eyes. He would give the mage an answer soon. However, whether or not Mage Lien would receive the answer he wanted depended on several factors. One was certainly what the other party could offer. The second depended on what his original world could provide. Michael would never forget that his original world had resources and opportunities that the land of origin did not. If his own world could offer him a viable alternative to help his situation, then Mage Lien had better be prepared to make a significant sacrifice. And as for the possibility that Mage Lien didn't realize he needed the elixir too. Michael wasn't that naive. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to return to his original world for a while, Michael decided to take the opportunity to properly rest. He didn't think about his talent, Mage Lien, or his future plans too much, he simply rested. Mage Lien watched as Michael made his way out of the room. Silence descended, thick and heavy. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Mage Lien let out a sigh, followed by a weary chuckle. I wonder what he thinks of me, haha. It wasn't a lie that misfortune followed after blessings. Mage Lien couldn't help but feel conflicted. Mage Lien's gaze lingered on the door for a moment longer before he sank into the chair by the table. His fingers traced the edge of the table, the smooth wood a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing in his mind. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this reaction from Michael. Desperation had a way of clouding judgment, and Mage Lien was all too aware of his own growing desperation. His condition. Right now, Mage Lien was far more powerful than he had ever been. Once considered one of the weaker supernaturals on the grand stage of the kingdom, he had risen to the upper mid-tier, and perhaps even a bit higher, after mastering advanced magic. However, such power came at a steep cost. Mage Lien ran an estimation in his mind, and the result was grim. Without external help, he could only last for 4 years at most. Technically, with the vast amount of mana coursing through him, his lifespan should have been extended by several decades. Yet, that same mana had turned against him, accelerating the decay within his body and reducing his remaining years to a mere fraction of what they should have been. Less than 4 years. The soul pool fruit had offered its vast promise of power, but at what cost? His body, unable to contain the overwhelming surge of mana, was now breaking down. The thought of being at Michael's mercy was unbearable. Sure, Michael wasn't someone to be underestimated, and treating him as an equal wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But as a grand mage, Mage Lien had his own pride. Being at the mercy of a kid he was surely at least 5 times the youth age older than was a pain to him. But the mage couldn't help but wonder if Michael had already seen through him. The young man was far sharper than he let on, and Mage Lien had to be careful. "I'm running out of time," Mage Lien whispered, frustration creeping into his voice. And now, it's up to him. As for asking the Duke of Evermoon for the potion directly, that was out of the question. For one, the Duke of Evermoon was also at the grand stage. There was no such thing as respecting a senior in this case. Moreover, the Duke had already announced the reward. Asking him to withdraw it for Mage Lien's sake would be both rude and unacceptable. Of course, if Mage Lien could offer something of equal value, the situation would be different. However, to be honest, he had nothing of true value to exchange for such a treasure. Though he disliked being sneaky, Michael was the only one he had a chance of taking advantage of. Another reason was the Duke of Evermoon's ulterior motives. It was obvious to anyone paying attention. The king had stepped down, and the princes were now vying for the throne. Among them were powerful contenders with ties to the Duke. Yet, despite his clear influence, the Duke of Evermoon had always maintained an image of neutrality, of a man uninterested in power. That, however, was nothing more than a careful illusion. The competition itself was a means to an end. A way for the Duke to exert influence without openly choosing sides. By offering his daughter hand in marriage as a prize, he ensured that only the most capable contenders would rise to the occasion. And among those contenders were individuals the Duke likely favored. Mage Lien understood this game. The competition wasn't just about securing his daughter hand in marriage, it was a political maneuver. And that made it even more dangerous. Hours passed, and the knights who had gone to retrieve the bodies of the mountain apes returned. Without wasting any time, they set off once more. They had departed from the capital and arrived at their destination a bit after noon. The whole stay took about 4 hours, taking everyone to the evening before they departed. By the time they reached the capital it was dark. However, unlike last time where Michael was dropped outside the capital and had to follow Mage Lien through a special entrance to enter the inner city, this time Michael was dropped directly in the inner city. Michael stepped out, his boots clicking against the polished stone ground. He glanced toward Mage Lien, who had disembarked beside him. The old mage's expression was unreadable, but Michael could sense the tension in his posture. Whatever thoughts had been plaguing the Grand Mage earlier had not left him. "Have you thought about my offer?" Mage Lien asked. Michael responded. "I have." "And?" Michael didn't take his time before answering. "I'll consider it," Michael said. Mage Lien's lips pressed into a thin line. I expected as much. You still have my token with you, right? The old mage asked. Yes, I do. Master Yuan returned it to me. Good. Use that to contact me again when you make your decision. I hope to hear good news from you soon. Aha. As the two spoke, Master Yuan had already approached them. Mage Lien then exchanged a few more words with Michael before telling his attendant to prepare a carriage for Michael. This was after asking Michael if he wanted him to arrange accommodation for him, to which Michael declined. Michael stepped into the carriage, the door closing behind him with a soft thud. As the vehicle began to move through the quiet streets of the inner city, he allowed himself a moment to gather his thoughts. The day's events had left him with much to consider. The soul pool fruit was naturally the first. Michael had read about natural treasures before, and though this was his first real experience with one, he wasn't disappointed. Even though he wouldn't dare to use any of them recklessly again, he wanted more. Then there was the matter of his soul and talent. The mystery of the red cauldron, and then little discoveries he has made about it. Then there was Mage Lien. The Duke competition. The Titanic Slayer. The last three were especially troublesome. It's really been a long day, Michael couldn't help but mutter in a whisper. Michael leaned back against the cushioned seat, staring out at the passing buildings illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns. The carriage rolled to a stop, jolting him from his thoughts. The driver stepped down and opened the door, nodding politely. We've arrived, sir. Michael watched the driver leave before turning his gaze toward the outer city. With thoughts flashing through his mind, he observed his surroundings as he made his way toward the inn where he had slept the previous night, the same place where he had told the two youths who submitted to him to meet him. I wonder if they're there, Michael thought. Whatever the case, it wouldn't hurt to check. As long as he stayed at the inn for a while, he should be able to see them, unless, of course, they had truly run away. That was what Michael thought, until he suddenly came to a pause. A moment later, he changed direction. The Hunters Guild. Michael recalled the quest he had submitted. Though the reward money no longer mattered much, thanks to the wealth he had seized from the bandits, his hunter level was a different story. Ensuring that his completed task was properly recorded was important. Michael pushed open the doors of the Hunters Guild, stepping inside. His gaze swept across the hall until it landed on a familiar face, the receptionist he had attended to him and had given his bandit subjugation quest. The young woman looked up from her work, her expression momentarily blank before recognition dawned in her eyes. You're back, she noted, her tone neutral but mildly surprised. Here to report the task completion. Michael gave a small nod. I've actually come to officially report my quest completion this time. I stopped by yesterday, but the person who attended to me asked me to return later so the guild could confirm I had completed the task. Please check from your side. The receptionist nodded, flipping through the documents in front of her before searching her desk. After a brief moment, she finally turned back to Michael. Everything checks out. The bounty reward is still 200 silver coins and 20 credits. Would you like to use your credits now and also withdraw your reward? Michael leaned against the counter slightly. I'll take the coins. I have no use for the credits now. Also, can the reward be given in gold? Yes, it can. The receptionist nodded, making a few quick notes on a ledger before signaling to a staff member. Your hunter level will be updated accordingly. With a few more tasks like this, you should be able to become a bronze level hunter soon. Michael couldn't help but smile lightly at this. You handled this job pretty quickly. Most hunters avoid subjugation quests against organized groups. You must be confident in your strength. Michael met her gaze but didn't answer directly. Instead, he pocketed the coin pouch as soon as it was handed to him. Anything else? He asked. The receptionist shook her head. No, that's all. If you're looking for more work, you can check out the ones on the task board. New tasks will be posted in the morning. Thank you. Michael gave a brief nod before turning to leave. He still had a task he hadn't started yet, so there was no use burdening himself with more. Outside the guild building, Michael didn't even look at the coin pouch in his hand before tossing it into his storage space. Michael made his way back to the inn where he had stayed the previous night. As he stepped inside, his gaze swept across the common area, searching for any sign of Leah and Ace. However, neither of them was present. Not here yet, huh? Michael thought. Rather than waste time waiting idly, he approached the counter and ordered a meal. The innkeeper respectfully responded in acknowledgement and called out to the kitchen. A short while later, a steaming plate was set in front of him. A hearty stew filled with chunks of meat and root vegetables, accompanied by a side of freshly baked bread. The aroma was rich, carrying a savory blend of spices that hinted at a slow-cooked broth. Michael took a bite of the bread first, crisp on the outside, warm and soft on the inside. Dipping it into the stew, he let the flavors soak in before taking another bite. The meat was tender, breaking apart easily, and the warmth of the dish spread through him, taking off the slight chill of the evening. For a place as simple as this, the food was surprisingly good. Michael didn't need to eat the way he had before awakening. For a while, he had lived that way, ignoring meals entirely. But after coming into contact with civilization in the land of origin, he found himself returning to old habits. Food wasn't just about nutrients. It was a way of life. It was a sin to ignore eating. As Michael ate, he heard a voice behind him. "My lord." Turning his head, he spotted Leah and Ace approaching. The two youths looked slightly hesitant at first, but upon catching his attention, they greeted him. Michael swallowed his bite before asking, "Have you eaten?" Leah and Ace exchanged a quick glance before shaking their heads. Without waiting for them to say more, Michael turned to the inn owner. "2 more plates." The man responded respectfully again in acknowledgement and disappeared into the back. "You didn't have to do that, my lord," Ace murmured, though his gaze flickered toward Michael's food with clear interest. Leah on the other side had a heavy look of conflict on his face, though he turned to hide it. Michael didn't bother with the two. He simply gestured at the empty table on the floor they were in. "Eat first. After that I'll rent a room for us to discuss." "Yes, my lord," the two responded with a slight bow and headed to the empty table to sit. The food arrived shortly after, placed in front of Leah and Ace by the innkeeper. The scent of the warm stew filled the air, causing Ace's fingers to twitch slightly before he picked up his spoon. Leah, on the other hand, remained motionless for a few moments before finally lifting his utensil and beginning to eat. Michael ate in silence, allowing the two to focus on their meals. Though they had only been under his command for a short time, he had already learned a few things about them. Ace was more outspoken, while Leah remained cautious, his thoughts harder to read. After they finished eating, Michael waved over the innkeeper. "A room for one. Like the previous one." The man nodded with a slight bow and led them upstairs. Michael followed the innkeeper upstairs, with Leah and Ace trailing behind him. The innkeeper stopped in front of a familiar door and unlocked it before stepping aside. Michael nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside, with the two youths following after him. Once they were all in, he closed the door and turned to face them. "Now," Michael began, his voice calm but firm. "Tell me what you found." Ace was the first to speak, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly stepped forward. "My lord, we did as you asked and looked into the living spaces in the outer city. Just as Leah mentioned before, there are 3 main districts where nobles tend to purchase houses: the Golden District, the Silver District, and the Copper District." Michael gave a slight nod. "And?" Ace continued, "The Golden District is definitely the most luxurious, but the prices are extreme. A single house there would cost a lot, silver and gold combined. It's mostly occupied by established noble families or wealthy merchants." Leah, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "The Silver District is more reasonable in price but still quite expensive. The houses are well maintained, and the neighborhood is relatively secure. It's where smaller nobles and successful individuals settle. Michael turned to him. And the Copper District? Leah's expression shook slightly. It is, functional. The homes are cheaper, but the security and upkeep vary. Some houses are in decent condition, but others are practically abandoned or in need of repairs. There are also reports of petty crimes occurring more frequently there compared to the other districts. However, it is the most affordable option. Nobles rarely buy properties here though, so it's mostly deathly people. Michael considered the information, crossing his arms. Did you find any available properties in each district? Ace nodded quickly. Yes. We found a few options in each area. In the Golden District, there's a vacant estate, but it's way too costly, over 800 gold coins. In the Silver District, there's a mid-sized house available for 250 gold coins, and it's in excellent condition. In the Copper District, there are several choices ranging from 3 to 10 gold coins, though some of them might require renovations. Michael tapped his fingers against his arm, deep in thought. Did you speak to any of the property owners? Michael asked. Leah shook his head. Not directly. We gathered the information from brokers and local contacts, but if you wish, we can arrange meetings. Michael exhaled and nodded. You both did well. This information is useful. He retrieved 2 silver coins from his robe, which was him just taking from his storage space, and handed one to each of them. This is for your efforts. Continue working diligently, and you'll be rewarded accordingly. Ace grinned, pocketing the coin. Thank you, my lord. Leah hesitated briefly before nodding in gratitude. Michael turned toward the window, looking out at the city. For now, we'll wait until tomorrow. I'll make a decision then. Get some rest, you both deserve it. With that, he dismissed them, already planning his next move. Michael sat on the bed, leaning back slightly as he let out a slow breath. He stretched out his hand and summoned a female undead shaman to guard him like always. It wasn't that he favored the females more than his male undead orcs, but the male undead were just too big. Closing his eyes, Michael let his consciousness slip away from his body, returning to Aurora. Back in Aurora, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael spread out his senses through the house and found that all its living occupants were asleep. He had no plans to change this. Instead, Michael simply took his phone and logged into the Supers Association forum. He had a clear goal for logging into the forum, but he didn't immediately head to it. Instead, Michael searched for posts to better understand his condition. When the body breaks under the strain of overflowing mana, what can be done? Yes. Michael had returned to Aurora seeking answers, not just for himself, but for Mage Lien as well. For Mage Lien, the question was whether his wish would be fulfilled. Michael scrolled through the search results, looking for more specific instances of mana overflow where the body couldn't contain the excess energy. The term mana overflow had many interpretations, but he needed to focus on cases where the body was literally overwhelmed by an excess of mana, causing physical strain and potential injury. Mana overflow, my body can't handle it. User, unknown. I've been training to increase my mana capacity, but I miscalculated and ended up overloading my body with too much mana. My body started shaking uncontrollably, and I felt my organs straining under the pressure. I could feel my magic just leaking out, and I nearly collapsed. I've heard of using specialized mana containers, but how do you even get something like that? Is there a way to control the overflow before it harms me? Body can't hold mana, seeking solutions. User, unknown. After pushing my limits, I overloaded myself with too much mana. My body couldn't hold it, and I could feel my heart and veins threatening to burst. I know that training helps expand your mana capacity, but is there a way to stabilize it in the short term? I've heard about special potions and items that can help, but are they really effective? What are the risks of overloading repeatedly? Michael read the posts that interested him. A few moments later he finally found his answer. And his decision was: The answer was simple. For Awakeners, the most direct solution is to level up multiple times and allocate all attribute points to the desired stat. However, this is impossible for me to achieve easily or quickly due to my high level. The other method is to steadily increase the desired stat through meditation practices. Another way, which provides temporary relief but ultimately prolongs the inevitable while potentially causing further problems, is to exert the stat regularly within a controlled range. For mana, this means releasing at least half of the excess, but too much could strain the mana circuits, leading to other complications. The next and most advisable solution is treatment, either through another person's magic or potions, but this is also the most expensive option. Truly, a difficult problem to solve due to a lack of sufficient wealth. Michael considered his options. He was no longer as contemplative as before. Just as he had suspected, there were resources in his world that the land of origin couldn't provide. No, this wasn't entirely accurate. It was better to say that the Lionheart Kingdom couldn't provide them. The treasures that could help me. Even though I have the money, some require ridiculous amounts, and my membership level is too low to access them. According to that forum post, I could submit an appeal to the Supers Association about my condition or have a higher-level member acquire the treasure for me as a middleman. But the latter option obviously comes with its own restrictions. Regardless, the fact that a viable solution was within reach meant Mage Lien's idea was worth considering. In fact, there was another potential solution, one that was far less troublesome than anything he had found on the Supers forum. Evolution. However, this also came with risks. There had never been a recorded case of a failed mutation, but who was to say it was impossible? Perhaps the conditions simply hadn't been met yet. Michael was still learning about his talent. He couldn't jump to conclusions. His ability was overpowered in its own right, but nothing in this world was truly perfect. Perfect evolution. It seemed too good to be true. Michael exhaled and turned his attention back to the forum. Since appealing to the Supers Association or relying on a middleman were both options, he decided to check the trade section for something he also needed, but he wanted to try his luck at something first. Mediation techniques for mages and knights. I wonder if I can use the ones in Lionheart, however, only heavens know their grade. With a few taps, Michael navigated to the trade section, filtering the listings by techniques related to meditation techniques. But as he scrolled, disappointment settled in. Most of the techniques available were low quality or wildly overpriced. The truly valuable ones didn't seem to be available for direct purchase. TCH. Michael leaned back against the bed, drumming his fingers against his leg. He had expected as much. That left him with only one option, going through the Supers Association. If I submit an appeal, they might approve it, but there's no guarantee. And even if they do, the process could take time. The middleman method was slightly more viable. High-ranking members could access restricted items on behalf of lower-ranked individuals, but there were caveats. First, the service wasn't free. Michael sighed, rubbing his temples. The simplest approach would be to find a middleman willing to make the purchase on my behalf. The question was, who? Michael didn't have many connections in the Supers Association. His membership level was still too low to interact freely with higher-ranked individuals. The only people he could count as acquaintances were Miss Grace and Teacher Brian. He wasn't sure how much help Miss Grace could offer. She was just a receptionist, though Michael didn't underestimate her position, he had no idea how much power she truly held. And even if she could help, there was no guarantee she would. Then there was Teacher Brian. Michael was more optimistic about him, but the man always seemed busy, or perhaps he'd already left Woodstone City. Michael closed the forum tab. His eyes drifted to the undead standing silently beside his bed, then shifted to the closed window. For a moment, he considered checking out the association again. He shook his head. "I'll go another time," he muttered. "If I see Teacher Brian again, I should try to get his contact. I wonder if he'd actually give it to me." Michael let the thought fade and turned to stare at the ceiling. A few seconds passed in silence. He was growing increasingly bored. "What should I do?" he murmured. Nothing came to mind, until it did, followed by a small smile. "It's been a while since I've used a spear. My proficiency isn't even increasing anymore." Since he thought of it, he acted. As for why he didn't consider meditation, well, aside from the calming sensation it brought and how it passed the time, it was, honestly, a waste of time in his current situation. With a flick of his fingers, Michael dismissed the undead to the netherworld. He walked over to the window, pushed it open, and with the ease of experience, leapt out like a thief in the night. Michael landed softly on the roof of his apartment building. He pulled out his spear from his storage space and gave it a few testing twirls. The weight felt familiar in his hands, but the movement felt the opposite. Michael narrowed his eyes. Have the undead been doing too much of the fighting? Well, as a necromancer he is as fighting as he could. Michael then paused. A thought crossed his mind, an idle curiosity he hadn't bothered to explore until now. I wonder, can I teach them? With a mental command, he opened his storage space and brought out the high human undead. The tall, silent figure materialized on the rooftop beside him. Michael stepped back and assumed a neutral spear stance. Let's see if you can learn. He started demonstrating the martial forms he had learned from the martial arts group had brought from the association trade section in the forum. Step back. Thrust. Anchor. Sweep. The undead watched, unmoving at first. Michael repeated the moves again, slowly, then faster. After the fourth repetition, he stepped aside and gestured toward the iron pipe lying beside the undead. Pick it up. Try it. The undead complied. Its movements were rough, unrefined, but it tried. Michael nodded, observing carefully. He corrected its stance with a push to the foot. Adjusted the grip on the spear. Repeated the steps again and again. The undead followed. A minute passed. Then 5. Then 10. Michael was about to call it when something flickered in the corner of his vision. Your undead companion has learned spearmanship. Michael's eyes widened. It actually worked. A grin spread across his face. If they can generate skills this way. He didn't finish the sentence. His mind was already spinning with possibilities. Michael turned back toward the undead. Again, he said, stepping into the stance. This time, with more force behind your thrust. And on that quiet rooftop, under the watchful eye of the moon, the high human undead practiced spear forms, one after another, like a student under a determined teacher. Michael had found something new. A way to train. Michael didn't stop there. The moment he confirmed the skill generation, a fire lit behind his eyes. Spearmanship is only the beginning, Michael muttered as he paced around the rooftop. What about hand-to-hand? Swordsmanship? Shield defense? His pulse quickened. Not from exertion, but anticipation. He glanced back at the high human undead, who now stood in a more natural stance, spear pointed forward, posture corrected. There was no expression, no pride in its progress. But that didn't matter. Michael put the spear away. We're done with that. Michael raised his fists. Let's see how far this goes. The undead didn't hesitate. It tossed the makeshift spear aside and raised its own hands in imitation of Michael's stance. Michael went easy. He had no choice. The undead human was far stronger than him in everything. The only thing he had to his advantage was that he was alive, but in a real fight, it could very well be the opposite. He stepped in with a swift jab, aimed at the chest, not with the intent to damage, but to test. The undead blocked. Good. Michael followed up with a sweeping kick. Basic strikes. Defensive stances. Evasive steps. Sweat beaded on Michael's forehead despite the cold night air. His fists ached slightly from hitting hardened undead limbs. And then it came again. Your undead companion has learned basic combat arts. And that wasn't all. You have learned basic combat arts. Michael stumbled back, staring. You've got to be kidding me. The implications were terrifying. In the best possible way. Grinders, he whispered, stunned. Skill proficiency grinders. It was absurd. Beautifully absurd. If undead could learn new skills through repeated practice, then it meant he could create specialized units. One undead for spears. One for brawling. One for defense. Another for dual wielding. He could rotate them. Run them through drills day and night. They never got tired. Never needed sleep. Never complained. They could become better than humans, because they would never stop training. And if he layered enhancements, weapon upgrades, and even evolution into the mix. Michael stared at the undead, still mirroring his stance. I'm building an army, he whispered. No, not an army. A legion. This wasn't just ordinary necromancy anymore. A chuckle escaped Michael. The living train to get strong. Mine will train until they're unbeatable. And then there was the second notification. The one that still made Michael's heart race. You have learned basic combat arts. Which meant he could train alongside them and gain skills himself. And the more they improved, the better his own feedback would become. It was a perfect feedback loop. Michael looked at his hands, then at the undead. Your teachers too, he muttered. Of course, not all of his undead would be like this. If Lucky could teach him anything, it would be how to eat grass and still not taste it. Most likely, only his humanoid undead could have specializations and serve as effective training tools. Michael didn't doubt that a time would come when his undead could become as intelligent as any human. But until he saw one actually learn a special skill, like something related to magic, he wouldn't call them perfect. You're pretty intelligent, so don't disappoint me, Michael said to the high human undead. It didn't understand the words, not truly, but still responded with cold seriousness, its expression flat and lifeless like a corpse. Well, it was a corpse. Yes, master, the high human said. Michael simply nodded. If this undead could show that it could learn special skills, Michael would be far more willing to collect and raise more human undead, regardless of how blank or trash their stats or skill sets were. After all, if they could learn, then their potential was unlimited. Aurora wouldn't be able to provide him with human corpses without issues, of course, but the land of origin? That place was different. It was ironic how much more freedom he had there compared to the so-called real world. Michael didn't dwell on the ethics or consequences. Right now, he was just eager to grind some experience, together with his undead. And that was exactly what he did. Hey, let's practice some more. Michael didn't waste time. He threw a punch at normal human speed, and the high human undead responded in kind. The newly acquired, basic combat arts, was a passive skill. It didn't need to be activated. As long as Michael fought, the skill's effects were in play. As he moved, he felt something, like instinctual guidance flowing through his limbs. It had to be the new skill. And that only made him more excited. Michael began to notice subtle shifts. His footwork was smoother. His punches cleaner. His reactions a fraction faster. It wasn't dramatic, but it was there. That was all the confirmation he needed. He upped the tempo. Duck. Weave. Counter-strike. Low sweep. Back step. The high human mirrored him with uncanny precision, its motions still rough, but rapidly refining. There was no fear, no hesitation, no exhaustion. It was a training partner designed by death itself. Michael grinned and went for a rapid combo, left jab, right hook, elbow smash, but the undead intercepted with a block and launched its own jab that grazed Michael's ribs. He staggered back, blinking. Damn, you're learning fast. He rolled his shoulders and charged in again. Each motion felt more natural. The undead's response time tightened. It was like fighting a mirror that improved with every exchange. This is what combat practice should be like. Hours passed in minutes. Your skill proficiency with basic combat arts has increased. Michael turned to check the skill status. It was still at basic mastery but 20% proficiency. Michael's breath caught. Already? That was when he realized the loop was even better than he thought. His undead weren't just helping him grind skills. They were skill accelerators. Michael laughed aloud, the kind of laugh that echoed through the night and carried weight. Unfair, he muttered, shaking his head. I'm cheating. And he loved every second of it. Michael eyed the high human again. Tomorrow, we will try spear forms. Might need to get you a spear though. Michael finally sat down, letting the cool rooftop breeze ease his burning muscles. I need to name you, he said to the undead. Can't keep calling you, high human. He thought for a moment, then smirked. Spartan. From now on, you're Spartan. The undead gave a slow nod. Yes, master. Michael leaned back, hands behind his head, looking up at the stars. It's beautiful. Michael whispered, standing high above, letting his senses spread throughout the building below him. His family. It's truly beautiful. That morning, for the first time in what felt like ages, Michael did something he hadn't done in the real world for a long time. He bathed. Surprisingly, his body had no odor. He figured it had something to do with his strengthened physique. With a constitution in the thousands, maybe even in death, one's body would remain in a prime state for dozens of years, if not more. Before leaving Aurora, Michael used his skill to share senses with his undead, Beginning and Lily, to check on the situation at home. He could already see signs of packing. He had suspected as much, especially since even his own belongings had been boxed up. Tomorrow we're moving out, right? I should make time. Michael made a mental note. After finishing his preparations, he returned to the land of origin. Back in the land of origin, a pair of green eyes opened, then slowly shut again after a few seconds. It's still a few hours before dawn. I'll wait, Michael murmured and settled back down to rest. When the sky finally began to brighten, he got up and went to wash himself. Afterward, he gave himself a once-over. I need new clothes. If people are going to mistake me for a noble, even if I won't admit it, I should at least look the part. He also thought of the two youths who had tried to rob him days ago. They should change their clothes too, he muttered, before shaking his head. After dismissing the summon that had stayed in the room with him, Michael made his way downstairs. He had two goals for the day. The first, acquire a residence. The second, and far more important, evolving. Michael wanted to evolve himself. The smell of warm bread and seasoned meat greeted Michael as he stepped into the common area of the inn. The place was quiet, save for the crackle of a cooking fire and the soft clatter of dishes behind the counter. The innkeeper looked up from polishing a glass. He gave a curt nod, but there was something different in his posture, looser, more relaxed. Michael sat at his usual spot. A minute later, a steaming plate of eggs, root vegetables, and sliced meat arrived without him even needing to ask. He raised a brow. Thanks. No trouble, the innkeeper said, and then lingered for just a moment longer than usual. Let me know if you want seconds. Michael watched the man walk away, noting how the innkeeper no longer held that stiff tension in his shoulders. He almost seemed comfortable. It puzzled Michael for a moment until he recalled the passing glances and wary distance the man had kept in the first few days. Now, he was freer. More open. Michael didn't know exactly what happened, but he supposed it didn't matter. Just as Michael was finishing up his meal, Ace and Leah entered the inn, the quiet thump of boots on wooden floor alerting him before he even turned. My lord, Ace said with a short bow. Leah mirrored him. Michael glanced up from his empty plate. You two eaten yet? Ace shook his head. Not yet, sir. We came straight here. Michael dug a few copper coins from his robe and tossed them to Ace. Order something. We're going out soon, gonna look for a place I can actually call home. Ace caught the coins and nodded respectfully. Yes, sir. The two wasted no time in ordering but ate on a different table. After they were done, together with Michael, they made their way out of the inn and entered the roads of the outer city. As they walked out of the inn, Michael took a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill his lungs. He looked around, taking in the sights and sounds of the outer city. The streets were bustling with people, and the smell of fresh bread and roasting meats wafted through the air. All right, let's get moving, Michael said, nodding to Ace and Leah. We have a few options to consider for our new residence. Ace nodded, falling into step beside Michael. Yes, my lord. We can head to the Silver District and take a look at that mid-sized house. Leah walked on the other side of Michael, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. If I may suggest, my lord, we could also consider the Copper District. The homes are cheaper, and it might be a good option if you're looking to save some gold coins. Michael nodded thoughtfully. That's a good point. But I think I'd like to see the house in the Silver District first. After a short walk, they arrived at the Silver District, and Michael was struck by the beauty of the houses. They were well maintained, and the streets were clean and quiet. They made their way to the mid-sized house that was available for 250 gold coins, and Michael was impressed with its condition considering the price. The house had a modest garden in the front, filled with a variety of plants and flowers that added a touch of color and vibrancy to the exterior. A small stone path led from the gate to the front door, and a few steps up to the entrance. The front door itself was made of sturdy wood, with a large iron knocker in the shape of a lion's head. According to Ace, who had scouted out the house earlier, the interior was functional, with average-sized rooms and moderate ceilings. The floors were made of polished wood, and the walls were adorned with simple but tasteful decorations. However, this was the only house he had been able to scout to this extent, which Michael figured must have cost something. While it wasn't a grand estate, Michael thought the house seemed like a solid choice for the price. He could see himself living here, and he was interested in making an offer. But he wanted to consider all his options before making a decision. He turned to Ace and Leah. What do you think? Is this a good choice for a new residence? Ace nodded enthusiastically. Yes, my lord. This house is perfect. It's secure, well-maintained, and in a good neighborhood. Leah was more cautious. It's a good option, my lord. But we should also consider the Copper District. The homes are cheaper, and it might be a better value for your gold coins. Michael nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Leah had a point, but he was leaning towards the Silver District. He wanted to make a good impression on the people of this city, and living in a nicer neighborhood might help him do that. I think we'll go with the Silver District, Michael said finally. Let's make an offer on this house. Ace grinned, while Leah nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord, they said in unison. First, they went to get an agent while Michael took the opportunity to enter the house compound and made his way to a dark spot. He then brought out a chest from his storage space. It was a chest filled with gold coins. The only money box of the bandits that was in gold. Michael had counted it before. There were 300 gold coins in it. With the time he had left, Michael separated 50 from it. After doing this, he then carried the box in his arms and came out of the house compound while waiting for Ace and Leah to return with the house agent. As he waited, Michael couldn't help but think about the potential of his new home. He had already begun to envision the changes he would make to the property, the improvements he would implement, and if he could somehow take advantage during the process of buying the house. Before long, Ace and Leah returned with the house agent. The agent, a middle-aged man with a friendly smile, greeted Michael warmly. Ah, sir. I see you're interested in purchasing this lovely home. Shall we discuss the details of the sale? Michael nodded, holding out the chest filled with gold coins. I'm ready to make an offer. But first. Michael nodded, holding out the chest filled with gold coins. I'm ready to make an offer. But first. He set the chest down on a nearby stone ledge, letting the weight of it thud solidly against the surface. The agent's eyes flicked to it, a practiced gleam of curiosity hidden behind a polite smile. I want to see the land deed. The agent blinked, then chuckled lightly. Of course, of course. I brought all the proper documentation, sir. He reached into the satchel slung over his shoulder and pulled out a thick envelope sealed with the city's official mark. From it, he drew out a crisp parchment and unfolded it with care. This, he said, offering the deed, is the original land deed, complete with the seal of the registrar's office. It includes all terms of ownership, property boundaries, and tax exemptions for first-time buyers. Michael didn't take it. Instead, he glanced at Ace and nodded. You read it. Ace stepped forward and took the document with both hands. His expression turned serious as he scanned the contents line by line. Michael stood silently beside him, watching the agent's face more than the paper. After all, it was often in the reactions, not the words, that truths were revealed. Minutes passed before Ace finally looked up. The document appears in order, my lord. No hidden clauses, no missing seals. All standard language. Only then did Michael nod, the tension in his posture easing just slightly. Good. Let's move forward. As for the possibility that he could still be scammed, Michael wasn't actually worried. Though he only had one connection in Lionheart, putting together their current situation, Michael knew he could walk sideways in the capital. Of course, this couldn't be abused. Satisfied, Michael turned his attention back to the agent. 250 gold, correct? The agent nodded. Yes, sir. That was the listed price. Michael opened the chest, revealing the glittering coins within. He reached in and, without hesitation, began to count out 250 gold pieces onto a nearby cloth he laid out on the ledge. The agent's expression didn't change, but Michael noticed the flicker of tension in the way his fingers twitched ever so slightly. Once the final coin clinked into place, Michael spoke again. Let's finalize the deed. The agent nodded and pulled out a fresh copy of the land deed, all details filled in except for the new owner's name. He turned the parchment around and tapped a blank line near the bottom. Just the full name here, sir, and we'll be done. Michael didn't take the quill. Instead, he glanced at Ace. You do it. Ace stepped forward without hesitation, taking the quill from the agent's hand. Right, Mike Knorr, Michael said simply. With steady hands, Ace penned the name in neat, legible script. The ink gleamed on the parchment for a moment before settling. The moment the ink dried, the agent gave a respectful bow. Congratulations, my lord. As of now, you are the official owner of this property. Michael rolled up the deed and tucked it safely into his robe, his mind already moving to next steps. Good. Leah, Ace, take the key and go open the door to the house. The agent, seeing as he wasn't needed, bowed respectfully and left. Michael lingered a moment longer at the gate, staring up at the modest but sturdy house. A place of his own. Not a camp. Not a hideout. His. And this was just the beginning. Michael felt a sense of achievement and fulfillment. Though it wasn't in the real world, this was his first proper property. It wasn't a mansion, but it was larger than most. 2 stories tall, with smooth gray stone walls and high-arched windows that gave the front a refined yet sturdy look. A small balcony jutted out from the upper floor, overlooking the street. There was a side building too, likely a storage room or servants' quarters, connected to the main house by a covered walkway. The front yard was fenced with waist-high wrought iron, and a wide wooden gate opened into a paved courtyard large enough for a carriage. A fountain stood at its center, currently dry but intact, with ivy curling around its base. To the left, a small garden bloomed with herbs and low flowers. Someone had clearly cared for the place once. Ace returned from the door, key in hand. "It's unlocked, my lord." Michael gave a slight nod and stepped forward. Inside, the entrance opened to a spacious foyer with polished wooden floors and a wide staircase leading up to the second floor. Natural light poured in from the tall windows, warming the interior. To the left, an archway led into a large living room, its walls lined with built-in shelves and an unlit hearth. To the right, a dining area connected directly to a well-sized kitchen fitted with a sturdy stone oven and long prep counters. There were 4 rooms upstairs. 2 were bedrooms, one clearly the master, with a private balcony and built-in wardrobe space. The other 2 could serve as studies, guest rooms, or even training space. Leah walked beside him, taking in the space. Well-built structure, clean layout, good ventilation. "It'll need a few repairs, but nothing critical." "Like what?" Michael asked by reflex. "Bedding, proper lighting, maybe a better cooking setup downstairs." Then on security, reinforce the windows, check the locks, and maybe hire a local smith to fit a proper barrier at the front gate. Michael nodded slowly. He turned to the others. "We'll start cleaning and organizing now. I want the place functional by tonight." "Yes, my lord," they both responded in unison. Though the house came with basic furniture, many pieces were missing, and several things still needed fixing. With the abundance of coins he had, Michael spent the rest of the day with Leah and Ace, busy outfitting and repairing the house until evening settled over the capital. "It's indeed looking like home now." Michael stood in the middle of the newly furnished living room, admiring the results of a full day's work. The stone walls had been scrubbed and polished, the wooden floors swept clean, and new furniture, a few comfortable chairs, a sturdy table, and a cozy rug, had been placed to give the house warmth and character. Even the kitchen had been outfitted with more efficient tools, and a well-built hearth now provided warmth, which would be especially comforting on cold nights. The evening sun filtered in through the tall windows, casting a golden glow over the room. Leah, having finished his last bit of organizing, stood in the doorway of one of the guest rooms, his sharp gaze taking in the progress. "The repairs are holding up well, my lord. Just a few final touches left." Michael nodded, his hand brushing against the cool surface of the wooden table. He could still hear the sound of tools and the chatter from the workers he had hired earlier that day. They were still finishing the final touches in the courtyard, planting a few more herbs and setting up proper lighting along the stone path leading to the back entrance. Ace stepped into the room, a satisfied grin on his face. "Everything's in order, my lord. The place is secure. A few more days, and we'll have the last of the repairs done. After that, it'll be just a matter of keeping things tidy." Michael glanced at both of them, a sense of fulfillment settling in. They had worked tirelessly, and so had the hired help. "I'm glad to hear that. You both did well today," Michael said, his voice quiet as he looked out the window at the fading sunlight. "You two should supervise the house. I'll be gone for a while, but it shouldn't take long. I'll meet you here tonight. And as I mentioned before, get yourself some new clothes that reflect well on my image." The two were a little overwhelmed by the sudden instructions. When Michael mentioned he was leaving, they were curious about where he was headed, but neither dared to ask. "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison. Without wasting any time, Michael left his residence and headed out of the capital. His steps were quick and purposeful, leading him toward the wilderness he had flown over the last time. Once there, he summoned his griffin from his storage space and mounted it. With practiced ease, he took to the skies again. As the griffin soared through the air, Michael's mind was deep in thought. His eyes scanned the land below, a contemplative expression on his face. "Where should I go now?" he wondered aloud, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "The previous place seems like a good option to revisit." But where exactly was Michael heading, and why? As the sky darkened over the land of origin, Michael felt the familiar surge of energy as his evolution points refreshed. Michael now had 101 evolution points, a significant amount. It could do a lot for his undead. But that wasn't the reason for his journey today. Michael wasn't planning to use the points on his undead. This time, it was for something more personal. It was finally time to use his talent on himself. The griffin soared higher into the sky, and Michael's thoughts settled. The weight of the decision was pressing, yet exciting. He had waited for this moment, one where his evolution points could be used for a transformation that would benefit him directly. After all, he had long relied on his undead to handle the heavy lifting. Now, it was time to shift the focus to his own growth. However, Michael still harbored doubts about evolving himself. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but there was a lingering fear. It wasn't only about the fear of something going wrong, it was the fear of the pain that came with evolution. After all, everything he had evolved so far were undead, and each one of them had experienced pain. Undead feeling pain. A pain that could actually be felt by beings who were meant to be immune to it. The thought of that was unsettling. It must have been something truly extraordinary. As the griffin's wings beat steadily, Michael's fingers flexed in anticipation. The land stretched beneath him, a mix of rugged terrain and dense forest. Soon, the open grassland came into view, vast, quiet, and undisturbed. This was the very place where Lucky, Prince, and Spartan had once clashed in battle. The ground had been scarred then, torn by magic and claw and fury. But now, thanks to Lucky's nature magic that had been unleashed after the fight, the land had healed almost completely. It looked almost identical to how it had been when Michael first stumbled upon it. But none of that mattered to Michael right now. His griffin landed smoothly on the soft earth, its wings folding in as Michael dismounted. He took a moment to stretch his limbs, his boots pressing into the grass, and gazed across the quiet field. This was as good a place as any. No prying eyes. No distractions. Just silence. Michael stepped to the center of the field. He exhaled slowly. Then, with a thought, he summoned his system panel. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Available points, 101. Target, Michael Norman. Michael stared at the glowing prompt in the air before him. His fingers curled slightly at his sides. However, Michael did not immediately choose to evolve himself. Before that, there was still something he needed to do. With a sweep of his hand through the air, space shimmered before him. From his storage space, Spartan emerged. Then, with another command, Michael summoned Lucky and Prince. A pulse of darkish green light spread outward, and the two figures materialized in flashes of magic. It was Lucky and Prince. The grass trembled beneath them, the magic still lingering in the air from their summoning. Michael didn't stop there. He raised his hand again. Undead summoning. And again. Undead summoning. It wasn't until Michael was surrounded by a large group of undead that he finally stopped. With his now abundant mana pool, summoning and dismissing rank 1 creatures back and forth felt almost effortless, like a walk in the park. Michael didn't know why, but when the moment came to finally evolve himself, he found his mind clouded with thoughts, his emotions shifting rapidly. Anticipation. Excitement. Doubt. Fear. Caution, almost to the point of paranoia. It was that last one that compelled him to summon so many undead to guard him, even though Spartan, Lucky, and Prince alone were more than enough for protection. The rest were just numbers, useful, but ultimately insignificant in the face of true threats. Still, his caution wasn't without reason. He didn't expect anything to go wrong, but if something did, especially during a process as critical and unknown as evolution, the consequences could be disastrous. This was his first time. So even if his precautions bordered on paranoia, Michael accepted them without hesitation. Michael took a deep breath. He had already given his commands to his undead, there was nothing more to worry about on that front. All that remained now was the main event. With an anxious smile tugging at his lips, Michael muttered something he hadn't said in a long time. Evolution points, show me your limits. Evolve. The moment the word left his lips, reality itself seemed to twist. Michael barely had time to take another breath before a white-hot lance of agony tore through his body. His body began to glow, bright, blinding light pouring from every pore like his soul itself was being melted down and reforged. The light was so intense it turned the world around him to nothing. Michael couldn't see anything, no sky, no land, no undead, just endless white as if he were suspended in pure energy. His knees buckled. His vision blurred. He screamed. The pain was instant, overwhelming, and absolute. His body convulsed violently, his muscles locking up as if thousands of spikes were being driven into his flesh from the inside out. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. He couldn't even think, his mind a whirlwind of pain so intense it eclipsed everything else. Then his body exploded outward. Not literally, but the sheer force of his power erupting caused the earth beneath him to crack, the air to tremble, and a shockwave to ripple outward. Several nearby trees snapped like twigs. A few of the weaker undead were blown back, crashing to the ground. Michael collapsed to one knee, then both, his hands digging into the dirt as he screamed again. His fingers tore into the soil, crushing rocks effortlessly. His immense strength, now running wild without control, began to wreck the surroundings unconsciously. He wanted it to stop. Gods, he wanted it to stop. A thought then came once, terrifying in its clarity. End it. Just kill yourself. Make it stop. And the pain only grew worse. The longer it went on, the more it felt like his body was being torn apart and stitched back together over and over again, each time with a new intensity. Every nerve screamed. Every muscle trembled. His bones groaned under invisible pressure. But beneath it all, buried deep beneath the suffering, Michael felt it. The change. His flesh was hardening. His mana channels widening. His blood, growing strange and powerful. But the pain was too much to focus on anything else. He was too far gone to appreciate the transformation. All he could do was hold on. So he did. He endured. Even as the light swallowed everything. Michael refused to let go. The light, blinding and unnatural, spread like a second sun over the forest clearing. The undead reacted instantly. Though emotion was a foreign concept to them, their intelligence allowed them to mimic it. And now, they mimicked a few emotions. Spartan stood firm, his eyes locked on Michael. Lucky, crouched low like a predator, constantly shifted his head side to side, snarling at unseen threats. He stayed closest to Michael, pacing in small, sharp movements like a wolf guarding its wounded pack leader. Prince, normally poised in his stance, looked almost disoriented as he glanced at the writhing Michael and the sky above, his clawed hands twitching restlessly. The rest of the undead moved. Dozens of undead formed a perfect circle around their master. Michael's screams echoed out again, raw, unfiltered agony that pierced through the minds of the undead. They couldn't feel it the way a living creature might, but something in them shifted. The link they shared with him pulsed wildly, like a drumbeat out of rhythm. They felt his distress in waves, jagged and violent. Every second that passed fed into a growing tension. The light from Michael's body had grown so bright that the forest looked like midday even though it was well into dusk. Then, suddenly, the screaming stopped. The light began to fade. Michael remained on his knees, unmoving, his hands buried deep in the cracked soil. Steam rose from his back. His cloak was in tatters. His hair clung to his face with sweat and dirt. The undead didn't move either. They waited. Michael's breaths came slow, ragged, shallow, like each inhale had to claw its way out of his burning lungs. His mind was foggy, thick with the echo of pain so vast it felt like it had left permanent scars not just on his body, but on his soul. For a long moment, all he could do was kneel there, trembling in the aftermath. He was alive. Michael knew that. But it didn't feel like it. That fear, the raw, primal kind that clawed at your sanity, lingered in the back of his thoughts like a shadow. He had known it would hurt. He hadn't expected to barely survive it. Truly, evolving a living being was nothing like evolving an undead. An undead seemed to have no choice but to endure, to push through the process regardless of how unnatural or painful it might be. But for a living being, it was different, terrifyingly so. The pain was so intense, so all-consuming, that Michael had genuinely believed he might end it all just to make it stop. A wild thought. A dangerous one. But even in that moment, something had held him back. He didn't know what. Was it the red cauldron? Michael couldn't be sure, but the suspicion clung to him like a whisper in the back of his mind. Still, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that it was over. And even more importantly, the lingering suspicion that his talent, his power, might work on more than just undead sent a wave of indescribable emotion crashing through him. Slowly, like someone emerging from a dream, Michael raised his head. Around him, his undead stood in perfect silence. Not a groan, not a shuffle, just silent vigilance. They were intelligent enough to mimic concern, and right now, every single one of them looked like they were holding their breath. Michael forced himself to speak. His throat burned. "I'm okay." The moment he spoke, a shift passed through the group. Subtle, but there. Muscles relaxed. Claws lowered. Even the tension in the air seemed to lessen. Michael pushed himself upright. Every joint protested, but his strength returned quickly, far faster than before. The sharp ache dulled almost instantly, replaced by a strange, calm warmth radiating through his limbs. Then he noticed it. His hand, pale, smooth, almost ethereal. "What the hell," he muttered. Standing fully now, he took a proper look at himself. His robe, as expected, was torn and hanging in strips, but what drew his eyes was his skin. Fair. Almost pale to the point of porcelain. Not sickly, but pristine, too clean, too perfect. His gaze moved to his hair. A strand hung near his chest. He grabbed it, lifting it up with disbelief. It had grown. Significantly. Now, it nearly reached his waist. A tug revealed it stretched even farther, nearly to his butt. Silky, midnight black, and unnaturally smooth, it shimmered faintly in the fading light. "Great," he muttered dryly, brushing it behind an ear. "Now I look like some ancient elf prince." His body felt different too. Not bulkier, leaner. His build was still tall, roughly 6 feet, but now it was sculpted. Toned. Slender like a blade rather than a hammer. He looked elegant. Even his posture felt more balanced. More precise. This were changed he hadn't noticed when Spartan evolved. This once again proved an undead was different from the living. Michael reached out with his senses, and the first thing he noticed was the mana. It surged within him like a tidal wave barely restrained. The sensation was intoxicating. Michael took a breath, and the air around him seemed to hum. His mana pool had expanded drastically, and more than that, its quality had changed. It felt denser now, richer. If before it had been like crude oil, now it was like refined essence, potent and alive. One should know awakeners had very pure mana. Something pure was an amazing concept. And his body, gods, his body was something else entirely. Michael took a tentative step forward and blinked in surprise when the ground beneath his foot cracked slightly. He tried again, this time planting his foot with just a bit more force. Boom! A shallow crater formed. Seriously? Doesn't this seem a bit exaggerated? Spartan had evolved to an high human too, but though at a weaker level, Michael couldn't help but suspect his evolution seemed to be stronger. Michael looked down at his foot, then back at the ground with an incredulous frown. He wasn't even trying. Yet his strength was absurd. "Shit," he whispered. Michael finally exhaled. I'm different now. And he was. In more ways than one. But what, exactly, had he become? There was only one direct way to find out. Michael turned his attention to the notifications that had appeared after his evolution. Michael Norman has evolved and advanced into a high human. You have grown significantly stronger. Your affinity with your elements has increased significantly. Your strength has been significantly enhanced. Your agility has been significantly enhanced. Your constitution has been significantly enhanced. Your intelligence has been significantly enhanced. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 20. EXP, 86,718 out of 134,551. Strength, 23.75. Agility, 35.51. Constitution, 34.12. Intelligence, 153.00. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 50 out of 100. Gift, Mark of Origin. Wait, something is wrong, a frown immediately appeared on Michael's face. As he opened his status, he had expected to see something that would take his breath away based on the notifications and the feeling of strength he currently felt in his body. But what was this? What was this he was met with after opening his status? What were these stats? Why had his stats reduced by half? Michael would have panicked had he seen this before evolving, but the situation was only confusing, not worrying. This was because the feeling of strength in his body was not fake. It was as genuine as it could get. Just as he was deep in thought, a realization hit him. I'm no longer human. Had someone from his world heard this, it would have sounded creepy. However, this was indeed the key to understanding Michael's situation. He was no longer human. He was now a high human, a race that should be above normal humans. It was important to remember that there were two factors that affected one's stats as they leveled up. Class and race. The better or more unique the class, the more advantages it likely granted to the awakened stats. Stats points were indicators of one's strength within their race. For example, 1 point in strength for a human was 1 point in strength for a human. 2 points in strength for a human meant that the human was twice as strong as the average human. The same applied to other races. For elves, 1 point in strength for an elf was 1 point in strength for an elf. 2 points in strength for an elf meant that the elf was twice as strong as the average elf. If human stats were used as the general indicator for all awakeners, a stronger race would have more points in their stats, since they represented how strong they were compared to other humans, not compared to their own race. Right now, though, it looked like Michael's stats had been reduced, but that wasn't the case. He no longer used a human indicator. He was a high human now, and his stats reflected his strength as a high human instead. However, this brought another thought. To think 270 attribute points in intelligence for a human is just 153 for a high human. It should be noted that the higher the stat, the greater the difference. Just how weak was the human race compared to high humans? Immediately, Michael understood the power difference between races. His race would also provide him attribute points just like his class would. If he were to depend solely on his class, which gave 4 attribute points per level up, even if he and another human had their stats reduced to 1, did they really have the same starting points? No. Michael of before knew he was very powerful. However, if his former self were placed in front of him now to battle, Michael felt conflicted to admit it, but it might not take 10 blows to win the battle. However, though he was conflicted, Michael was even more thrilled. Why wouldn't he be? This power boost could be considered his greatest gain since becoming an awakener, and it wasn't an exaggeration. This wasn't strength borrowed from a class or granted by an item, this was his own strength. Though he hadn't tested it out yet, Michael felt he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Spartan, his undead high human mage. It said undead are usually weaker than their real counterparts, he muttered. Michael couldn't help but believe it might be true. His evolution felt even more drastic than Spartan's. Of course, that could be due to him being an awakener, his base stats were high to begin with. Plus, the feedback he received from his undead's rank advancement might have played a role too. Whatever the reason, Michael felt he was at least as strong as Spartan. And that meant only one thing, he could now be compared to an extraordinary rank creature. Also, he had the power of an early-stage rank 2 creature. He hadn't even reached rank 2 himself, yet he could already contend with those who had. Just like Lucky, Prince, and Spartan. Oh, and the undead Griffin, a true rank 2 undead. It takes 100 evolution points to evolve into a high human. If the rule of 5 times the previous cost still holds true, I'll need 500 points for the next evolution. At his current daily gain, Michael would only need 10 days to reach that. If he filled all his contract slots, he'd only need 5. In the end, I still have too few evolution points, he sighed. Though he now had immense personal power, and was quite obsessed with it, Michael knew better than to ignore his greatest strength, necromancy. That was his true advantage. He couldn't, and didn't want to, rely on himself for everything. Personal strength was great. It boosted survivability. But when it came to risky things like attacking or fighting dangerous, he preferred to leave that to his undead. It was just safer. Michael turned his attention inward, inspecting his body once more. His mana pool had increased again, noticeably so. It was larger, deeper, and more vibrant than before. However, something else caught his eye. Just like before, there was still a large gap between his constitution and intelligence stats. That alone wasn't surprising. What was surprising, however, was the way mana now behaved around him. It clung to him. Embraced him. Flowed through him with a strange ease. Unlike before, when he was still human, Michael felt different. Stronger, yes, but more than that, capable. As a high human, it was as if he had become a better vessel for mana. A sturdier container. It no longer resisted him, it welcomed him. It was fascinating. In just a few days, he had never felt so loved by mana before. Michael exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. A strange urge to stretch pulsed through his limbs, one he couldn't ignore. The moment he raised his arms and lightly pushed his muscles, a ripple of strength surged out from his body. His foot sank slightly into the earth beneath him with a dull crunch, cracking the ground. He blinked. Then frowned. That was unintentional. His strength had increased far too quickly, too significantly. His body responded before his mind even had time to catch up. There was no natural progression to this, it was as if someone had flipped a switch and dialed him up to 11. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced this. Back when he first awakened, he'd had a similar problem. But back then, the boost had been far smaller. Manageable. Now, it felt like he was wearing a body just slightly too strong for his instincts to handle. Every movement had to be measured, or something would break. And that was a problem. With his current state, Michael couldn't afford to return to the capital. Not until he had a complete grasp on his new strength. Even worse, he definitely couldn't return to his real world like this. There, the situation was even more delicate. It was then that Michael's eyes turned to his undead, and they lit up. You guys should be able to give me a good stretch, right? There was no better way to understand oneself than to test one's limits. The thought struck him as he looked over his lineup of powerful undead. Lucky. Prince. Spartan. And the undead Griffin. Each of them possessed the strength of a rank 2 creature. That made them perfect training partners, strong enough to challenge him, durable enough to withstand his blows. The opposite was the same for him too. If he wanted to truly grasp his new strength, there was no better way. Michael first dismissed all his other undead. From the undead insects to the armored undead orcs, he sent them all away, leaving only his strongest 4. Afterward, he ordered Spartan to remain by his side while the others distanced themselves far from them. Oh. Wasn't he going to fight all of them at once? No. No, he wasn't. His enhanced strength had made him more confident, not more stupid. Taking on all 4 at once? That was asking for trouble. Michael stepped forward, the weight of his body pressing firmly into the earth with each movement. He loosened his shoulders again, feeling the taut pull of strength under his skin. "Let's keep this simple," he muttered, eyes flicking to Spartan. The undead mage, clad in tattered robes, tilted its head in response, silent, but attentive. Michael narrowed his gaze. "Attack me." The moment the words left Michael's lips, Spartan moved. There was no hesitation, no pause for thought. Spartan's undead body surged forward with an unnatural fluidity, the tattered remnants of his robes barely moving in contrast to his quick, powerful strides. Michael's feet dug into the earth as he braced himself. The ground trembled beneath him when Spartan's fist slammed towards him. The air itself seemed to crackle with the force behind that strike, strong, but still measured. Neither Spartan nor Michael wanted to injure the other. With a slight shift of his hips, Michael moved just out of the way, the blow missing his head by mere inches. He felt the rush of displaced air from Spartan's attack, the strength and force of it. It was enough to create a small gust, kicking up the dust beneath them. But Michael wasn't done. As Spartan's arm moved past, Michael reacted with surprising agility. He raised his arm and locked it with Spartan's. A clash of limbs that sent a shockwave through the earth beneath them, cracking the ground where their limbs collided. Spartan's undead flesh groaned under the impact, but Michael's enhanced body held firm, no sign of strain. The difference in their raw power was clear now. Michael was indeed stronger. However, this didn't mean victory just yet. Spartan pulled back and spun, bringing a sharp kick aimed for Michael's side. It was fast, but Michael was faster. He leaned back, the kick grazing his ribs. His body, reacting before his mind could even think, twisted in midair, feet digging into the ground as he pivoted just enough to catch himself. Spartan's kick shattered a nearby tree instead of finding its mark, splintering the thick trunk like a toothpick. Spartan paused, eyes locked on Michael, sensing the shift in the air. Michael hadn't even used his full strength, he was testing his limits. Spartan's Undwa's flesh tightened, muscles tensing in preparation for the next round. Michael exhaled slowly. As Spartan lunged again, Michael sidestepped, barely. He barely touched the ground before spinning, his leg cutting through the air in a smooth arc that barely touched Spartan's side. Spartan responded by using his own weight to bear down on Michael, locking him in a brief grapple. Their bodies shifted and moved in an intricate dance, testing power, endurance, and resilience. Each strike, each movement, created small tremors in the earth, a testament to the raw force they were unleashing, yet neither of them caused any permanent damage to the other. Even as Spartan's fist connected with Michael's chest, Michael's body absorbed the blow, no more than a mild discomfort. Spartan's body absorbed the return blows with similar ease. Michael gritted his teeth as he focused on the sensations, on the overwhelming strength within him. It was a mix of both exhilaration and the sheer weight of newfound power that made every moment feel heightened. His body was a vessel, but it was still learning how to control itself with this new strength. The ground beneath them cracked again as Spartan's booted foot collided with the earth. This time, however, Michael reacted almost instinctively, pivoting away from the strike. Spartan's foot sank deep into the ground, leaving a massive indent as he lost his balance. Michael took the opportunity to nudge him with a hand on his back, sending him sprawling forward, spinning him midair with the slight force. Spartan regained his balance quickly, his limbs bending with unnatural agility. However, the undead didn't attack again. Michael ordered it not to. Because. Now, let's use magic. Michael wanted to up the stakes. As he spoke, he immediately casted a spell. His fingers danced in mid-air, forming a magic circle. It happened in a flash and the spell was ready. Bone Spear. The spell erupted from Michael's fingertips in a burst of bone-white energy, forming a jagged spear that hovered before him. Here it comes. Michael muttered, and with a swift motion, he hurled the spear at Spartan. The projectile streaked through the air with deadly accuracy, aiming for Spartan's chest. Spartan reacted instantly and dodged. The spear hit the ground behind him, faltered and exploded in a burst of bone shards that scattered around Spartan, but none of them found their mark. Michael's eyes narrowed. He formed another magic circle in the air, the runes glowing brighter than before. His mana surged. With a gesture, a wave of energy shot toward Spartan, transforming into a series of bone spears that rained down upon the undead mage. For a period of time the undead high human had no choice but to keep dodging and dodging. Until it stopped. As Michael prepared to summon another volley of spears, Spartan launched himself forward. With a movement faster than Michael had anticipated, Spartan closed the distance between them. The undead mage swung a fist, aiming directly at Michael's chest. Michael barely had time to react, sidestepping just in time to avoid the full force of the blow. However, Spartan's fist still grazed his side, sending a sharp jolt of pain through Michael's body. Michael hissed through his teeth, focusing on regaining his balance. His body was stronger now, but his instincts were still catching up with the new strength. Michael stepped back, raising a hand to halt Spartan's next move. "Enough," he said. Spartan froze, his undead form tense, awaiting further instruction. Michael stood tall, his mind running through the exchange. Just as he expected, he was simply better than before. If one didn't use detect on him, Michael believed he could easily pass as a combat-type awakener. His personal strength was undeniable. Michael exhaled, turning to survey his surroundings. A wry smile crept onto his face. "Seems like we got carried away." Michael had lucky clean up the mess. Unlike the first time, when the surroundings still resembled their original state, this time, along with the previous accumulation, it was clear things had changed. But Michael didn't really care much. It had happened, and it had happened. In a few thousand miles, there was no one around to notice what had occurred here, except by chance. In fact, Michael had already decided that this would be his base of operations for certain tasks he couldn't handle near the public. It was a perfect spot. As for his appearance, Michael cleaned himself up with some of the wipes he'd brought for his undead when he first clothed them. After removing the dirt, he donned the first robe he'd acquired in this world, the one he had gotten from the mayor. "I should really get more clothes, and armor too, if possible. I wonder if the association has my order ready." Michael couldn't help but wonder as he dressed. Once done, he dismissed all his remaining undead except for the undead griffin. Climbing onto the griffin's back, Michael took to the skies and headed for the capital. With experience, he approached the capital gates with calm and ease. What he hadn't expected, however, was for the guards to bow when they saw him and grant him access without needing a token. "Seems like I'm a recognized figure now." Michael figured it was likely due to the Grand Mage token in his hand. It could only be because of that. Still, Michael didn't pay much attention to it and made his way home. Yes. Home. It wasn't an inn this time. Michael arrived at the Silver District, the area far quieter than the bustling streets near the market. The buildings gleamed under the moonlight, and the clean streets reflected the glow from the windows of the homes that lined them. As he approached his house, Michael could tell the inside was lit. His eyes caught the warm light streaming through the windows, casting long shadows on the ground outside. He stood before the door and knocked softly. The sound echoed faintly in the quiet night. Inside, the shuffle of movement followed almost immediately. "Who's there?" A familiar voice called from the other side of the door. It was Ace. "It's me. Open the door." Michael replied simply. The door creaked open immediately. As the door swung open, Michael saw Ace standing there, bowing respectfully in greeting. It was the same gesture Michael had become accustomed to, but something about it felt slightly different today. Natural, perhaps, or maybe more, deliberate. He couldn't quite place it. "Welcome back, my lord," Ace greeted. Michael nodded and stepped inside, his gaze naturally shifting to Lia, who was standing near the corner of the room. He, too, offered a respectful greeting, but his demeanor seemed subtly odd. The quiet tension in the room made Michael pause for a moment, as if something was slightly off. It wasn't overt, but it was there, something intangible. He couldn't help but wonder if something had changed, or if it was just his own heightened awareness after everything that had happened. Still, he dismissed the thought for now and let it go, focusing instead on the familiar surroundings of his home. His eyes lingered on the interior. The mess from before had been thoroughly cleaned up, and it was clear that the space had taken on a more lived-in feel. He then turned to look at the two. They appeared cleaner than before, neater, more presentable. Smelled better too. Not that it was anything odd. Michael's senses were simply sharp, and it was clear the two had just bathed. Evidently, they had followed his instructions. He only asked them a few brief questions before making his way upstairs to his room. Ace and Lia silently watched as Michael ascended the stairs, disappearing from view. Just as Michael suspected, something was indeed different with the two. For Ace, he had begun to genuinely enjoy his current life. For Lia, though he didn't want to admit it, the thought of returning to the streets left him conflicted. He felt ashamed of himself. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He was supposed to hate nobles, not grow comfortable under one. And yet, here he was. These emotions stirred a storm of thoughts within him, confusing and tangled. He didn't know what to feel or what to think. Still, just like Ace, Lia had subconsciously accepted his role as a subordinate under Michael. Michael, on the other hand, was unaware of this change. He simply made his way to the master bedroom and lay on the bed. For now, he was done with matters concerning the land of origin. It was time to focus on the real world. Why? Because he was finally leaving Woodstone. He had already instructed the two downstairs not to disturb him for the next few hours. If he needed them, he'd reach out. With that, Michael closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the land of origin. However, Michael hadn't expected the sight that met him upon opening his eyes. First, there were a lot of eyes locked onto him. Second, he seemed to be in a forest. And third. "Teacher Brian," he muttered in surprise. Brian's lips twitched at the greeting. Contrary to what Michael had assumed, Brian hadn't actually left the city. He had been occupied, cleaning up the aftermath left by the demonic supernaturals and sealing the cracks that had appeared above the city. It had kept him extremely busy. But just when he thought he could finally rest, a sudden wave of mana erupted from somewhere within the city. Not just any wave, it felt like a bomb, on the verge of exploding. Naturally, Brian rushed to the scene, only to find a familiar face at the center of it all. "What did you do in that place, boy?" Brian asked, half scolding, half incredulous. "Have you finally advanced? Even so, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? And why the hell would you choose to advance in the middle of ordinary people?" "Advance?" Michael blinked in confusion, then instinctively glanced down at his body. This feeling. This strength, it felt familiar. Wait. Michael's eyes widened. He hadn't advanced, at least not officially, but he had grown stronger. His mind flashed back to the chaos that occurred the last time he evolved. Could it be, the same thing had just happened? Before he could fully piece it together, a voice rang out, calm, clear, and soothing. "Don't worry. Nobody got hurt. It sounded like it came from the heavens themselves. Michael forcefully calmed himself down. Michael turned his head slowly, scanning his surroundings. He was indeed in the forest, surrounded by thick foliage and swaying treetops. But what caught his attention next made his brows furrow in confusion. There were others around him. Not people, but his undead. What? Michael muttered, looking toward Brian for an explanation. Brian crossed his arms and let out a long breath. You tell me. You're the one who started glowing like a divine artifact, he said calmly. Michael blinked. Glowing? Brian nodded. Seems like it. Michael scratched his head, still processing everything. Though Brian had only said a little, Michael could already confirm that his evolution in the land of origin had caused a scene in Aurora as well. It didn't take him long to figure out why. The land of origin was indeed real, but to awakeners, it functioned as an alternate realm, one that resembled a game, where the strength of their character could be synchronized with their real-world body in real time. According to what he'd read on the forums, only negative traits couldn't be synced back to the original body. This often led to odd situations where the body in the land of origin could be either weaker or stronger than its real-world counterpart. Sinking strength. Michael recalled how drastically his mana had increased. Even a minor outburst of his full mana now could crush a building in Aurora, unless it was built from special materials. This wasn't the first time Michael had experienced a sudden leap in power from the land of origin, but his recent evolution was by far the most extreme. Unlike advancement, where strength was slowly integrated into his body, evolution dumped it all into him at once. The resulting commotion could only be imagined. Teacher Brian, how is my family? That was what Michael was most worried about. You talk like I know your family, Brian replied bluntly. The word struck Michael hard, and panic began to rise in his chest. He was just about to shoot up in alarm when Brian continued casually. When I saw you ticking like a bomb, I simply snatched you away before you could cause any damage. That's why I said no one was hurt. Oh, and I had to grab all your undead too. They went wild the moment I took you. Only calmed down once they were near you again. Tisk, youths these days, what a crazy bunch. Never in his life had Michael wanted to punch an elder so badly. Michael's first impression of Brian had been simple. The old man was powerful. His second impression, what had stuck with him the most before they started interacting more, was that Brian was incredibly blunt. Kind? Maybe. But even that kindness came with a certain sharpness, a no-nonsense edge that didn't care for relationships or pleasantries. That was Brian. Michael almost blurted out, "You're mean," but held his tongue. In any case, it seemed like his family was fine, and that was what truly mattered. Of course, Michael still wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. But before he could even ask where they were, the world around him shifted. In a flash, he found himself floating midair beside Brian. On instinct, his undead snapped to a combat stance. Though Michael was just as surprised, his trust in Brian ran deep, deep enough that his immediate reaction was to calm his undead before they moved. However, before Michael could speak, Brian beat him to it. What happened to you, kid? Michael met the old man's sharp gaze. From the very beginning, he'd noticed Brian's observant eyes, constantly analyzing him like an open book. I got an opportunity in the land of origin, Michael answered calmly. I didn't actually advance. It wasn't a lie, not really. But it wasn't the full truth either. Brian didn't say anything for a few seconds. His silence was more pressing than a dozen questions. Michael could feel his scrutiny deepen. I see, Brian finally said, voice slow. For a moment, Michael thought the old man believed him, until Brian started listing things. Your body, he began. It's near flawless. Like it was sculpted from the best materials available. Michael blinked. Your skin, smooth, tight, and vibrant. Even those, holy children, the ones raised from birth on body-cleansing treasures, would look dull standing next to you. I've seen them. You're shining brighter. Michael didn't even know what a holy child was, but he wasn't given a chance to ask. And then your face. Brian paused, his tone suddenly weird. Beautiful. Not handsome, beautiful. Michael's eye twitched. Teacher Brian. What? I'm just saying what I see, Brian shrugged with a completely serious face. Michael turned his face slightly, expression unreadable. If he wasn't used to Brian's bluntness, he might have actually thought the old man was mocking him. However, in his heart he was starting to understand Brian's current action. His form after evolving was surely the cause of all this. In fact, if anyone familiar with him didn't notice anything different about him, that would say a lot. And finally, Brian's tone grew more thoughtful. The mana. It clings to you. No, more like, it wants to serve you. That kind of passive mana attraction. He looked at Michael again, sharp and unblinking. It's similar to those naughty elves, Brian said, squinting at Michael. Except you don't have long ears. Michael blinked. Elves? Teacher Brian had met real elves. A mix of confusion, curiosity, and a little suspicion flickered through him. There's only one high race that shares traits with elves, Brian continued, voice low. Michael suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. High humans. A neutral race, Brian said slowly, each word weighted. Then he gave Michael a pointed look. How did you become a high human, kid? No, I shouldn't be asking about your opportunities, Brian muttered, shaking his head. But that didn't stop him from commenting anyway. Still, you're one lucky bastard, kid. Stumbling upon a treasure that could change your race. I suppose only in a place like the land of origin could a weakling like you luck into something so absurdly precious. Michael's eye twitched, but he held his tongue. It was clear Brian still believed the race change was some sort of opportunity, and Michael had no plans to correct him. If anything, that misunderstanding worked in his favor. Still, it seemed the change to his race was more obvious than he thought. He'd assumed cutting his hair would be enough to hide it. He was too naive. And, was that envy he'd heard in Brian's voice? Michael couldn't help but be shocked by the thought. Brian, the man who looked down on awakeners, who dismissed anything related to the system or its strange phenomena, envying something he gained from the land of origin. Was the high human race really that special? Michael treasured his new race, of course, but was it that valuable? His curiosity flared. Unable to hold it in, he looked at Brian and asked, is the high human race really that special, Teacher Brian? Brian snorted, eyes narrowing. You idiot. You think I'd praise you if it wasn't? Michael flinched slightly, more from the tone than the words. The high human race isn't just special, it's absurd, Brian said bluntly. Even among high races like the elves or the dragons, at their peak, high humans aren't inferior. Not even close. His gaze turned sharp, his voice calm but with an undertone of weight. You think I'm just saying this for fun? Michael opened his mouth, then closed it. Can't you feel it? Brian asked suddenly, voice dipping. That power inside you, it's not something a normal human would have. Imagine you were still human right now. Same rank, same experience, same effort. He raised a brow. Now imagine fighting yourself, your old human self, against your current body as a high human. Who wins? Michael paused, really thought about it. The answer was obvious. And honestly, a little terrifying. Brian continued, voice quieter now, like he was speaking more to himself. Advancing through ranks gives you more power. But changing your race, especially to something like this, changes your foundation. That's the difference between stacking bricks and forging steel. Michael remained silent, but inwardly, he began to understand why Brian had reacted so strongly. However, there was also something Michael was curious about. Teacher Brian? Yes. You've seen a lot of races. Quite a few. Are demons part of them? The question made Brian pause. You're talking about the incident, right? Yes. Brian immediately knew what he meant. The recent chaos caused by the demonic supernaturals. But what most people didn't know was that those beings had been acting in collaboration with actual demons. The only reason Michael was even aware of that truth was because of what he had seen with his own eyes. The first time he ever encountered a demonic cultivator, they had used a certain material to summon those cracks. Demon remains. It had haunted him ever since. Now, hearing Brian talk about races, elves, dragons, high humans, Michael couldn't help but wonder. Were demons included in that grand scale too? Or were they monsters like he had also suspected? Michael caught a flicker of conflict on Brian's face before it quickly returned to his usual indifferent expression. Don't ask those kinds of questions now, Brian said, his voice low. You'll understand once you enter an academy. He turned to stare directly at Michael and added, which, given your current condition, shouldn't be hard. Michael frowned, disappointed by the abrupt dismissal. But the moment he heard the word academy, his eyes lit up. This was why he loved talking to the old man. Brian was a walking library. A mean, grumpy library, but still a library. Can you tell me something about the academy, Teacher Brian? Michael asked, hopeful. Fortunately, this time, Brian didn't dodge the question. As you probably know, there are two main types of academies, he said. One caters to cultivators, the other to awakeners. Brian continued, his voice steady and firm. Let's start with the cultivation academies. They're older. Much older. They've existed before the awakener system was even a thing. Michael listened intently. Their goal is simple, build a foundation for their students. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. No stats. No panels. Just you, your body, and the path you carve. Brian glanced at Michael. Which is why I find it hilarious when system kids act superior. You think some floating numbers and flashy abilities make you strong? Cultivators crush that kind of arrogance before breakfast. Michael didn't respond, though his lips twitched slightly. Classic Brian. Each student walks their own path. Some focus on body refining. Others on magic, energy control, spiritual projection, weapon paths, or alchemy. Brian folded his arms. But it's not just about strength. Cultivation academies also teach you about the world. Other races, their habits, histories, weaknesses. You want to understand elves, dragons, beastkin? You'll learn. That's why I said to wait. Michael tilted his head. Brian's tone turned dry. Compared to the Awakeners Academy, it looks more like a pure school. It's more like an organization, Brian said with a shrug. I'm a cultivator, so I can't speak much on their system. Take my words as a grain of sand. He paused, then added, I know they teach and train and all that. But honestly, it just feels like a watered-down version, or maybe about the same level, as the Supers Association and its members. Michael blinked. The Cultivation Academy he understood. But the Awakeners Academy? Michael shook his head. Brian turned to Michael with a sideways glance. So, he said, have you gotten used to your new self yet? Michael paused. He knew exactly what the old man was asking. I think I have, Michael said slowly. There are still things I'm learning though. Brian grunted. He didn't seem to care much, but he still decided to drop an advice for Michael. Brian's smirk faded into something more contemplative. You don't even know how lucky you are, do you? Michael frowned. You mean because of the race change? Brian nodded. Yeah. High humans have an absurd relationship with mana. You're not just more efficient, you breathe the stuff. It responds to you like it's eager to help. Where most people have to force mana into cooperation, you just think it, and it listens. Michael narrowed his eyes. That explains a few things. But that's not all. Brian leaned against a nearby boulder, arms crossed. You've also got the physical side. Strength that puts most warriors to shame, comparable to beastkin and titans, though not quite at their peak. Still, easily stronger than elves in raw power. Not as flexible, but in a straight fight. You'd break an elf in half before they blinked. Michael absorbed the words. You're an awakener now, too, Brian added, almost offhandedly. Which means you've got that advantage of stats. You can grow just by dumping points into a panel. Add that to your high human body, and you've got a shortcut most cultivators would kill for. I trained decades to push my body to its limits. You awakeners. You can catch up in months. Your body adapts quicker. Muscle, reflexes, endurance, it all scales with your stats and training. And don't get me started on learning. Michael's brows raised. Learning? Brian gave a sharp nod. Skill acquisition. Spells, techniques, martial arts, it all comes easier. Cultivators grind, bleed, suffer to master a single technique. But with your system, you get a skill, you train it a bit, and bam, you level it. Even the panel tracks it for you. It's like you have a tutor embedded in your soul. Michael looked down at his hand, flexing his fingers slowly. Then. I should start learning more spells. Exactly, Brian said, his tone almost approving. Don't waste that mana pool of yours. You've got high efficiency, fast recovery, and you're surrounded by ambient energy that wants to serve you. A high human with a system is like giving a god a blueprint to build faster. He paused, then jabbed a finger at Michael's chest. But don't slack on the physical side either. Just because you're a mage doesn't mean you can ignore weapons. Brian said flatly. Get your weapon skill up. Sword, spear, staff, hell, even fists if you want. Raise one to intermediate level at the very least. If someone closes the distance, you better not be the type who panics and dies. Michael gave a slow nod. It made sense. He wasn't just a high human. He was an awakener with a panel. And that meant he didn't have the excuse most mages did. He had to use both sides of his strength. Magic and might. And honestly, that sounded exactly like the kind of path he wanted. Alright, kid. Enough lecturing for tonight. Brian didn't wait for to say anything and wrapped his mana around Michael and his undead. A few moments later Michael was already back in his community while the last words of Brian played in his ears. Come and see me tomorrow by noon. Michael stood still for a moment, his undead gathering silently around him. The silence felt heavier now, like the night was holding its breath. He exhaled and turned, leading his undead back toward his building. When he reached it, the sight stopped him cold. A jagged gash had been torn into the side of his apartment building. One of the outer walls, his wall, was half collapsed, concrete and rebar jutting like broken bones into the open air. It looked like something massive had simply torn its way through. Wait here, he muttered to the undead, raising a hand. They froze on command, blank eyes tracking him as he jumped through the crumbled wall and into what used to be his living room. His boots crunched over debris and he froze. But the thing that made him freeze wasn't the wreckage. It was the four figures standing inside. His aunt stood near the intact kitchen counter, arms crossed, a fury in her eyes that melted into relief the second she saw him. Beside her was Lily. Her eyes were red, most likely from crying. And then, flanking them like silent sentinels, were the two undead Michael had left to protect them. As expected, the two immediately attacked him with concerned worries to which Michael took most of the night to take care of before everybody rested. The next morning came and it was finally time for the family to move to another city. Well, not with Michael. Yet. He helped with packing though. The morning was a whirlwind of movement. Suitcases stuffed, boxes sealed, complaints muttered, and farewells repeated. Michael helped without saying much. His thoughts were elsewhere. Soon, it came the time for departure. His aunt hugged him twice before leaving. "You're sure about staying?" "I have things to do," Michael said simply. She didn't argue. Just nodded, as if she understood it in some instinctive way. Maybe she did. The hours passed. Then, when the sun hung high in the sky and noon struck, he stood up and left. The Supers Association's trade center. Brian turned as Michael approached, giving a curt nod. Right on time. The reason for their meeting was simple. For Michael to receive the last of his order. Thanks to Brian, who Michael was sure did some things but not what and what, the armors and weapons Michael worried he wouldn't receive easily came quite easily in the end, even after the chaos. All thanks to Brian. After taking his orders into his storage space, Michael exchanged words with Brian for a period of time until 30 minutes later, when Brian had to leave. According to him, he was done with Woodstone City. However, before the other party could disappear, Michael made sure to exchange contact. Fortunately, Brian didn't seem to have an issue with this. However, he still disappeared without saying bye. With nothing more to do in the association, Michael made his way back home. Back in his community, he looked at his undead. "Though late, I can still take you to the land of origin." This was Michael's plan. All these undead were the one he couldn't summon at will. Like the previous times, he needed a place to hide and keep them for a while. At least until he got to his new home in the new city. Finding a concern, Michael returned to the land of origin. Ace and Leah weren't at home, to which Michael was pleased with. Though he didn't need to explain his actions to those two, not even having the opportunity to was oddly pleasing. Easily Michael made his way out of the capital, and on his undead griffin he returned to the spot he fought Spartan. This was going to be his temporary base. Well, with the help of Lucky. With familiar movements, Michael started the journey of transporting all his undead to the land of origin. When the final undead was secured and concealed beneath the makeshift camouflage of vines, Michael stood overlooking his creation. Lucky perched on a jagged stone beside him, tail flicking lazily. "I know," Michael said quietly. "It's not ideal. But it'll do, for now." The undead below were hidden deep underground, enchanted to remain still unless summoned. He couldn't afford them rampaging again, especially not near civilians or capital cities. As he stretched his arms and released a long breath, a familiar sound echoed from behind, wind parting, wings flapping. The griffin circled once before descending. Michael stepped onto its back and looked toward the horizon. He leaned forward on the griffin. "Take me home." The beast leapt into the air, wings slicing through the breeze, and as they soared over the dead forest and toward the gleaming capital in the distance. The beast leapt into the air, wings slicing through the breeze, and as they soared over the dead forest and toward the gleaming capital in the distance. The ride was smooth, the griffin's wings cutting through the air. When they reached the capital, they landed on the outskirts of the city. Michael dismounted and collected his griffin into his storage space. It wasn't had to enter the capital thanks to the guards recognizing him. Michael didn't make any detour and returned to his house in the silver district of the outer city. He knocked, yet no response. Seems they're still not around. Michael wasn't worried, however. It wasn't nighttime yet. He opened the door with his key and entered. He didn't waste time and went up to his room. Laying on his bed, he reconnected his consciousness with his body in Aurora. Looking at the empty streets, Michael sighed. With his senses, he could still detect some life signatures scattered around, but even compared to the days immediately following the chaos, their number had dwindled drastically. Michael figured that, like him and his family, other capable families had also chosen to relocate. According to Teacher Brian, Woodstone City and the other cities affected by the recent chaos have seen more than half their population relocate. He paused, eyes lifting to the empty night sky. But he said the other futures are trying harder to retain their people compared to Woodstone, because... Michael trailed off, gaze fixed on the sky. If he hadn't been told, he wouldn't have been able to detect the faint cracks still lingering above the city, hidden rifts invisible even to his heightened high human senses. With my current mana, I should have no issue casting Undead summoning several times now. With the increased affinity, who knows? There might be surprises. Though the reality of the city's situation gave him pause, Michael's mind quickly shifted to what mattered most, himself, and his undead. They were, after all, the core of his strength. First off, evolving myself again is off the table. He wouldn't deny it. He loved the feeling of personal evolution, craved it, even, but unfortunately, he couldn't just use his talent to grow stronger again. At least not yet. His time with Brian had made one thing clear: as long as someone was strong enough and had the right experience, figuring out your race didn't matter all that much. Of course, that might also be because he lacked the right methods. The high human race was something even an expert like Brian, who didn't seem to care about much, held in high regard. Even if Michael was slow, he understood that his current identity was something special, especially in the eyes of the Federation, if the higher-ups ever found out. This much, at least, he had gathered from Brian. But what if he were to evolve into an even stronger race? That could bring a whole new set of problems. Michael didn't know how rare the treasures that could change one's race were, but he figured they had to be incredibly scarce. If they weren't, someone as powerful as Brian wouldn't have spoken with such envy. He might be inexperienced with the ways of the world, but even Michael knew, a man without strength, holding a treasure, was asking for disaster. And if it came to light that his transformation was due to his talent, things could get even worse. What if he became some kind of breeding tool for a high-ranked race? He didn't know if that was even possible, but the thought alone chilled him. And if there were people within the Federation capable of such thoughts, they wouldn't care whether his talent worked on others or not. Ever since he discovered the true nature of his ability, Michael had promised himself never to reveal it lightly. After testing it on himself and talking it over with Brian, he couldn't even imagine going public with it. Still, just because he didn't plan to evolve himself anytime soon didn't mean he couldn't evolve his undead. Especially Spartan. As a fellow human, albeit a dead one, Spartan could serve as a test subject. Michael could use him to explore what lay beyond the human race and get a better understanding of higher-ranked races. At the very least, it would give him valuable knowledge about what to expect. Besides putting all my summons in the netherworld, I should focus on using up all my contract slots, he muttered. This was another key issue, as the number of contracted undead determined how many evolution points he gained each day, something crucial for his growth. Even if he grew stronger personally, unless he reached a truly overwhelming level, Michael knew it still wouldn't surpass the advantage granted by his class. And unless something unexpected came up, he should be able to raise the race rank of all his undead to at least rare. I should be meet up with my family now. Yes, despite the hour and the silent gloom draped over the city, Michael had no intention of staying put. He had plans, he still wanted to meet up with his family. But Michael had never intended to use conventional means anyway. He pulled out his phone, the screen glowing softly in the darkness. A map appeared, marking his current location. Still pretty far, he muttered. But as long as I've got direction, I don't need a road. With a thought, he brought out his undead griffin from his strong space. Michael climbed onto the griffin's back, the motions practiced and smooth. The creature adjusted to his weight instantly, crouching as it prepared to launch. He cast one last glance at the deserted street. The buildings loomed like silent watchers in the dark, their windows lifeless. "Let's go," he whispered. With a powerful leap, the griffin launched into the sky. The wind howled past him, cold and sharp, but he barely noticed. His eyes remained fixed ahead, locked on the glowing path marked on his phone's screen. As he soared through the sky, Michael happened to pass by the school he had studied at, and a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. This was where everything had started to change for him. If his memory served him right, it had been around 6 weeks ago, just over a month. And now, he had already been an awakener for 2 full weeks. A trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. I should check out the high school in the new city. Still need their help with my college, no, academy application. The sight stirred memories of his classmates, and his lips twitched slightly. After a brief pause, he finally fought off the laziness and decided to message someone. He opened his messages and sent a text to Mia, conveniently ignoring her previous unanswered ones. Hey. I'm heading to another city. Hope you're safe. Just as he was about to hit send, he paused, then added. Sorry for the late reply. Things came up. He pressed send. With that done, Michael turned his attention forward once more and continued his journey home. In another part of the quiet city, there was a relatively lively estate, the one where Mira and her new best friend, Lillian, lived together with Myra's mother. Outside, the ruined streets were dimly lit, yet a few young people could still be seen going about their lives with quiet determination. Thanks to the presence of several supernaturals in the area, Myra's estate was one of the few relatively intact parts of the otherwise devastated Woodstone city. And now, with a few days having passed since the chaos, people had begun to slowly come to terms with their new reality. Though it was hard to say the city had regained its vitality, at the very least, more residents were starting to adapt. Inside the estate, Myra's sitting room was filled with activity. Boxes were stacked in corners, bags lined the walls. The living room looked more like a temporary camp than a home, but it was organized chaos, efficient in its own way. Mira sat on the couch beside Lillian, discussing what they still needed when her phone suddenly buzzed in her pocket. She reached for it instinctively, expecting another useless notification, only to frown when she saw the name. Michael. But just for a moment, her heart had dropped, thinking it was Brian. That thought alone made her mood sour. Brian was one of their strongest classmates, undeniably powerful, but his attitude had always rubbed her the wrong way. She admired his strength, sure, but his arrogance and the way he looked down on others made it hard to tolerate him. What truly made both her and Lillian distance themselves from him was what he tried to do after their visit to Michael's home. He had tried to bring down Michael's image in subtle ways, never direct, but always lingering just under the surface. Brian often made comments about how necromancers were usually weak in the early stages, that their true potential only revealed itself much later, and even then, only under specific conditions. He claimed that age were often key factors in unlocking the class's power. Mira and Lillian had always wondered where he got all his information from, or how he even knew such things in the first place. While he sounded like he was simply discussing the class in general, it was clear to both girls that he was targeting Michael, indirectly, but deliberately. It felt like he was trying to say he was the better option. That moment had been the final straw. Since then, even the mention of Brian's name left a bitter taste in their mouths. The fact that his presence became increasingly uncomfortable the more time one spent around him only made things worse. So when she saw it was actually a message from Michael, her expression softened slightly. She tapped on it, eyes scanning the brief text. Her lips twitched into a faint, conflicted smile. He finally messaged, she muttered under her breath. Lillian, catching her tone, leaned over. Michael? Mira nodded. Yeah, says he's heading to another city. Hopes I'm safe. She paused, eyes narrowing slightly at the screen. He ignored all the messages I sent before this though. Typical guy, Lillian scoffed, though her tone was more teasing than annoyed. Mira didn't say anything more, but she stared at the screen for a moment longer before pocketing the phone. Her heart felt a little lighter. As for why she hadn't responded to the message, it was simple. She had been almost certain she wouldn't get a reply, so she didn't bother trying. Now, reading the message, Myra's thoughts drifted to the city Michael mentioned he was moving to, and a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. To think we'd end up in the same place. I wonder what he'll do when he sees me. Maybe that cold face of his will crack a little. Haha. She leaned back, chuckling to herself. Hopefully he doesn't think I'm stalking him or something ridiculous like that. That city's just a great place to settle down, especially if you have the money. Like Michael, Mira had also become a small-time millionaire, having sold the monster parts from her kills during the chaos to the Supers Association. But what lingered most in her mind was, I wonder how strong he is now. Surely, it can't be that absurd, right? That was Myra's train of thought. Back on Michael's end, after flying at full speed for some time, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the city his family had relocated to, Brightgate City. According to his aunt, Brightgate was a major trade hub, and from what she'd heard, it was quite well developed. A decent 3-bedroom house there went for around $800,000, and renting a similar one cost about $40,000 per year. Even from a distance, Michael could tell, Brightgate looked far more prosperous than Woodstone. I wonder how long it'll take to find them, or should I just call her? His family's arrival in Brightgate had also marked the beginning of a new chapter, a new home. Not a rental, but a house they actually bought. It had cost around $950,000, taken from the $1 million Michael had given his aunt, money she insisted on refunding right after the purchase. The house was fully furnished, and according to the agent, it didn't need repairs, just a bit of renovation. By now, Aunt Mia should have finalized everything, which meant the house was officially theirs. On Aurora, unlike Earth, internet scams were nearly non-existent. There were systems in place to verify transactions and identities with precision. If anyone still scammed people nowadays, it was usually corporations. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, he dismissed his undead griffin back into his storage space. In truth, he was still far from the actual outskirts of the city. With normal human vision, one would only be able to make out distant city lights. Michael had landed early on purpose, he didn't want to cause a scene. Who knew if there was another mage like Lien in this place? Although the Federation had begun loosening its grip on information about the supernatural world, Michael wasn't sure just how far that freedom stretched, or whether each city had its own set of rules. All he knew for certain was that he definitely didn't want to be detained by some powerhouse on his first visit and bombarded with questions. With a deep breath, Michael started running. He blurred through the night, his inhuman speed turning the world around him into a smear of wind and shadow. He wasn't trying to hide, but drawing attention wasn't in his best interest either. Brightgate's outskirts stretched for miles. But as Michael pushed forward, the surroundings began to shift. The lights grew brighter. Streets more organized. Signs of civilization returned. And finally, the city welcomed him. Brightgate felt alive. The scent of street food lingering in the air even this late and so many other things, all of it clashed against the memory of Woodstone's quiet, desolate streets. Tall buildings loomed in the distance, their glass windows shimmering with light. Stores remained open, even past midnight. Digital boards displayed ads and news bulletins. Michael also saw something that made his usually expressionless face light up, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a car. A low-hovering, flying car. Sleek, silent, and gliding effortlessly across the sky above the main road, it looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Michael couldn't help but slow his pace to a walk, hoodie up, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning everything around him. The Federation's presence here was unmistakable. Michael spread out his senses slightly, just enough to get a feel for his surroundings. His gaze paused on a group of uniformed figures patrolling a nearby checkpoint. At first, he thought he had sensed them wrong, but a second sweep confirmed it. The weakest among them was at least a rank 1 cultivator. They weren't particularly powerful, most of them were barely above the threshold, but that wasn't the point. They were genuine supernaturals. Unlike in Woodstone, where Michael had only started encountering people like that after he himself became one, here in Brightgate, they seemed relatively common. Michael glanced back at the flying car again, watching it disappear behind a row of buildings, then kept walking. He could already tell, Brightgate was an entirely different world. Michael sighed. Better keep the magic use to a minimum. Still, a small part of him was relieved. Brightgate wasn't chaotic. It felt stable, controlled. Which meant his family would be safe here. He pulled out his phone, checking the location his aunt had sent him earlier. When he asked around, he realized it wasn't far. 5 blocks away, maybe 6 if he avoided the main boulevard. Michael's steps quickened. 15 minutes later, he stood before a gated estate. A clean, modern neighborhood filled with small luxury homes, each one surrounded by trimmed hedges. A security eyed him warily from its post near the entrance, scanning him from head to toe. Michael didn't flinch. He entered. The path was stone-tiled and lined with glowshrooms that gave off a gentle blue light. His eyes settled on a single house near the center. That was it. Their new home. He walked up the porch steps, hand hesitating just above the door. Then he knocked. The sound echoed gently through the quiet estate. Inside, a light flickered on. And Michael smiled faintly. He was home. Itchem. Again. The door swung open with a soft creak, and for a heartbeat, there was silence. Then came a gasp. Michael? A blur of motion and warmth hit him as Aunt Mia pulled him into a tight hug. She was still in her house clothes, hair slightly messy and a pair of fuzzy slippers on her feet. But her arms were strong, comfortingly so, and she held on for a while longer than expected. "I didn't think you'd make it this fast," she whispered, stepping back just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were a little wet. "You didn't even call." Michael's expression remained faint, but he gave her a small nod. "Didn't want to disturb you, Aunt Mia." She let out a breath, half a chuckle, half a sigh. "Still as considerate as ever, huh?" "Ha." Aunt Mia gave him another look, one of those searching glances only family could pull off. Then she waved him in. "Come on. Get in. You've gotta be starving." Michael stepped inside. The house was warm. Clean. Modern, but with personal touches that made it feel like a home, soft rugs, warm lighting, faint traces of lavender in the air. A small shelf by the door held framed photos. Most of them were of Lily, a few of Aunt Mia and her late husband, and one, just one, was of Michael when he was much younger. He stared at it for a second longer than necessary. "Lily's asleep," Aunt Mia said, noticing his pause. "She's been tired since the move. That girl's trying so hard not to show it, but the stress, it gets to kids differently." Michael nodded once. "She doing okay?" "She is now. Thanks to you." Aunt Mia smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. "And don't even try dodging the credit. We wouldn't be here if not for you." He said nothing, but his lips twitched faintly. "Come on. I'll show you around." The house wasn't huge, but it was well designed. Aunt Mia led him through the kitchen first, bright, spotless, and stocked with more food than he remembered seeing in years. "You like fried dumplings? Bought a bunch from this stall nearby. I'll heat some up later. I also learned how to make that soup you liked when you were little. It's been long I've had it." Too expensive was what she wanted to say until she recalled her bank account. Michael raised an eyebrow. "You still remember that? I'm your aunt. I remember everything." She smiled, then motioned to the side hallway. "Guest room's yours, though we can clear the study if you want something quieter." Lily took the back room. She wanted a window with a garden view. She paused at the doorway to the guest room and opened it. Clean bed. Desk. Closet. Simple and peaceful. "You can leave your stuff here. Tomorrow we'll pick up anything you need, clothes, supplies. We've got a bit of breathing room now." Michael looked around the room, then gave a slight nod. "This is good." Aunt Mia watched him quietly for a few seconds more, then spoke softly. "You're home, Michael. For as long as you need it to be." The next few days passed by peacefully, and Michael was once again able to maintain a better sense of time management. Although nothing particularly significant happened during this period, Michael still managed to accomplish a few things. First, his room was finally furnished to his liking, and he no longer stayed in the guest room. With the enthusiastic encouragement of his aunt and cousin, Michael found himself dragged into multiple shopping trips to spoil them, at least just this once, before he became unavailable again. They even convinced him to get a haircut. Michael, who had grown fond of his long hair, something that still puzzled his family due to how quickly it had grown alongside his physical transformation, settled for a simple trim to make himself look more presentable. Besides that, Michael also registered himself with the Supers Association branch in Brightgate City. This not only gave him access to the dimensional cracks within the city but also provided a way to gather corpses to fill his contract slots. Of course, there was the issue of experience points as well. In just 4 days, Michael had filled 90 out of his 100 contract slots using monsters from both Brightgate's dimensional cracks and the Land of Origin. Yes. Although he'd been more active in the real world lately, Michael hadn't abandoned his alternate identity in the Land of Origin. At least he remained committed to increasing his hunter level. With Ace and Leah as his assistants, he completed 5 tasks from the Hunter Guild within these 4 days. According to the receptionist, he only needed one more task to be promoted to bronze rank. Not all of those tasks involved monsters, some were related to hunting criminals and bandits, which added even more human undead to Michael's growing army. Initially, Michael had been reluctant to revive just any random corpse without an impressive combat history. But after seeing Spartan's ability to learn skills, he lowered his standards. Though Spartan still hadn't learned a magic skill yet, its physical prowess as a high human made it a solid melee unit. Still, given its high mana levels, it felt like a bit of a waste. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choosers. Even so, Michael still held hope for a bright future. Regardless of everything else, Michael was satisfied with his progress over the past few days. What pleased him the most was the fact that over 50 of his undead were now of rank 1. All of them were also rare rank creatures. Just as he had suspected, his recent evolution had brought some pleasant surprises. Aside from the abundant mana that now allowed him to cast undead summoning multiple times on a single corpse, his affinity with the dark element had significantly improved. Issues that once gave him trouble, like undead revival and undead summoning, were now far easier to handle. Out of the 90 undead under his control, Michael could now summon and dismiss a total of 70 into the netherworld. The remaining 20. Just bad luck. Still, Michael was confident. Even without resorting to the special methods other necromancers used, and despite not having evolved those remaining undead yet, he believed the day he could summon them freely was fast approaching. As Michael recalled everything that had happened over the past few days, he easily dodged his cousin's attack. With a swift swing of the wooden spear in his hand, he swept her off her feet. Mercilessly, he spoke, "You're resuming school in 2 days with this level of skill. Aren't you scared of being bullied?" Lily groaned and shot back, "It's only because you're too strong, brother. I'm not scared of being bullied at school, you're the one bullying me." Michael's lips twitched as he glanced at his cousin, who was now sprawled on the floor in training clothes. They were currently inside a room that Michael had converted into a training space, thanks to how large it was. 2 days ago, he had finally decided to act on his intention to make his family stronger. Among his aunt and cousin, Lily was the only one he could start with for now. Of course, he couldn't turn her into a powerhouse overnight, but he could lay the foundation. Lily's natural talent was terrible, and paired with her low-grade cultivation technique, her progress had always been slow. But that was going to change. So what if his cousin wasn't born a prodigy? With enough resources, Michael would make her one, even if he had to force-feed them to her. There was another reason behind his push to train her. In just a few months, Lily would turn 16. In this world, that age marked a significant milestone, the first awakening ceremony for a child. According to what Michael knew, there was no guaranteed awakening. It was left entirely to chance. Still, Michael wanted to see if he could help Lily become a supernatural before her 16th birthday. Even if she failed the first awakening, she would still have 2 more chances in her lifetime. And if luck was on her side and she awakened later on, there was even a possibility she'd awaken with dual classes. That was the foundation Michael wanted to build for her. As for Lily going back to school in 2 days, what else was she supposed to do as a young girl, if not attend school? At least, until something significant came up. In fact, she wasn't the only one heading to school in 2 days. Michael was going too. Not to enroll, of course. No. It was time for his college entrance exams. Exams to qualify for an Awakener Academy. Time had passed so quickly that what was originally a 3-month deadline had now dwindled down to just 2 months. Michael exhaled softly and tapped the butt of his spear against the floor. "Get up," he said calmly, "and swing your sword again." Lily groaned but rolled over and pushed herself to her feet, brushing her messy hair out of her face. Her arms trembled slightly as she picked up her practice sword. Michael watched her with sharp eyes. "Again. 100 swings. Don't stop unless you collapse." "What? You just knocked me down," she protested. "And you'll get knocked down again," he replied. "Better here than out there. So swing." Grumbling under her breath, Lily raised her sword and began. It wasn't until late at night, under the resentful gaze of his cousin, that Michael finally let Lily go. "Lily! You're massaging my back again tonight," she shouted as she stomped out of the training room. Her voice echoed through most of the building. Michael could only shake his head, half amused, half resigned. The moment he stepped out, the automated cleaning bot whirred to life and began wiping away the sweat and grime coating the training floor. Outside the training room, Michael closed the door behind him and extended his senses slightly, letting his awareness spread through the building. There were 3 genuine life signals inside: himself, his aunt, and Lily. But that didn't mean the house only had 3 residents. However, who else but his undead would he allow to stay indoors? Aside from Lily and Beginning, his 2 oldest undead companions and the ones most familiar to his family, there were a few others. Outside, stationed around the property like ornamental statues, stood several undead. Unless a supernatural paid close attention, they wouldn't notice anything strange. Most people just assumed they were oddly designed security sculptures. Inside, though, was a different story. Thanks to Lily's questionable sense of aesthetics, the household was now populated with female orc undead dressed in maid outfits. Michael didn't originally have this many female orcs. But after accepting a particular task from the Hunter Guild, and taking deliberate action during it, he'd acquired a decent number of female goblin corpses. Don't get the wrong idea. Michael had no strange fetishes. He simply wanted more mages in his army. Some might think it was a waste of valuable military personnel, but Michael didn't see it that way. For example, as Michael passed by his cousin's room. "Lily," Michael heard his cousin speak. "Tisk, looks like I have to give you a new name." "Deedon, Eeed," came the soft, broken reply from within. Okay, she still spoke weirdly, but that didn't change the fact that she was speaking. This was the result of giving high-intelligence undead not only the opportunity to observe and learn, but also encouraging them to apply what they'd absorbed. Progress wasn't fast, but it was steady. Michael had already started noticing small shifts in behavior across his more intelligent undead, little gestures, responses, even expressions. Of course, none of them had gained the emotional depth a living being would, but there was something sparking beneath the surface. It was subtle. But it was real. Especially with Beginning and Lily, who had been around the longest. Like Lily, she had started humming. It wasn't always in tune, and it wasn't anything recognizable, but it was music. Michael had no idea where she'd picked it up. Maybe from the TV. Maybe from his cousin. But the fact she was even capable of mimicking sound patterns was huge. And perhaps more importantly, she had favorites. Michael continued walking through the hallway, letting the familiar presence of his undead fill the space with a quiet, eerie comfort. It was strange. The more time passed, the less he saw them as just tools. They were still weapons, make no mistake, but some of them were beginning to take on identities of their own. As he stepped out into the moonlit garden, the night breeze greeted him with cool fingers brushing against his face. Michael walked toward the open space in the garden and casted a spell. Undead summoning. A second later, the air shimmered and darkened above the summoning circle. The portal to the netherworld tore open without noise. A heavy foot landed on the ground, then another. From the swirling blackness stepped Spartan, his summoned high human undead. "Master," Spartan greeted, kneeling with one fist to the ground. "Are we training again?" Michael gave a small nod. Being able to summon Spartan was also one of Michael's recent wins. Not only was this undead now summonable, it was also the same for his undead griffin. Though the two had given Michael some levels of difficulties before he succeeded. Michael stepped back, rolling his shoulders as he stared at Spartan. "Yes," he said simply. "Same rules as before. No weapons, no spells. Just bodies." "Yes, Master." The moment the words left Spartan's mouth, Michael shot forward. A sharp breath, a tightened core, a pivot of the hip, his fist came in low, followed by an arcing kick toward Spartan's ribs. The high human undead blocked with ease, absorbing the impact without moving an inch. But that wasn't the point. Michael wasn't trying to overpower Spartan. He was trying to grind. Thanks to the advantage in his hands, in 2 days Michael was able to raise the mastery of his basic martial arts skill to intermediate level. His spearmanship skill was also approaching advanced mastery. For hours, Michael and Spartan moved beneath the moonlight, striking, dodging, countering. Each session started the same, bare fists and feet. The world around them faded, no sounds but breath and the soft shuffle of feet on grass. Time ticked away. By the time the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Michael finally stepped back, raising a hand. "That's enough." Spartan stopped mid-motion. "Yes, Master." Michael didn't respond, but simply dismissed Spartan back to the netherworld. Back in his room, he stripped and stepped into the bathroom. Steam clung to the mirror as Michael stepped beneath the spray, letting the water sluice the grime from his body. After drying off and putting on fresh clothes, Michael walked over to his bed and laid down. His breathing slowed. His body went still. And in the next heartbeat, his consciousness shifted. Back in the land of origin, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael exhaled. It was already bright outside. As usual, by this time, Ace and Leah were no longer in the house. Michael didn't know where they went, nor did he care. Whenever he needed them, he informed them beforehand. And today, he had no plans for them. Even if he did, they would have been of no use. That was because he was heading once again into the core area of the capital. It was finally time to give Mage Lien an answer. Michael sat up slowly, the linen sheet slipping off his bare torso. The floor was cold beneath his feet as he stood, but he didn't flinch. Without rushing, he made his way to the bath. There was also water in the large bath tub, but it was cold. However, Michael didn't care. Michael lowered himself into the water and leaned back, letting his body relax. The cool sensation seeped into his skin, but his mind remained clear. After scrubbing his skin clean and running a cloth over his hair, Michael rose, water dripping from his form. Michael stepped out and reached for the towel, wiping himself dry with slow, methodical movements. Once done, he walked over to the wardrobe. It was built into the wall, tall and wide, its doors opening to reveal rows of neatly hung garments. Robes lined with fine thread. Tunics dyed in rare colors like midnight blue and forest green. Some had delicate patterns stitched into them. There were also coats lined with fur, cloaks with silk interiors, and boots made of blackened leather. Michael stared at it all for a moment, as if assessing what version of himself he wanted to show today. Just a few days ago, the wardrobe had been nearly empty. But after his recent visit to the inner city, that changed. With the surplus silver coins he had, Michael had purchased these clothes from a tailor whose shop was nestled between a jeweler and a shoe store. The man had been quick to flatter, quick to bow, and even quicker to fetch his best work. Michael had accepted it all without expression. He didn't dress to impress. But power often needed to be displayed, especially in places like the core. He chose a dark green robe with subtle embroidery at the cuffs. Clean lines, minimal embellishments, but clearly expensive. Michael pulled it on, adjusted the belt, then moved to the smaller drawer beside the wardrobe. Inside, resting among glass bottles cushioned with velvet, were a few perfumes. He reached for a small, dark vial and uncorked it. The scent drifted out immediately, sharp at first, then warm and mellow, like aged wood soaked in faint citrus. Michael dabbed the perfume across his wrists, then lightly across his neck. The scent mingled with the fabric of his robe, subtle but distinct. Now prepared, he stood still for a moment. Today mattered. And Michael was sure it wasn't just him. Unless Mage Lien had found someone else, someone better suited for his situation, Michael was certain the old man had been waiting for him. It had been nearly a week since their last meeting, and Michael couldn't help but wonder how the old man was doing now, and how he felt about the delay. Delaying him hadn't been part of Michael's plan. He hadn't lied when he said he needed time to think. But that time to think had caused him to temporarily set the old man's matter aside. Especially after evolving, when he no longer had to worry about his body exploding from excess mana, and with new things taking over his focus. Even so, while forgetting might be excusable, what Michael considered truly unacceptable was neglecting the old man to the point of damaging their relationship. Michael stepped out of the house, closing the wooden door behind him with a soft thud. The morning sun had risen fully by now, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of the outer city. The air was brisk, carrying with it the scent of baked bread, iron, and smoke from early forges. Outside the silver district, people bustled about, merchants shouting prices, children darting between legs, but the crowd parted subtly when they saw him. There was no formal recognition, no salutes or greetings, yet many eyes lingered. A few nodded, and some whispered. Michael walked with steady steps, unhurried, his dark green robe fluttering faintly in the breeze. As he approached the gate leading to the inner city, the guards stationed there straightened slightly. One of them, a man with grizzled cheeks and sharp brown eyes, gave Michael a quick glance and then a nod. "Morning, sir," the man said. Michael returned the nod wordlessly. There was no request for identification. No questions. No delay. They simply stepped aside and let him pass, the iron gate creaking open without protest. Just like the guards at the outer city gates, these ones had come to recognize his face, and more importantly, what it meant. The difference between the outer and inner city was immediate. The roads were better paved, lined with cleaner stones. Buildings stood taller and were made from smoother bricks. Fountains decorated intersections, and the air smelled faintly of herbs and incense rather than ash and sweat. Michael didn't stop to admire any of it. He didn't detour to the market square or the gardens, nor did he pause to greet any of the people who turned to watch him walk by. The Golden family residence stood at the end of a long, curved street flanked by silver lanterns and trimmed hedges. The estate was walled and tall, with polished brass gates and guards in livery bearing the family's crest. Michael slowed his steps as he approached. This wasn't his first time here. It was the Golden family who had once helped him contact Mage Lien. According to his knowledge, he could also go to other noble houses, and as long as he had the token the Grand Mage gave him, any of them should welcome him. However, Michael didn't do this. He preferred familiarity. And they were familiar with him. That was enough. The guards at the gate stepped forward, one of them already lifting the latch. "Sir Michael," one said with a small bow. Michael gave a small nod. I need an audience with someone in charge. The guard exchanged a glance with his companion, then gestured him in with one choosing to lead the way. We'll inform the steward. Please, proceed. Michael stepped through the gates without hesitation, the cool scent of trimmed grass and polished stone greeting him as he entered the Golden family's estate. He didn't know how long the old man had waited. But today, that wait would end. Michael was once again led and served in the study room. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the young daughter of the Golden family, Syria, was not around to entertain him this time. The steward, after offering a respectful bow and ensuring Michael was comfortable, left promptly to fulfill his task. Before long, a familiar face stepped through the doorway. It was Master Yuan, Mage Lien's personal assistant. The older man's presence was as composed as always, his robes perfectly arranged and his expression calm. His sharp eyes met Michael's, a flicker of recognition passing through them. "Sir Mike," Master Yuan greeted with a slight nod, his voice even and smooth as glass. "Master Yuan," Michael replied, standing. "I assume we're not staying long." "You assume correctly." The older man gestured to the door. "Mage Lien is expecting you. I've arranged for transport. We'll talk on the way." Michael followed him without another word. The Golden family's estate was quiet at this hour, servants moving like shadows between the trimmed hedges and marble columns. A covered carriage waited just outside the gates, drawn by sleek horses and flanked by two silent knights. Michael stepped in first, settling into the cushioned bench. Master Yuan joined him, the door clicking shut behind them as the carriage rolled forward. For a time, the only sounds were the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the low creak of wood. Master Yuan on the other hand studied Michael from the corner of his eye. His hands were folded on his lap, posture straight, but inwardly, his thoughts were anything but calm. Why does Master treat this boy like an equal? Yuan had served Mage Lien for over 2 decades. He knew the man's moods, his judgments, and his standards. And the old mage was not that generous with his respect. Yet from the very beginning, the way he had spoken of Michael, the way he looked at him, was strange. Not like a student. Not like a subordinate. But something more. And then there was the journey. They had traveled days ago and were asked to retrieve the remains of monsters slain near their destination. But what they found there was not what they expected. There were scorch marks, of course, clear signs of fire magic, which matched Lien's reputation. But there was more. Far more. Claw marks on stone, sliced cleanly, not crushed, but cut, as if by something beyond elemental force. Then there were the twisted trees, bent in unnatural angles. They hadn't spoken of it openly, not in front of the common guards. But every knight there had noticed. Every one of them had felt it. And they'd all felt that pressure, the moment Michael stepped into view. Like a tidal wave, Yuan remembered. Not killing intent. Not aura. Just presence. The kind of presence that made your knees want to bend and your heart want to stutter. It wasn't the pressure of a child still finding his footing in magic. It was the pressure of a grand mage. Yuan swallowed the thought, but it rose again anyway, unbidden and unwelcome. Is he already at that level? It didn't make sense. It shouldn't be possible. But Lien had always told him that the world was never kind to rules. That sometimes, people weren't born, they were made. Still, it wasn't just speculation anymore. Not just a whisper in his own mind. Even the knights had begun to murmur. A few of them spoke of Michael in hushed tones now. Not as a companion. Not as a young noble. But with a different sort of reverence. A fear-laced respect. A suspicion none of them dared voice directly, but all of them shared. Michael leaned back slightly, eyes half closed as the carriage took a turn. His scent, the same mellow perfume Yuan had noticed earlier, still lingered faintly in the enclosed space. Something on your mind? Michael asked suddenly, eyes not even open. Yuan stiffened for half a second. Merely wondering how my master will receive you today. Michael smiled faintly, still without looking. I imagine he wouldn't be very pleased. That would be kind, Yuan said dryly. He's been waiting longer than he should have. I know. They didn't speak for a while after that. The carriage continued through the heart of the inner city, passing high towers, bronze-roofed manors, and gardens trimmed to perfection. The roads here were free of mud and mess, but filled with silence, the kind that clung to places where power dwelled. Eventually, the carriage slowed. Yuan gave a nod to the driver through the small slit in the wall, and the vehicle stopped in front of a wide estate surrounded by high red walls. The gates were already open. Michael stepped out first, his robe barely disturbed by the movement. Yuan followed, eyes flicking to his side. No knight escorted them this time. They didn't need one. Let's not keep him waiting, Master Yuan said, and strode forward. Michael said nothing and simply followed the Grand Mage personal assistant. They walked through the open gates without delay. Yuan said nothing as they passed through two more halls before stopping at the familiar wooden door. He raised a hand to knock. Come in, a voice came from the other side. The two entered and were met with a familiar face. Mage Lien was seated at his desk, fingers laced together, chin resting on them. He looked up, and froze. The old man's eyes narrowed, the crease in his brow deepening. He studied Michael in silence for several seconds. Lien's eyes betrayed nothing at first. But behind the composed facade, the old mage's thoughts stirred. Before him stood a tall young man with a calm bearing, sharp jawline, and long black hair tied loosely behind his back, radiating quiet authority. Handsome, certainly, and unfamiliar. And yet familiar enough to stir memory. He did not speak of it, as was custom among those who knew. Surprise was buried under courtesy. You look different, was all he said, voice dry. Michael immediately knew what the other party was talking about. His evolution. However, what he was unsure of was if Mage Lien was seeing something more. Michael's transformation had been nothing short of shocking. When Ace and Lia first saw him upon his return, they didn't show a hint of surprise on their faces. But beneath their composed expressions, and despite the emotions already weighing on them, they had been completely stunned. Was his hair real? Was it a wig? What in the world had happened to him? Their curiosity wasn't born from concern, but from sheer disbelief. Even now, after getting used to his new appearance, something about it still sat oddly in their hearts. Was it jealousy? Envy? They weren't sure. Or maybe they were and just didn't want to admit it. What they did know was simple: this bastard looked fine as hell. It was the same for anyone else who had known Michael before. But the man himself remained oblivious. Everyone outside his family knew how to hide it well, how to keep their thoughts to themselves. Mage Lien's gaze sharpened the longer he stared. The robe Michael wore wasn't ostentatious, but there was an effortless elegance to it. More than that, there was something about the boy's very presence that gnawed at his old instincts, something heavy. Dangerous. Familiar and utterly foreign. His eyes drifted lower for a heartbeat, and that's when he noticed it. The mana. It swirled around Michael like a coiled serpent, quiet, tamed, and absolutely vast. The room's ambient pressure shifted ever so slightly, the air just a little thicker. It wasn't active magic. It was simply there. Lien had studied countless mages, warriors, and scholars in his lifetime. But even among the elite, no young man should have that much mana, not at Michael's age, and not without signs of strain. His brow furrowed. No trembling fingers. No pale lips. No flickers of instability. Not even a faint discoloration in the veins that appeared when one forcibly drew too much power through an unready vessel. Before, the boy had shown those cracks, barely concealed behind his brave face. But now? Nothing. Just stillness and that quiet, unnatural depth. Lien leaned back in his chair and waved a hand casually toward one of the chairs across the table. Sir Mike, please sit. Michael obeyed with a courteous nod, lowering himself into the seat. A beat passed. Master Yuan, Lien said, eyes not leaving Michael. Please give us the room. Yuan hesitated for only half a breath. Then he bowed silently and stepped out, the door closing with a soft thud behind him. The silence between the two lingered for a moment. Why are you here? For sure Sir Mike is not here for an ordinary visit. Of course that's also fine, Lien was voice low and direct. Michael met his gaze without flinching. To deliver my answer. I've made my decision. The words were simple, spoken without theatrics. But Lien felt his pulse shift ever so slightly. A flicker of something ran through his spine, half anticipation, half worry. Michael leaned forward slightly, his fingers resting lightly on the arm of the chair. I've decided to join the Duke of Evermund's competition, for your sake, Mage Lien. Lien raised an eyebrow, but Michael continued before the old mage could speak. However, just as the Grand Mage asked something of me before. I believe it's only fair I ask something in return from you. Mage Lien's eyes twitched ever so slightly. He wasn't surprised. He had half expected Michael to make a request. What amused him was the boy's tone, level, unhurried, and deliberate. Like a merchant bartering over silks instead of a young mage asking something of one of the kingdom's most powerful figures. And yet, it pleased him. Because it meant Michael was already on board. You wound me, Lien said with a faint smile. Have I not been generous? Michael didn't rise to the bait. Generosity and value aren't the same thing. I'm just not sure what you can offer me, is worth the trouble. Lien's eye twitched again, this time more visibly. Cheeky brat. And what, may I ask, does Sir Mike desire that could make my offerings more valuable? Michael shrugged, gaze drifting lazily to the shelves lined with books behind Lien. Nothing in particular, he said, far too casually. But Lien caught it. That subtle shift of the eyes. The faint pause in Michael's words. It was like watching a hawk glance at prey and pretend it wasn't interested. You like books? Lien asked with a smile. Michael blinked, then looked back. I read, he replied simply. Lien didn't press. Instead, he lifted a hand and with a soft whisper, summoned 2 books from the shelf behind him. They floated forward, their spines worn but well kept, and landed gently on the table between them. The first, he said, tapping the thicker tome, is the history of the Lionheart Kingdom and its ties to the Veyron Empire. It's not light reading, but you'll understand the world we live in. Names. Factions. Enemies. The sort of things a man in your position should know. However, since it's quite interesting to read and might even have knowledge that you might know since it had a very broad content, I'll give this to you Sir Mike, as a friend. The mage seemed to have emphasized on the last word. Michael said nothing. His gaze didn't even flicker to the book. The second, Lien continued, tapping the smaller, deep blue leather-bound volume, is a meditation technique. Though it's not particularly helpful since it's a neutral technique any mage can use, though it doesn't provide anything special, it's quite a good research material that's also interesting. Michael gave a polite nod. Thank you. But still, he didn't glance at the books. Lien frowned slightly. He knew the boy's thoughts were different from his expression. Calm, unreadable, and frustratingly quiet. He didn't even reach for the volumes. Not a flicker of curiosity, not outwardly, at least. Which meant Michael was intentionally holding back. How interesting. Mage Lien's eyes held a glint. Are you satisfied with your gifts? He asked. Michael nodded. I'm thankful. This is the least of what I can provide Sir Mike. I assure you. I'm willing to trust you, Mage Lien. So can you tell me about what this competition is about? Mage Lien leaned back, folding his arms. There's nothing to worry about. The competition will only feature youths around your age. He didn't elaborate further, but Michael understood what he meant. Unless another monster like himself showed up, this competition was already his to win. Michael hadn't explored much of the land of origin yet, but judging by Lien's age and status, young grand mages were likely rare, perhaps even non-existent. Mage Lien saw the flicker of understanding in Michael's eyes and gave a soft hum, pleased. Still, he continued, that said, the format is a tournament. The kind where matchups aren't decided by luck or chaos. The strong won't fall to the weak due to unfortunate pairings. It's structured. Layered. Designed to test different aspects at each stage. Michael raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Meaning, Sir Mike, Lien said, leaning forward, the competition won't be a simple brawl. It's a series of challenges. Duels, yes, but also trials. Puzzles. Team dynamics. Tactical simulations. Some may be public. Others, judged in private. Every round strips away more of the unworthy. By the end, only the most adaptable remain. Michael leaned back slightly, processing. So not just brute strength. Exactly. It's not enough to have power. One must know how to use it. When to reveal it. And when to hold back. Lien's gaze sharpened. You'll face the pride of noble families. Heirs to knight houses. Young monsters trained in isolation. Some with strange blessings, some with bloodlines older than this kingdom. None of them will be as easy to read as common street thugs. Michael didn't flinch. Good. He then asked, when will the competition start? Mage Lien tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. Roughly a month from now, he said, though the opening ceremonies and preliminary gatherings will begin sooner. I'd recommend you arrive at the capital at least a week early. Michael nodded. Understood. Lien's tone turned a bit more casual as he stood up and paced to the window. Since the competition is in the capital, it won't be hard to find. Even if you try to avoid it, the whole city will buzz with talk about it. Michael nodded, then without stopping asked a question he was very interested in. Can I reject the Duke's daughter? Huh. At first, Mage Lien could not believe the audacity of the youth in front of him. But after thinking of his strength and realizing he himself had status, the matter shouldn't be impossible, right? Just don't do it in public and collect the prices first, Mage Lien later stated. Okay. Whatever. The youth might change his mind after seeing the princess. Also, it's possible the Duke himself might not accept Mike since that's probably outside of his plan. Whatever. As long as I get that potion. After exchanging a few words with Mage Lien, Michael didn't stay for long. Master Yuan was called back to lead him out of the core area back to the inner city. Soon, Michael was back in the outer city. He didn't stop and wonder and instead made his way to the Hunters Guild. Today he was going to take his last task in the Iron Hunter level. The guild hall bustled with energy when Michael arrived. Iron-ranked hunters milled about the open space, most in small groups, laughing, arguing, or resting with tired eyes and bruised bodies. Despite the chatter, Michael's entrance didn't go unnoticed. A few glanced his way. Some quickly looked away. Others whispered behind half-raised hands. Sir Mike, the receptionist greeted. In the entire guild, she was the one Michael was most familiar with. Her nameplate read Elira, and she was known for her sharp tongue with newbies. But now, she smiled lightly. You're here to register a mission, I presume? Yes, Michael replied. Elira nodded and reached beneath the counter, pulling out a stack of mission boards specifically tagged for iron level clearance. Any preferences? Something outside the city, he said. Preferably alone. A moment of silence passed between them before she handed him a single sheet. Michael's gaze scanned the details. Mission type, extermination. Location, Gloomshade Ravine. Objective, eliminate the Stonetusk boar terrorizing border outposts. Threat level, high iron, approaching bronze. Reward, 38 silver pieces. Oh, and yes, Michael could read now. He was not the best, but thanks to his learning the past few days, he could now recognize several dozen characters. Unfortunately, his suspicion that he might be able to generate a skill didn't happen. Michael nodded. "I'll take it. You'll need to sign the waiver," Alira said, sliding the mission ledger forward. He scribbled his name and took the stamped parchment without another word. With that, he turned and left. Michael stared at the map in his hand, memorizing the route out of the capital with a calm confidence he hadn't possessed a few days ago. The sprawling paths, the wilderness trails, none of it intimidated him anymore. He had adapted. With the help of Ace and Leah's guidance, navigating this world had become second nature. This time, he didn't need them. Getting out of the capital was easy. No one stopped him. Once clear of the city, Michael paused in a quiet grove, rolled up the map, and summoned his undead griffin. The undead griffin stepped forward. With practiced ease, Michael mounted it. As it launched into the air, wind whipping past his face, Michael stared ahead at the distant hills. The wind was a sharp contrast to the warmth of the capital, its cool bite invigorating him. The undead griffin's wings beat in a steady rhythm as they soared high above the land, cutting through the sky with effortless grace. Below, the world unfurled in vast, untamed beauty, forests, rivers, and mountains stretching to the horizon. After a few minutes of flight, Michael spotted the Gloomshade ravine below. The landscape shifted dramatically, a jagged, rocky gorge carved deep into the earth, surrounded by twisted, skeletal trees that seemed to writhe in the wind. The air here was thick with tension, as if the ravine itself held a long-forgotten grudge against the world. The task was done. Michael stood at the edge of the shallow forest clearing, arms crossed as he looked over the small group of undead creatures before him. The once living beasts, low-level forest scavengers, twisted hounds, and a horned tusk hog, now stood in silence, swaying gently in the wind. He'd barely broken a sweat. The mission had been listed as high iron, but in truth, the beasts were weak. Dangerous only to beginners or those without real power. To Michael, it had been little more than a formality, a stepping stone. And now, looking at the obedient undead before him, he had his answer. "It's just as I thought," he said aloud, voice quiet in the breeze. "As long as I'm strong enough, the process is clean. Smooth. This group of monsters were just summoned from the netherworld." Michael stepped forward and circled the undead horned hog. Its body still bore the signs of its short battle with him, for example, a broken leg, but it didn't matter anymore. The moment death claimed them, such wounds became irrelevant. They were no longer beasts. They were puppets. Tools. Of course, with his talent, they also had the chance to become something much more. "With this, I should be able to level up my hunter rank soon," he muttered. "And I'll hit level 21, too. Maybe a quick round trip through a few cracks back in my world will do the trick." His contract slots were full now. Even if he leveled up again, at most 5 days from now, his undead setup would be complete. Then he could shift his focus back to Lucky, Prince, and the others. The day was still early, but Michael already had a good idea of what the next few days would look like. Still, I should hold off on taking any new tasks for now. Tomorrow I'll be heading to Lily's school, and things might get busy. Fortunately, the task from Mage Lien should be completed early. It wouldn't conflict with his entry into an academy either. The land of origin was a fascinating place, but Aurora, his real world, still meant a great deal to him. At least for now. After ordering Spartan to burn the corpses of the monsters he didn't claim, Michael climbed onto his griffin and headed back toward the capital. Upon arrival, he submitted the completion report for his mission. The receptionist gave him an odd look, understandable, considering the ridiculous speed at which he'd finished it. Still, she said nothing, only asking him to return in 3 days. That was when the guild would confirm the task's completion officially. No one mentioned anything about advancing his hunter level, but Michael wasn't bothered. What was meant for him would come to him. Of that, he had no doubt. Michael returned home with little fanfare. The sun still bathed the world in warm gold, its rays seeping lazily through the windows of the quiet district. He stepped inside, eyes flicking around as he noted the absence of movement. Ace and Leah were still gone. Not that he cared. He'd kept them around more for convenience than sentiment. He could speak now. Read and write, too. Not fluently, but enough. Enough to make them optional. He made his way to his room, shut the door behind him, and dropped onto the bed. After a moment, he reached into his storage space and pulled out the items Mage Lien had given him. The gifts. 2 books sat in his hands now, one thick, one thin. He looked at them in silence. The thicker tome, the history of the Lionheart Kingdom and its ties to the empire it served and so on. The second book was smaller. The meditation technique it offered wasn't unique, Lien had said as much, but for someone like Michael didn't even have a good meditation technique, this was almost the valuable thing among the 2 gifts. Michael had used Detect on it and it was rated a 2 stars rare rank treasure. Mage Lien's words still echoed faintly in his memory. This is the least of what I can provide, Sir Mike. I assure you. Michael smiled faintly to himself. He hadn't asked for much. Not yet. But soon, he would. Michael set the thicker book aside first, then flipped open the tome, scanning the pages. Michael focused on the meditation technique, following the breathing pattern outlined in the book. He inhaled slowly, feeling the air fill his lungs, and then exhaled steadily, allowing his mind to calm. As he repeated the process, he began to feel a strange sensation, like his consciousness was drifting into a deeper state. At first, there was nothing but darkness, but as he continued, a subtle pull emerged from deep within him. His sea of consciousness began to take shape, a vast, dark space stretching out before him like an endless ocean. Michael's awareness sank into it. As he cultivated, mana from the outside world began to flow toward him, seeping into his sea of consciousness like a gentle stream. The sensation was refreshing, like a cool breeze on a hot summer day. Michael's absorption rate was far faster than he expected, and he wondered if it was due to his strength as a high human or the rank of the mediation technique. As he continued to cultivate, Michael felt his sea of consciousness growing more stable, his mana pool expanding ever so slightly. He lost track of time, immersed in the peaceful rhythm of his breathing and the gentle influx of mana. It wasn't until the sun rose the next morning, casting its warm light into the room, that Michael finally emerged from his cultivation state. A notification panel floated before his eyes, indicating that his intelligence had increased by 0.5 points. Michael's eyes widened. Though it was just half a point, Michael understood the significance immediately. He exhaled slowly and leaned back against the bed frame. Small to others, but huge for me, he muttered, almost in disbelief. It was easy to forget how far he'd come in such a short time. Even with all the chaos, the danger, the adjustments, he'd never slowed down. And now that he was officially a high human, the quality of every bit of progress would be a huge quantity for a human. Michael stretched his arms above his head, letting the slight soreness in his joints fade away with a pulse of his energy. Let's not waste the morning, he said to himself, turning to the window. It was a new day, and the school visit was scheduled for today. Dawn had just broken in the land of origin, which meant it was already well into the morning back in his world. Lily should have left for school by now. Not that it matters, I only planned to escort her initially, Michael muttered. He adjusted his thoughts quickly. After confirming he was alone in the house once more, he summoned Spartan to stand guard. Then, without hesitation, he reconnected his consciousness with his body in Aurora. Michael opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of his room in Aurora. The soft morning light streamed through the windows, brushing against his face like a gentle wake-up call. For a moment, he simply lay there, staring up in silence, allowing the lingering effects of his cultivation to fade naturally. The real world always felt a little heavier, less saturated with power, but it was still home. Eventually, he sat up and stretched. His body was light, refreshed. He stepped into the small attached bathroom and turned on the tap, letting cool water fill the basin. As the steam from the hot shower began to fog the mirror, Michael took his time scrubbing himself down. The sensation of water and warmth was grounding, mundane. A small luxury he hadn't appreciated before his life split between two worlds. Once dried off, he pulled on a crisp, dark shirt and a pair of clean pants, nothing too formal, but presentable enough for a school visit. The scent of frying oil and garlic wafted through the apartment by the time he stepped into the kitchen. His aunt stood at the stove, sleeves rolled up, flipping something golden brown in a pan. "You're up early," she said without turning. Michael calmly replied. "Had a few things to do." "I figured." "Sit. I'm almost done." She gestured to the table with her spatula. Michael obeyed, sitting down while she plated up a dish, a mix of fried rice with chopped greens, egg, and what looked like diced sausages. She placed it in front of him with a satisfied nod. "Eat before you go," she said. "You always skip meals when you get busy." Michael picked up the spoon. "Thanks. I was going to swing by Lily's school today. Just to check in." As he rose to his feet, his aunt moved toward the door with him. "Be careful out there, all right?" "I'll be careful," Michael said with a reassuring nod. She smiled and ruffled his hair like she used to when he was younger. "Though it was far longer now. Still feels weird seeing you like this. Taller. Quieter. Stronger." Michael chuckled under his breath. "Yeah. It feels weird being like this too." Bright Academy for the Gifted and Noble stood like a monument of polished white stone and tinted blue glass amidst the hills of Brightgate. Tall walls, manicured hedges, and hovering security drones gave it a sense of both prestige and paranoia. This was the school Michael had enrolled his cousin in. Since he had money now, he went for one of the best that the new city could offer. Michael walked through the outer courtyard. Other students passed his, some in uniform, others in casual attire. Several glanced in his direction, and more than a few stared. Michael ignored them. Michael was soon escorted into a reception room with polished wooden floors and a wide circular skylight that bathed the space in sunlight. Sitting at the head of the room was a short, silver-haired woman with the kind of poise that screamed, "Principal," flanked by two assistant teachers and a receptionist who looked barely old enough to be out of high school. Michael's gaze swept across the room. That's when he noticed. He weren't alone. Aside from him, 3 students stood along the far wall, each dressed in the silver-lined uniform of the senior division. All 3 radiated pressure, real pressure. Not civilians. Not mundane humans. Awakeners. Michael narrowed his eyes. But they weren't all just any students. One of them, a broad-shouldered boy with dark skin and sharp amber eyes, stood with the ease of someone confident in his power. His aura was sharp, wild, almost feral. A suspicion came to Michael. He used detect on the youth. Martial Disciple level 29. Just as Michael suspected. The youth was indeed a rank 2 awakener. However, Michael couldn't help but look down on the youth a little. 4-1. Why was he so weak? No. Don't get Michael wrong. It's just that in his head he had always imagined that awakeners at rank 2 should be very strong. However, the youth just gave a strong feeling. Not a threatening one. Maybe I'm just stronger. Michael didn't give it much thought. What he wondered next was when the youth became an awakener. Was it 2 years ago? A year ago? Or this year just like him? If it was 2 years or a year ago, Michael would be very disappointed. If it was this year though, that would be very impressive. Michael turned to look at the others next. The others weren't as remarkable. One girl, lithe and pale with a gaunt expression, had the smell of blood about her. The first thought was that she had been hunting a bit much these past few days and hadn't rested well enough. Archer level 13. Weak. Michael thought to himself. He wasn't insulting the girl. Was just the first thought that came to mind. However, the girl's level also showed that she should surely be a new awakener like him. The last was a boy with blue hair and a faint blue glow behind his eyes. Water Mage level 16. Rare class. Still, this youth was also weak. Of course, this was to Michael. In 2 months there was a possibility they might be able to advance to rank 2 just like he also planned to. He was just more sure of his own. Michael met the amber-eyed rank 2's stare for a moment. The boy smirked. Michael didn't react. He simply turned back to the principal and offered the barest nod. I'm Michael. First time we're meeting, but it was your vice principal that arranged I and my sister transfer to your school. The principal raised an eyebrow but didn't question it. She'd already been informed. Welcome to Bright Academy, she said, her voice smooth. I'm Principal Ileana. It's not common for us to accept transfers this late in the academic cycle, but, considering the recent events, we've made certain exceptions. Michael's eyes flicked toward the other students. Before Michael could dwell further, the principal spoke again. Her voice was calm, refined, but carried an undeniable edge of authority. I'm sure you already know why you're here, she said, her sharp eyes sweeping across the room, resting momentarily on Michael before moving on to the others. Bright Academy may be a prestigious school, but our institution is also one of the rare few qualified to host those with awakened potential. She folded her hands neatly in front of her. That includes you, of course. Michael said nothing. However, the principal continued, while your abilities set you apart, you are not exempt from the normal expectations placed on all students. The tall boy with the wild aura raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. The other two remained silent, their expressions unreadable. You'll attend your standard classes alongside your peers. Ordinary humans, cultivators, awakened, no distinction. You'll sit the same mock college exams, take the same entrance tests, and be graded using the same metrics. Merit first. Supernatural or not. Michael's gaze sharpened at that. It is only after passing those exams that you will qualify for entry into the Awakeners Academy division, she said. There, your true training will begin, specialized classes, combat simulations, and controlled rift excursions. But until then, prove yourselves academically, like everyone else. The principal's voice lowered slightly. Some of you may have been prodigies in your districts or local communities. Here, you are simply students. Do not expect to be coddled. She paused, letting the silence stretch a few seconds before standing up. As the principal finished speaking, she passed a file to each of the students, including Michael. Before we proceed, I need you to fill out this form. It's standard procedure for all students with unique abilities. The file contained various sections, some asking for basic information like name, age, and contact details, while others inquired about their abilities as awakeners, such as their class, level, and any special skills they possessed. Michael took the file and began to fill it out, his pen moving swiftly across the pages. He answered the questions honestly, providing details about his class, level, and a few of his abilities. When he finished, he handed the file back to the principal, who reviewed it briefly before nodding. The other students followed suit, each filling out their respective files. A few days later. A certain location in the land of origin. Michael was currently undertaking another bronze-level task. Like his previous ones, it was also a dangerous one he had taken solo. This task especially was one that needed at least 20 strong bronze-level hunters to handle. Michael stood atop a windswept ridge, his gaze fixed on the valley below. The ground was scorched black, dotted with the skeletal remains of trees and charred boulders that still sizzled with heat. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield. He rolled his shoulders once, tightening his grip on the dark iron spear in his hands. This was a bronze-level task. A solo request issued by one of the nearby base towns: subjugate the fire lions infesting Ashroot Valley. Most squads wouldn't take it. And even then, only if they could handle fire-type monsters. Michael came alone. Because to him, this wasn't a mission. It was a warm-up. Another experience giver. With a deep breath, he leapt down into the scorched valley. The ground cracked beneath his landing, a small crater forming beneath his feet. The moment he touched down, 3 fire lions erupted from the brush, roaring as flames danced along their manes. Each one was the size of a small car, muscles thick and coiled, eyes glowing molten orange. Michael's expression didn't change. One came at him fast, its body low and flames flaring as it pounced. Michael spun his spear in a lazy arc and slammed the butt of it into the side of the lion's face. There was a loud crunch. The beast was sent hurtling sideways, its massive body tumbling across the blackened dirt before it slammed into a jagged rock and slumped. Michael didn't even glance that way. The next came from the right, fire flaring wildly from its claws. It leapt for his throat. He stepped to the side and drove the spear upward through its underbelly, the black steel punching through flesh and bone as easily as paper. The lion screeched, thrashing wildly, flames igniting around them. Michael twisted the spear, then yanked it free. The lion collapsed in a heap of smoldering fur. The third hesitated. Michael met its gaze, eyes calm. Run. It didn't. The fire lion roared and charged, flames bursting from its paws, turning the ground beneath it to ash. Michael surged forward. A blur. He struck the lion's skull with the shaft of his spear and sent it flying into the air. Before it could hit the ground, he was already above it, descending like a bolt of judgment. He slammed his knee into its spine. The crack echoed through the valley like thunder. The fire lion let out a final gurgle before going still. Michael straightened, spinning his spear once before resting it on his shoulder. More rustling came from the distance. Not 3. Not 5. At least 24 more fire lions emerged from the burning forest. Each one snarling, frothing, their bodies leaking heat into the air. The ground trembled as they surrounded him. A pack. An entire pride. Michael simply breathed. He flicked his wrist, and the black spear glowed faintly. A fire lion charged from the side. Michael ducked, swept its legs, and crushed its throat with a downward stab. Another leapt from behind. Michael rolled forward, dodged the flames, and struck with such speed that the spear seemed to vanish and reappear in its skull. Again and again. He moved like a phantom. Fire burst all around him, but the flames couldn't touch him. His body moved on instinct, honed by countless battles. Soon. 20 dead lions. Michael exhaled. The rest hesitated. He stepped forward, eyes cold. You won't run. This time, they listened. They turned and fled, tails low and bodies twitching with fear. Michael watched them disappear into the smoking undergrowth, not moving an inch. Then, slowly, he began to walk, calm, measured steps in the same direction the lions had vanished. He could have killed them all. But he didn't. Because this wasn't just about clearing the task anymore. He wanted to find what was behind it, who was behind it. A higher-tier monster, probably an elite variant. So he let them run. The guild didn't ask for a party clearing but a complete cleanup. He followed their trail with quiet patience, his spear resting against his shoulder, boots crunching over blackened soil. The deeper he went, the heavier the air became, thicker with smoke, but also with mana. Fire aspect energy clung to the trees like a smothering blanket. Every few steps, he passed another half-burned corpse of an animal, some small, others large. All of them dead from heat, not claws. Then he found tracks. Massive ones. At least twice the size of a regular fire lion's paws, pressed deep into the ash like molten brands. They led further east, deeper into the valley, where the heat shimmered like a curtain. Michael stepped through it without hesitation. And paused. There it was. A clearing. At its center stood an enormous obsidian boulder, cracked and smoking with veins of red heat glowing inside. And resting at its base, half-curled like a sleeping god, was the monster he'd expected. A greater flame lion. Its mane was alive, no longer hair, but pure flame. Every breath it took sent heat waves rolling across the clearing. Around it, at least a dozen fire lions paced in tight circles like royal guards. Michael narrowed his eyes. Normal bronze-level hunters weren't meant to handle something like this. Perhaps a higher-level hunter team. Michael raised his spear. His lips curled into something like a smile. Found you. With a flick of his wrist, he vanished from sight. The pride didn't even notice. Not until he was already inside their ring, spear glowing with dark energy, slicing through flesh like silk. He wasn't hunting anymore. He was purging. Soon. After this task, I should only need to do a few similar ones to level up my hunter level again. Unlike the first 2 weeks after his awakening, where everything moved from one chaotic event to the next, the days that followed were relatively peaceful for Michael. Whether it was related to his class, his family, or his identities in the land of origin, everything progressed steadily. Not only did he now have 105 contract slots, which would soon be filled with the Greater Flame Lion's corpse, but thanks to the support from the Hunter Guild, he didn't seem far from leveling up again. If nothing unexpected happens, Michael murmured, after filling up my contract slots today, I can start saving to evolve Lucky, Prince, and the others. Especially Prince and his undead griffin. With their current strength, Michael had high hopes for their growth post-evolution. He could feel it, this next stage would bring a significant boost. Prince was already at the peak of rank 1, and the griffin had stepped into rank 2. Their levels were 25 and 27 respectively. Once they evolved into 1-star extraordinary creatures, their potential would shoot up to level 42. Michael was excited. Then there was Lucky. Lucky's next evolution would make him a 3-star extraordinary creature, pushing his peak level all the way to 63. But Michael hesitated. This evolution, it felt different. Stronger. Riskier. What if Lucky accidentally advanced to rank 3? It sounded unlikely, maybe even exaggerated, but Michael couldn't shake the feeling. And if it did happen, it wouldn't be a small problem. Until Michael himself advanced to rank 2, he couldn't safely allow Lucky to evolve. If his suspicion was correct and Lucky stepped into rank 3, not only would their contract break due to the 2-rank gap, but Michael would suffer a devastating backlash from the connection being severed. Best case. He'd be knocked unconscious for days. Worst case. He'd be forcefully teleported to another random location in the land of origin. Basically that meant death. To Michael, this restriction between necromancers and their undead felt more like a shackle than a balance. Imagine if he could evolve an undead straight into a god-level creature. Who would he need to fear in this world? He would have an unstoppable, high-tier carrier, something capable of challenging monsters far above his own level. His leveling speed would skyrocket. Unfortunately, reality wasn't that generous. Michael cleared his traces from the area and stored the corpses of several fire lions, including their leader, into his storage space. Then, without wasting time, he mounted his undead griffin and flew off. He didn't return to the capital immediately. Instead, he headed to the secluded location where he kept his undead and usually conducted his experiments. This was where he planned to fill up his remaining contract slots and use undead summoning on those undead that couldn't be summoned. At present, Michael could summon 70 undead. It was a significant number, and even more terrifying when considering that all 70 were rank 1 creatures. Thanks to his trips into dimensional cracks back in the real world, some of these undead weren't just at the early stage of rank 1 either. Take Lily and Beginning, for example. Weeks ago, during the chaos involving the demonic supernaturals, he had assigned them to protect his family. At that time, they were among his strongest undead. But while he continued to grow stronger, they fell behind in level. Thankfully, thanks to his recent ventures, especially the dimensional cracks in Brightgate City and the high-risk tasks he took in the Land of Origin, both Lily and Beginning had managed to catch up. They were now level 18. Not far from the top-tier undead in his current arsenal. Michael, on the other hand, was still some distance away from reaching the halfway point in experience needed for his next level. Progress was slow, but there was progress. Even if nothing major happened, at this rate, he was confident he could at least reach level 25 before the academy entrance exams. Michael stepped into a clearing. He knelt beside the greater flame lion's corpse. Its body, though lifeless, still radiated a residual heat. The other two fire lion corpses lay nearby, their fur scorched and smoldering. Without hesitation, Michael began to use Undead Revival. Dark mana surged from his hands as he channeled his necromantic energy into the lions. Runes formed mid-air, circling each corpse with slow precision. Minutes passed. Then, movement. The greater flame lion's charred eyes flickered open. Its large frame slowly lifted itself off the ground. The other two followed shortly after, standing to either side of their leader. 3 down. He opened his panel. The 3 new additions pushed his contracted undead count to 105, completely maxed out. But he wasn't done. As there was still time, Michael once again tried undead summoning on his previous undead and the 3 new ones. Fortunately, Lady Luck smiled at him today and he was able to add 9 more undead to the list of undead he could summon, including the 3 fire lions. A satisfied smile tugged at Michael's lips. 70 summoned. 105 contracted. It was an army in its own right. Unfortunately, Michael had already used his evolution points for the day, so the newly summonable undead would have to wait. It was important to note that Michael only used his evolution points on undead he could actively summon. Even if some had been evolved before, if they weren't currently summonable, he'd rather choose a random undead under his control and evolve that one instead. That said, the only undead he chose to evolve were his undead humans. Because of that, he now had several high humans under his command. Speaking of high humans, just like the rest of his undead army, they had grown quite powerful. After following him on tasks and even accompanying him into dimensional cracks, their levels had improved significantly. Even those who were slightly lower in level could hold their own against stronger enemies. The race itself was really a cheat. Unfortunately, most of them were still purely physical combatants. Michael hadn't yet figured out how to make them learn magic. He hadn't given up, of course, but it was proving to be more difficult than expected. Not even the red cauldron in his soul, his talent, had been helpful in that regard. Speaking of the red cauldron. Not even the red cauldron in his soul, his talent, had been helpful in that regard. Speaking of the red cauldron. Michael's connection with the red cauldron had deepened compared to when he first encountered it, that it felt a little foreign. However, despite this deeper link, he hadn't been able to learn anything new about it for days. It frustrated him. Depressed him a little, even. But since there was nothing he could do about it for now, he could only continue giving his best and move forward. After making sure all his undead, aside from the griffin, were stationed where they needed to be, Michael mounted the griffin and began his flight back to the capital. He expected it to be another quiet evening, just him cultivating until morning. But when he arrived home, he found Ace and Leah there. Not that their presence surprised him. He'd gotten used to them by now, and it seemed they had gotten used to him too. Even Leah, who had once seemed constantly conflicted, was noticeably more relaxed around him these days. That said, it was rare to find them home in the evening. Usually, they were only around during the early mornings or late at night. Over the past few days, Michael had learned where they always disappeared to. In both the outer and inner city, there were places called dojos, training halls where ordinary people learn to become knights, and knights train to become stronger. Apparently, that was where Ace and Leah had been spending most of their time. From what Michael could sense, their training hadn't brought about much actual growth, at least not in strength or mana. But they both looked genuinely happy, so he figured they liked what they were doing. That was enough for him. He had no intention of interfering. What Michael didn't know, however, was that he played a far greater role in their lives than he realized. It was part of what made the two respect him deeply. Even Leah, who used to hate all nobles with everything he had, now viewed Michael differently. The life they were living now, the freedom, the ability to train, the lack of servitude, was something they hadn't expected. And most of it was thanks to him. Even the dojo they trained at was made possible through the generous sums Michael often left behind for them. This wasn't the life of servants they'd once imagined. And for that, they were truly grateful. Michael raised a brow as he shut the front door behind him. "You're home early." "We were dismissed early today, my lord," Ace responded and added, "The dojo master said we're closing early from now on, preparing for some kind of big event." Michael's eyes flickered. "Big event?" Leah replied this time. "Yes." The master didn't say much, but he mentioned a competition being held by a duke. That made Michael pause. A competition by a duke? Is it what I think it is? He wondered. In fact, he already knew the answer. The Duke of Evermoon was probably already making his move. He'd been noticing it lately, the stir in the air, the tension creeping along the edges of the outer city. The capital had grown restless. Vendors spoke with hushed excitement, and random announcements were cropping up more frequently in the streets. And now this. Michael folded his arms and leaned against the wall. Did he say which duke? No, my lord, Leah said, shaking his head. Just that it was important. Enough that every dojo in the capital is adjusting their schedule. Michael didn't respond this time. He just gave a small nod and turned away. Thanks for the information. Without another word, he made his way to his room, shutting the door behind him. The moment he was alone, he sat cross-legged on the bed, falling into a lotus position. He waved a hand, and a soft pulse of mana opened a crack in the space above his palm. From within, he retrieved a glowing, faintly pulsating crystal, one of the spirit crystals he'd collected from monster hunts recently. They were becoming a common drop in his travels, but that didn't lessen their value. For one, spirit crystals could be exchanged for evolution points, but with Michael's current daily refresh rate, doing so was a waste. He also had money, so selling them wasn't worth it either. With those two options out of the way, Michael had been using spirit crystals for one purpose. Cultivation. With a spirit crystal, his cultivation speed increased by tenfold. Michael placed the spirit crystal on his palm. As soon as it made contact with his skin, the mana within him stirred. He took a deep breath, then slowly released it, sinking deeper into a meditative state. Threads of mana began to unravel from the spirit crystal, pulled by an invisible force, and were greedily absorbed into Michael's body. It wasn't painful. On the contrary, it felt warm, soothing. Like sitting in front of a fire during a cold winter night. His mana circuit surged, and for a moment, he felt his senses stretch outward. It was fleeting, but enough to make his heart race. He focused inward, guiding the excess energy through the pathways he had long since memorized. His control had improved over the past few days. He continued cultivating deep into the night, rotating through 3 more crystals. By the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the curtains, he had made notable progress. Plus 1.2 intelligence. Just as Michael opened his eyes, a soft knock echoed through the room. Michael's head turned. It was Ace's voice from behind the door. "My lord, there's someone here for you. Important looking. We thought you should see this." Important looking? Michael was a bit confused. Since integrating into the land of origin, he had made a few acquaintances, but only a handful knew his address. Was the person Ace spoke of even someone he knew? Despite the confusion, Michael didn't remain still. He calmly stood up and walked to the door of his room. Michael stepped out of his room. When he descended the stairs, he was met with a familiar face. Master Yuan. Michael found Master Yuan seated calmly, his back straight, his long robes immaculate. It was a familiar and the only personal attendant of Mage Lien that Michael knew. What surprised Michael wasn't his presence but his timing. He had given Mage Lien his address during their last conversation, so it made sense that they could find him. But why now? Had something happened? The moment Master Yuan saw him, the older man rose from his seat with grace that betrayed years of disciplined training. Sir Mike, Master Yuan greeted with a respectful bow. Michael blinked. Master Yuan, he returned the nod. Is there a reason for the visit? The old man clasped his hands. The Grand Mage requests your presence. Michael's brow furrowed. He kept his voice calm. Did he say what it's about? Master Yuan shook his head. Only that it is urgent, and that it concerns the coming days. That could mean anything. I'll need a few minutes, he said, glancing upstairs. Please wait. Master Yuan inclined his head. Of course. Michael returned to his room and shut the door behind him. He didn't waste a second. Michael moved with practiced speed, stripping out of his sleep-wrinkled clothes and heading straight to the wash basin. The water was cold, but he welcomed it. He scrubbed himself clean, from his face to his arms. The process didn't take long. In under 5 minutes, Michael was toweling off, already planning what to wear. Despite their relationship, Michael knew the importance of appearances. The Grand Mage might have requested his presence, but Michael would not show up looking anything less than composed. Michael's robes, when he emerged from his small wardrobe, were black and gold, new and neatly pressed. He tied the sash tightly around his waist, adjusted the cuffs, and straightened the collar with one sharp tug. He paused before the mirror and ran a comb through his still damp hair. His reflection stared back at him, young, calm, and composed. The final touch came in the form of a small bottle. A few dabs of the perfume on his neck and wrists, and a small spritz into the air that he walked through, left him smelling of subtle sandalwood and citrus. He gave himself one last look. Polished. Presentable. Capable. Then he exhaled. With his preparations complete, he returned downstairs. Master Yuan was still seated, patient as ever. The old man's eyes flicked over Michael's new appearance, and though he said nothing, the faint lift of his brow showed approval. Michael gave a polite nod. Let's not keep him waiting. Yes, Sir Mike. Master Yuan didn't say much on the way. When they arrived at the tall doors of the Grand Mage's study, Yuan knocked once, then stepped aside. The door opened with a soft creak, and Mage Lien's voice called out from within. Come in. Michael stepped inside. As always, the study was warm, with shelves stretching high into the walls, each one brimming with old tomes, scrolls, and strange artifacts. Mage Lien was seated behind his darkwood desk, surrounded by a haze of faint magical glow. He looked up the moment Michael entered and smiled. Sir Mike. How was the journey? Michael bowed slightly. Smooth, Grand Mage. The weather is nice. Mage Lien nodded and looked toward Master Yuan. Thank you, Yuan. You may wait outside. The old man bowed once, then turned and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Michael approached the desk and waited. Mage Lien gestured toward the chair across from him. Sit. We have 3 things to discuss. Michael sat, straight-backed. His mind already racing through possibilities. The first, Mage Lien said, reaching into a drawer, is your payment from the mountain apes hunt. He placed a brown pouch on the table. It landed with a surprising weight. Michael blinked as he untied it and peeked inside. It wasn't filled with coins. Instead, there were golden slips of paper, each one adorned with symbols and numbers. Michael counted a few, frowning at the unfamiliar item. 50 golden papers, Mage Lien said, folding his hands together. Each worth 1,000 gold coins. Michael's eyes widened. That's 50,000 gold. Yes, Lien confirmed. You can exchange them for cash at any inner city bank or use them as direct payment when purchasing from major merchants. Consider it your share, and a quiet acknowledgement. Michael's lips parted slightly. He had not yet recovered when Mage Lien raised a hand. Now, on to the second matter. Mage Lien reached into another drawer and brought out yet another pouch, this one smaller but no less ornate. With a flick of his wrist, he slid it across the desk to Michael. Michael caught it and opened the pouch cautiously. Inside, another load of golden tickets. His hands paused for a second. His mind, already reeling from the first pouch, struggled to process this second wave of wealth. Another 50, he muttered, glancing up. Mage Lien gave a small nod. Correct. Another 50 golden papers. 50,000 gold. Michael felt the world tilt just a little. This was surreal. But before he could ask what this second pouch was for, Mage Lien spoke again. That is your reward for assisting me and the Kingdom Knights during that incident. Michael's expression shifted the moment he heard the word. That. Even the way Mage Lien said it sent a chill down his spine. That monster. One that he hadn't even been able to see and had nearly killed him. And it wasn't the kind of false death from the land of origin, where his real body would remain unaffected. This was real death, true and permanent, the kind that would erase his consciousness entirely. Remembering the experience, Michael's body trembled slightly before he forced himself to calm down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm stronger now, he told himself. That monster was definitely at least rank 2, maybe even a very powerful one at that. But compared to the Michael of before, even a rank 2 wouldn't be a threat for long. Mage Lien's voice broke through the silence. The second gift is not just a reward. It's also a gesture of appreciation from the kingdom. Michael's brow twitched faintly. He remained silent, waiting for the rest. Lien leaned back in his chair. Your efforts did not go unnoticed. Few outsiders would have reacted as quickly or decisively as you did, especially not when faced with something they couldn't even see. Michael gave a small nod. I was just doing what I could. And sometimes, Lien said, what you can do is more than most. He paused, then tapped a finger on the desk. Which brings us to the third issue. Michael's gaze sharpened. The third is connected to the second. That made Michael narrow his eyes. A flicker of suspicion rose in his chest. Something about the way. He didn't interrupt, but his expression grew serious. Mage Lien continued, his tone grave. We've received word from the outpost town closest to Everlong Forest. Michael blinked. Everlong. A memory stirred. The middle-aged mayor with a rough beard, whose smile had been warm but wary. The one who had handed him his first proper set of clothes in this world. What happened? Michael asked quietly. The creature that was controlling the monsters is on the move again, Lien said. After being silent for days, it's begun sending waves of monsters toward the town. Michael's hands curled slightly. Are there casualties? He asked. No, Lien said. Not yet. The creatures sent were weak. The soldiers stationed there have been more than enough to handle them. But that's precisely the issue. Michael frowned. It wasn't until later, a suspicious thought came to him. It's probing. Lien nodded. Exactly. A chill slid down Michael's spine. That monster is corelli strong, given its bizarre ability, Lien went on, but surely, it could have sent something stronger. But it didn't. Which means it's watching. Studying. Testing responses. Gathering information. Michael leaned back, exhaling slowly. That kind of behavior didn't match mindless aggression. It was calculated. Measured. It meant the enemy wasn't just powerful, it was intelligent. And intelligence made monsters infinitely more dangerous. Mage Lien exhaled, his fingers steepled in front of his lips as he leaned slightly forward. We attempted to trace the origin of the creature, he said slowly. Michael remained silent, watching him. The results were concerning. Lien's voice lowered. According to the elders, the energy surrounding the creature bore the mark of forbidden craft. Specifically, a type of magic that was outlawed by the kingdom nearly 4 centuries ago. Michael's eyes narrowed. That form of experimentation was deemed too dangerous after a certain incident. The kingdom declared it a cursed discipline. All research was destroyed. Practitioners were hunted down and executed. Yet. Lien gestured vaguely, here we are. Michael didn't move. His pulse had slowed, but his thoughts were racing. Because what Mage Lien said matched far too closely with the truth. The creature wasn't just a stray beast. It had been locked away in a sealed ruin, deep beneath layers of decayed enchantments. A ruin that he had entered. A ruin that he had accidentally unsealed. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't fate. It was him. He had released it. And that was something no one else knew. Michael said nothing, keeping his face impassive as Mage Lien continued. There are signs the creature is recovering, the Grand Mage went on. Its attacks are becoming more refined. Its mana patterns more stable. It's evolving, or perhaps reverting, back to its original state. Whatever the case, it has not yet reached its peak. Michael's hand rested calmly on the armrest of his chair, but his knuckles were white beneath the sleeve. He knew. That monster hadn't been at full strength when it first appeared. And now, it was gathering energy again, growing. Which meant they were on a clock. And he was the reason it had started ticking. Michael took a deep breath. Thank you for telling me. Lien gave a short nod. You've proven reliable. I wanted you to know. Mage Lien shifted in his seat, and the light around his fingers dimmed. That brings me to the reason I asked you here, he said. The kingdom is preparing to act. In 5 days, a force will be dispatched to the Everlong Forest. Michael's brows rose. A force? Yes. A joint operation between the Royal Knights, myself, and a Grand Knight, possibly even more. He paused, eyes flicking upward with meaning. There's a chance a great mage may join us. Michael's breath caught. His eyes lit with restrained excitement. A great mage. In the hierarchy, they stood above Grand Mages and Grand Knights. From what he understood, those who held such titles were likely at the peak of rank 2, possibly even rank 3. Which meant they were leagues above most threats, perhaps strong enough to destroy that monster outright. I see, Michael said slowly. That's significant. Mage Lien smiled faintly at the reaction. I thought you'd be interested. And that brings me to the question I've been considering all morning. Michael tilted his head. Would you like to join us? Michael blinked once, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Me? Lien nodded. Yes. You. Michael leaned back slightly, stunned. I'm not. Officially a soldier of the kingdom? Lien finished for him. Correct. But your strength is recognized. Michael didn't answer immediately. Part of him wanted to say yes instantly. But the memory of that moment, his inability to act, the fear that paralyzed him, still clung to his skin like a shadow. Mage Lien noticed his hesitation. This is not an order. It's an invitation. The decision is yours. Michael's gaze dropped to the floor. He remembered the old mayor. The soldiers. And how he might have doomed them all without realizing it. He inhaled sharply through his nose, then looked up. I'll come, he said. Lien gave a single nod, calm and composed, but Michael saw the slight exhale of approval. Good, the Grand Mage said. Prepare yourself. We leave at dawn 5 days from now. 5 days wasn't a short time. But it wasn't long either. Still, it was enough for Michael to prepare a few things. As a few thoughts flashed through his mind, he discussed the final details with Mage Lien before being escorted out again by Master Yuan. Back outside the inner city, in the outer city streets, Michael made his way home while mentally listing everything he needed to do in the coming days. He'd promised to join Mage Lien and the kingdom in the attack against that monster, so he would. If he didn't have the courage to face certain things now, then Michael felt that even with greater strength in the future, he still might hesitate. Yes, it was wise to be cautious of dangerous things. But there were times when bravery was needed, and cowardice was a sin. Michael figured that time was now. That said, he didn't plan to fight the monster personally. That was a job for his undead. Moments like this were when Michael truly appreciated being a necromancer. The super association in Brightgate City is far better than the one in Woodstone. All my stronger orcs have armor and weapons now. Even Spartan does. The weaker undead have armor too, though it's lower ranked. Compared to when he'd first awakened, the quality of his undead army had skyrocketed. Thanks to his strength and increasing wealth, and the many opportunities available through the dimensional cracks in Brightgate, he was better equipped than ever. His wealth wasn't growing, but it was holding steady. Which was a win, considering the heavy spending. Even his undead shamans had magic-enhancing items now. Thinking about all this brought Michael back to an important realization. He should start collecting gear for himself too. He had an armor set, but he rarely used it. It was cumbersome to wear, and most of the threats he faced couldn't even breach his regular physical defense. But he didn't have much else. Wands were powerful, but his mana was already strong, meaning only high-tier wands would benefit him. And those were rare. Lesser mana-enhancing items like enchanted necklaces weren't helpful to him anymore, so he hadn't bothered with them. But now, with an old enemy in his path, Michael began to think differently. He didn't need more mana. He needed protection. Specifically, protection for his mind. He still remembered that moment clearly. The monster had attacked him mentally, trying to kill him outright. According to the system, his intelligence stat could help him, but Michael didn't want to gamble with his life. So, he made a decision. He was going to look for items that could protect his mind. And now that the idea was in his head, it became his top priority. Michael returned to his house in the outer city, letting the familiar scent of home wash over him as he pushed the door open. It was quiet. He scanned the living room out of habit, but it was empty. A quick sense of the house confirmed his suspicion. Ace and Lia were gone. Probably off at their dojo training again. Michael didn't mind. He made his way to his room and dropped onto the bed. Summoning an undead shaman to stand guard, he closed his eyes. In the next second, his consciousness slipped into his other body. A pair of green eyes slowly opened. Michael sat up from the bed in his room at the estate, stretched, and walked to the door. He called out, "Aunt Mia." No answer. A pulse of mana flowed out of him, his senses spreading across the estate like a ripple in a pond. Only his undead responded. Aunt Mia wasn't here. As for Lily, she was in school at this hour. He didn't need to check. So, he was alone. Him and his undead. Michael didn't waste any time and quickly went to freshen up. After changing into a new set of clothes, he stepped out of his house and headed toward one of the Super Association branches in Brightgate City. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the center and begin speaking with the person in charge. The woman at the counter had short, curled hair and wore a sleek black uniform with the Super Association's silver crest emblazoned over her chest. Her eyes flicked up briefly as Michael approached, but the moment she recognized him, her professional expression softened slightly. "Welcome back, Mr. Michael," she said. Is there something you're looking for today? Yes, Michael replied without hesitation. I need gear, something that can protect me from mental attacks. Yes, Michael replied without hesitation. I need gear, something that can protect me from mental attacks. The woman raised a brow, intrigued, but said nothing as she pulled out a smooth, tablet-like device from beneath the counter. She tapped it a few times, and a list of items flickered into view, projected into the air. You're in luck, she said, scrolling. Brightgate's branch recently received a shipment. Several of their artifacts are designed specifically for psychic defense. Let me show you the ones available. Michael leaned in as she brought up the first option. This one here is called the Mindroot Pendant. It offers passive resistance to mental interference, around 15% of your natural resistance. Nothing major but still very helpful. It also stacks well with other protections. Price, $122,000. Michael nodded. Next, she swiped to another. This is the Veilband Circlet. Once per day, it can nullify a single mental attack completely. But that's it. After that, it's just ornamental until the cooldown resets. Price, $325,250. Anything stronger? Michael asked. The woman nodded and flicked again. This one might be of interest, Dream Steel Ring. Grants immunity to low-tier illusions, reduces the chance of mental debuffs, and boosts psychic clarity during combat. It's rare. Price, $487,700. That caught Michael's attention. It wasn't exactly cheap, but considering what he was up against. Are there any that protect against high-tier psychic attacks directly? He asked. The woman thought for a moment, then brought up another item. This is the Warding Mantle, she said, highlighting a silver-threaded cloak with runes sewn along its hem. It's a full-body garment enchanted with a static barrier that absorbs the first burst of psychic damage taken in a day, up to a high-tier threshold. It's a favorite among field magi and telepaths. Price, $790,000. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. That one sounded good, but he wanted more options. Any accessories? Smaller items? She nodded, lips curving faintly. Actually, yes. This next one is special. She brought up an image of a sleek black case. As it opened in the projection, it revealed a pair of earrings, thin, elegant bands of platinum set with twin violet stones that shimmered faintly, like starlight trapped in crystal. These are the Siren's Echo earrings. Crafted from Echo crystal and Mindweave alloy. They're quite powerful. When worn, they continuously dampen mental interference and redirect psychic pressure away from the wearer's core. They also passively enhance mental clarity, which can sharpen casting speed for spellcasters. Most importantly, they contain a one-time mental shield that can block a direct high-tier psychic attack. Once triggered, the shield takes 7 days to recharge. Price, $1.2 million. Michael's eyebrows rose slightly. That was a steep price, but the effect matched the cost. That's strong, he admitted. Anyone on the wait list? Not for this branch, the woman replied, smirking slightly. You'd be the first to request them. She scrolled again. We also have a set called the Echo Pins. A lesser version of the earrings, only dampening effects and minor clarity boosts. No shield. Price, $178,000. Michael waved that one off. The next item caught his eye, a small orb the size of a marble. This is a null core bead, she explained. You hold it or embed it in gear. When activated, it creates a temporary null field around your mind, making you invisible to mental scans and almost immune to mind reading or suggestion spells. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Price, $510,000. Michael stared at the bead for a moment before shaking his head. I'll pass on the orb. Everything else though, I'll take it. The woman blinked, giving a professional nod. Understood. That includes the Mindroot pendant, Veilband circlet, Dream Steel ring, Warding mantle, and the Siren's Echo earrings, correct? Michael nodded. Exactly. I'll begin the purchase process. It'll take a few minutes to verify your authorization and confirm item retrieval, she said, already tapping on her tablet. Michael stepped aside, arms crossed loosely, his thoughts drifting again. The thought of the monster still chilled him, but it also pushed him. There was fear. But also anticipation. Mr. Michael. He looked up as the woman called to him again. All items have been reserved under your account. We'll have them ready within 2 hours, packed and warded. Would you like them delivered? No, I'll come pick them up myself. She bowed slightly. Very well. Thank you for your purchase, Mr. Michael. Michael gave a faint smile and turned away. Michael stood in the dressing room of the Super Association, silent. The walls were white. The full-body mirror before him reflected a tall young man with long, ink-black hair that cascaded past his shoulders, green eyes as sharp as blades, and a calm expression that concealed the thoughts brewing underneath. He let his fingers brush over the collar of the warding mantle, feeling the smooth silver thread stitched into the black fabric. The cloak didn't feel heavy. He turned a little, watching the cloak shift with him. Not bad, he muttered. Then he looked at the dream steel ring on his right hand, black with silver veins running along its band, pulsing faintly with blue light. He could feel it working already. It didn't make his mind sharper, not exactly. But there was a clarity to his thoughts now, a steadiness that hadn't been there before. Like his mind had gone from walking a dirt path to gliding across glass. His fingers moved next to his neck. The Mindroot pendant was simple. A smooth green stone hanging from a short chain of rune-inscribed metal. It was small. Subtle. The kind of thing no one would look twice at. But when Michael closed his eyes and focused on it, he could feel a resistance forming, a wall, however faint, around the edges of his mind. 15% wasn't much. But it was something. He glanced at his reflection again. The veilband circlet gleamed faintly as he lifted it. It looked delicate, like polished silver thread coiled into a graceful band. Michael slipped it over his hair, letting it rest on his forehead just above the brows. Nothing dramatic happened. But he could sense the faint trigger locked inside. A hidden barrier. Waiting. One hit. Then nothing, Michael murmured. His gaze dropped to the final addition. The Siren's Echo earrings. He picked them up slowly from the velvet-lined case. They were beautiful. Cool to the touch. The violet stones shimmered with internal light, catching on the edges of his vision like distant stars. He slipped them on, one by one, there was no pain, and the change was immediate. His breath slowed. His heartbeat evened. The background noise of his thoughts grew quiet, as if muffled by soft winds. His awareness expanded slightly, sharper, yet calmer. There was a quiet pressure around his temples, not painful, but present, like something gentle was guarding his mind from all directions. He stared at himself in the mirror, taking it all in. The mantle, the circlet, the ring, the pendant, the earrings. Better, Michael said simply. And he meant it. Michael's expression shifted slightly as he remembered something. I should get a few more pieces for Aunt Mia and Lily. Not everything, just 1 or 2 defensive items each. The Mindroot pendant and earrings were a given. It would cost more. But it was worth it. Also, he could afford it. Michael left the dressing room shortly after placing his newly acquired items into his storage space. He removed the earrings, but not a single drop of blood appeared. Just a few days ago, he had discovered something interesting about his high human physique. Beyond the obvious strength, once he reached a certain level, he could control minor aspects of his body that he never thought possible. He could, for example, force a drop of blood out without needing a wound. Or make a specific part of his body harder or softer at will. Michael wasn't sure if this was a unique trait of all high humans, but it was a significant discovery nonetheless. Outside the dressing room, he spoke with the Super Association staff about his new purchases. "I've noted your request to copy the pendant and earrings for 2 additional users." "Thanks," Michael replied, taking the slate and tapping in his thumbprint. A soft chime confirmed the transaction. "Would you like the items delivered to your residence or stored with your vault package?" "Residence," he said. "Expedited." "Of course, sir." He gave her a nod before turning away. He walked through the glass corridor that overlooked the city, the white tiles soft under his boots. 2 worlds, yet neither offers a true sense of safety. Land of origin. In this world, the one with the biggest fist was always right. Aurora. Demonic supernaturals ran rampant. 2 worlds. Different problems. But the same solution. Strength. As long as he had enough of it, everything else was simple. A day passed. Michael awoke from his meditation to the faint warmth of morning light filtering through the windows. +1 intelligence. The soft hum of system alerts echoed in his mind. Several thoughts flashed past Michael's mind before a subtle smile appeared on the edge of his lips. Today's the day. His lips curved faintly as he sat up. There was an excitement simmering just beneath the surface. Because today, he was finally going to evolve one of his oddest undead. Prince Michael only had a few named undead, despite commanding over 100. Lucky. Prince. Lily. Beginning. Ghost. Fade. Purple. Blue. Spartan. Among them, Lucky and Prince were his first, the 2 that had truly carried him through his initial rise to power. But as time passed, and with the complications of his talent alongside the ever-growing number of undead, Prince had slipped from the top 2. Now, there were a few stronger than him, though the number didn't exceed 3. It was a little unfortunate, especially since even Michael himself had grown stronger than most of his undead. But today, by noon, when his talent refreshed and provided more evolution points, Michael would finally be able to evolve Prince again. It wouldn't restore his rank as top 2. Not with the current lineup. Still, it would be enough to push him back to his former status, one of the strongest in Michael's army, not just one of the strong. However, since it would still be a few hours before he gained enough points to evolve Prince, Michael cleared his thoughts, retrieved a spirit crystal from his storage space, and resumed meditation, following the breathing pattern of his cultivation technique. A few hours later, just after his daily points refreshed and rose to over 200, Michael began preparing to leave the capital. First, he freshened up and changed into a new set of clothes before heading out. Moments later, he stood once again in the familiar clearing within the forest. Without hesitation, Michael summoned Prince. The undead redthorn wolf still bore scars, though mostly healed by now, sustained by the necromantic energy that kept it alive, scars left behind by that monster. It was during that desperate fight to buy time for Michael that Prince had lost his tail. Aside from evolving this undead today, Michael also wanted to confirm a suspicion. Did evolution restore an undead to a peak state? To be honest, though he hadn't tried reviving a badly mutilated corpse before, he already had a feeling about the answer. He believed it was possible. For one, newly evolved undead never bore any scars. Second, monsters retrieved from dimensional cracks that lacked reproductive organs somehow gained them after evolution. It was like evolution fixed them. And with Prince's evolution this time, Michael hoped to clear a few more of his doubts. Undead Redthorn Wolf, level 25. Rank, Rare. Evolved to Extraordinary for 125 evolution points. Yes, Michael confirmed without hesitation. Immediately a bright light started emitting from Prince's body. A bright, pulsing light flared from Prince's body, illuminating the forest clearing in stark white. The familiar scent of undead essence mingled with a string of pressure slowly began leaking out of the Redthorn Wolf's evolving form. Michael stepped back instinctively. The pressure was subtle at first. Like the forest holding its breath. Then it thickened. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground and into Michael's bones. Prince's body began to shift. Where his tail had once been severed, a new one slowly formed, coated in brilliant light. I knew it. The regeneration of the tail wasn't unexpected, but it was still a relief to see his theory confirmed. Evolution truly did restore the undead to their ideal state. But then the pressure surged. Michael's eyes twitched as a heavy wave rolled off Prince's body, forcing the surrounding trees to creak and groan. The wind itself seemed to bend around the clearing as if afraid to enter. The air grew thick, oppressive. Just how strong are you going to become this time? Michael murmured, his voice strained. He couldn't help but think that he might have underestimated just how strong Prince might become from this evolution. Moments passed. And then, suddenly, the pressure began to recede. It didn't vanish, but it settled, compressed inward, contained within Prince's new form. The light dimmed. The forest exhaled. Soon a string of notifications appeared in front of Michael's eyes. What a beast! Your rare undead redthorn wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead venomthorn ravager. Your undead venomthorn ravager, plant control, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager, poison, skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill viral growth. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill toxic resurgence. The first thing Michael noticed was Prince's new form. It resembled Lucky's evolution, but this time, everything was amplified. Bigger didn't even begin to describe it. It was massive. Towering. Prince stood at nearly 7 meters. His new form was a blend of beast and fortress. The stone-like hide was darker than Lucky's, veined with not just green, but streaks of deep crimson, like blood carved into rock. The vines that clung to him were thicker. The thorns were longer, sharper, dripping with a black sap that hissed as it touched the forest floor. But it wasn't just the appearance. The pressure coming from Prince's body was suffocating. Michael's breath hitched as the aura rolled over him like a wave, thick and forceful. It was unlike anything his undead had released before. His eyes narrowed. Even then, his shoulders tensed. What the hell did he become? Michael took a step closer, slowly, studying every inch. Prince turned his head slightly. Their eyes met. Michael paused. There was no aggression. No wild instinct. Only calm recognition. Loyalty. And power. He opened his system panel and quickly scanned the updated entry. The first thing he noticed were the new skills in Prince's status, followed by the experience points needed to level up, causing Michael's eyes to widen in disbelief. His gaze instinctively shifted to Prince's current level, and when he saw it, his breath hitched. Venomthorn Ravager LV, 42. Name, Prince. Rank, Extraordinary. Michael's breathing quickened before he managed to calm himself a few seconds later. Level 42, he muttered again. This level of power, it was overwhelming. Was that monster from before even as strong as the current prince? Michael couldn't help but wonder, glancing at the creature with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. He realized just how wrong he'd been to assume Prince couldn't take the top spot in his army. Because, at least for now, Prince was the absolute strongest. Once again, Michael found himself unable to compete with the top power in his undead forces. But he didn't feel sad about it. This is how it's meant to be. And it truly was. A stronger undead meant a stronger him, as a necromancer. That familiar sense of security returned, knowing he now had a creature this powerful under his command. But that wasn't the only thing running through Michael's mind. After seeing the strength gained from evolving Prince into a 1-star extraordinary creature with a new level cap of 49, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power would Lucky reach as a 3-star at the same rank? If he had doubts before about Lucky jumping straight into rank 3 with its evolution at level 25, Prince's transformation now made him certain. As for testing Prince's abilities, Michael already had some idea of what to expect, thanks to Lucky's evolution. And besides, he didn't have a death wish. Not when it came to being near a poison-type creature of this magnitude. He wasn't about to use his own body to find out how resistant he was to toxic sap. And speaking of his body, Michael turned to glance at his hands as the feeling of increased strength faded from his body. He had just gotten the feedback of a 1-star extraordinary creature advancing to the next rank. And the feeling he got. It was huge. Michael excitedly called out his status. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 21. EXP, 89,718 out of 201,826. Strength, 34.75 plus 7.0. Agility, 49.51 plus 11.0. Constitution, 45.12 plus 8.0. Intelligence, 178.32 plus 11.0. Attribute points, 10. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105 out of 105. Gift, Mark of Origin. Heavens! Michael exclaimed in surprise. The increase in stats he received from Prince's feedback was massive. One had to understand, he was a high human now. And yet, even with that, his stats had increased by such a staggering amount at just one level. It made him wonder. Just how much had his stats increased, at least in terms of raw numbers? Michael didn't know for sure, but he was confident, it had to be a lot. And this was just the first of many extraordinary creatures he planned to evolve. The stronger his body became, the more feedback he could endure before the effects eventually, inevitably, began to weaken. But even then, how much stronger was he going to become? Also, with what he'd just witnessed from Prince's evolution, didn't that mean that, by the time all his undead reached extraordinary rank, he would command at least 100 level 40, or near level 40, powerhouses? The thought alone sent a wave of excitement through him, making his body tremble. After calming himself down, Michael's eyes drifted to his attribute points. Thanks to his recent level up, he had gained 10 points to immediately boost his stats. Wait a moment. Why 10 and not 6 like before? The answer was simple. Michael was no longer just human. He was a high human now. Combined with his class, which granted him 4 attribute points per level, his new race granted him 6, for more than the standard human race. When Michael had first learned this information, he had almost been tempted to abandon his decision to wait before evolving himself. Fortunately, he'd managed to see the bigger picture. Still, the high human race was undeniably incredible. Even the natural stat increases that came with the class were impressive. Plus 1.5 to strength, plus 2 to agility, plus 1 to constitution, and plus 2.5 to intelligence. These were significant gains. Michael knew that, compared to other high human awakeners who had started as one from the beginning, he wasn't necessarily the weakest, but he also wasn't among the strongest. At best, he was likely above average among the general population of the high human race. Michael turned to look at his attribute points and was tempted to invest 2 into his intelligence stat. He wondered if it might trigger the awakening of a new skill, but remembering his usual luck, he shook his head and gave up on the idea. At most, with 2 days of evolution ahead, he could raise his intelligence through meditation. That way, he'd also save on attribute points. Michael gave Prince one last look, one more second to admire the towering beast that now stood as the pillar of his undead forces. The venomous aura Prince exuded still lingered in the air, thick and heavy, but it didn't make Michael uneasy. Instead, it brought a sense of comfort. A strong undead was a strong necromancer. He lifted his hand and activated the dismissal command. With a flicker of dark light, Prince dissolved into swirling shadows, vanishing back into the netherworld. Michael exhaled slowly, his mind already shifting toward the next step. The undead griffin. The second of his 3-star rare creatures. The next in line for evolution. With 125 evolution points, it could push into the 1-star extraordinary rank, just like Prince. The thought filled him with a quiet confidence. If Prince had transformed into something so monstrous, then what kind of power would the griffin obtain? Michael turned to the side and climbed onto the waiting form of the undead griffin. Its wings twitched as he settled in place, and without a command, it took off, soaring into the air with a flap. Michael didn't look back as they left the secluded spot behind. The rest of the day passed in relative calm. After returning to the capital, Michael took the opportunity to rest, plan, and wait. He still needed another full day to generate the next wave of evolution points. Until then, there was nothing he could do. But that didn't stop the anticipation from clawing at him. He couldn't stop picturing it. The transformation. The shift. The birth of something powerful. So when noon came the next day, Michael was already standing in the same spot he'd evolved Prince, the undead griffin looming beside him. Without hesitation, Michael used his talent on the griffin. Immediately, a bright light started to emit from the griffin body and it let out a loud screech filled with pain. Michael, who stood some distance away, observed whatever change he could. Necromancer class advancement route. Unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1, 10. Rank 1, Adept Necromancer, Level 11, 25. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, Common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, Rare rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, Rare rank, 3-star species. Venomthorn Ravager, Extraordinary rank, 1-star species. The evolution didn't take long. Soon, Michael found himself staring at the transformed creature, the result of its advancement from a 3-star rare rank to a 1-star extraordinary rank. It was no longer a black griffin. It had become a Galestrike griffin. Michael wasn't sure if its sheer size was due to its new power level or if that was simply how Galestrike griffins were, but the undead beast before him was massive, far larger than before. Its wings stretched wide. The obsidian hue of its feathers had lightened, gaining streaks of deep cobalt that shimmered subtly with each shift of its form. Its claws were sharper, curved like sickles, and its beak gleamed with a polished sheen. Even in death, the Galestrike griffin exuded majesty. Power. Michael took a step closer, squinting as he tried to inspect the fine details of its body. The creature's mane, once short and wild, now whipped in the wind like strands of shadow and light combined. Then came the pressure, it was just as suffocating as Prince's. Michael opened his system panel, already bracing himself for the new status entries. And when he saw them, his lips parted slightly in awe. Galestrike Griffin, LV, 43. Rank, Extraordinary. His gaze lingered on the level for a second. Just like Prince. It had also crossed into the late 30s. And it was still growing. 2 monsters. Michael muttered under his breath, both thrilled and a little overwhelmed. I've created 2 monsters. And he wasn't done yet. Not even close. Michael then turned to look at the other notifications. Your rare undead black griffin has evolved to rare undead Galestrike griffin. Your undead Galestrike griffin has gained the skill, Wind Cannon. You have received feedback from your undead Galestrike griffin's rank advancement. The undead griffin had only gained 1 new skill, but that didn't mean its strength was lacking. At least several of its skills had also advanced in mastery. Michael wasn't sure which of the 2 was stronger, Prince or the griffin, but he knew this, each had abilities the other didn't, and limitations unique to their forms. What mattered was that both were undeniably powerful. With just 8 more levels at most, the two would reach the peak of rank 2. Michael didn't know how his current level compared to other awakeners his age, but even a newcomer like him could tell, if it came down to class abilities alone, few could match him. As those thoughts flickered through his mind, he turned his attention to the Griffin's new skill, eager to see what it could do. Michael blinked. Wind Cannon, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 1%. Wind Cannon condenses ambient wind mana into a concentrated blast of kinetic force, fired in a straight line. Cooldown, 5 minutes. That was not a skill you wanted to be on the receiving end of. A high-pressure beam, huh? He muttered, imagining the massive griffin unleashing it mid-flight. No wonder the damn thing grew wings like that. Michael then turned to check the griffin's other skills. They were all significantly stronger now. With your strength now, and the fact that I can summon you, I think it's time I started addressing you with a name. He looked into the undead griffin's pale eyes. Flight. The undead beast shook its massive body in acknowledgement. Michael stared at it a moment longer before turning his gaze away. Flight was his last level 25 undead to evolve. It was time to start evolving the others. With his current stock of evolution points, he had 2 options: evolve several newly summonable undead to rare rank, or evolve 3 existing 1-star rare rank creatures to 3-star rare rank creatures. After some thought, he chose the latter. Curiosity won in the end. And besides, there were 3 undead, Lily, Beginning, and Ghost, who were just the right level. Not so high that they'd advance to rank 2 with the evolution, but high enough that evolving them now to the next race rank would significantly boost their strength to the peak of rank 1. Michael had realized this a little late. An undead advancing to rank 2 from extraordinary rank gave much better feedback than one ascending as a rare rank. That was one of the reasons why, despite all the hunting he'd done in the past few days, none of his undead had reached the peak of rank 1. He had intentionally spread their power levels more evenly. Also, if he were evolving based on seniority, then the next in line after Lucky and Prince should have been their third brother, the other wolf. But that wolf, compared to the other 2, it just didn't stand out. Its strength aside, Michael found himself unmotivated to evolve it, especially when he wasn't curious about what it might become. Why? Because Lucky and Prince had already blazed a trail far ahead. It was truly an unfortunate wolf. Having made his decision, Michael summoned Ghost. As for Lily and Beginning, he didn't have enough mana to summon them directly from Aurora to the land of origin. He had tried it a few days ago and was nearly drained of mana, so much so that he'd been forced to use a spirit crystal to prevent his condition from worsening. So, after summoning Ghost, the spectral centurion ant, he shifted his consciousness back to Aurora. There, he found Lily and Beginning in his house and placed them into his storage space before returning to the land of origin and bringing them out. Michael turned to observe the 3 undead standing before him. Ghost stood silently, its presence as dark and dense as always. Even without a word, the spectral centurion ant radiated menace. The ghostly trails leaking off its body drifted like smoke over water, ethereal and cold. Its scythe-like mandibles clicked once, as if acknowledging his gaze. Michael turned to observe his undead orcs next. The first was Beginning, standing tall with the distinct armor strapped to his frame and the massive hammer resting on his back. Then there was Lily, though far less intimidating in appearance. She wore normal clothing and, thanks to a certain younger cousin with questionable taste, even had a touch of makeup. Despite her strange getup, Lily had been gifted several magic items to aid her with spellcasting. Michael gave them both a cursory glance before activating his talent. He didn't expect anything out of the ordinary, but then, the system chimed. A different message appeared in front of him, one he hadn't seen before. Your undead, Beginning, is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Your undead, Lily, is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael blinked. Wait, hold up. Your undead, Beginning, is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Your undead lily is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael blinked. Wait, hold up. This had never happened before, but after reading the notifications again, Michael quickly pieced together what was happening. Magic items. This was the first time he had ever tried to evolve an undead with a magic item on them. No. It wasn't the item itself, but the material. Michael's heartbeat quickened as realization dawned on him. He was about to learn something new about his talent. So, materials can influence the evolution of an undead. Does it change the race ahead or enhance it? And is there some kind of rule when it comes to using materials, he wondered. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly decided on his course of action. Michael wasn't in a rush to evolve his undead again, instead, he shifted into research mode. The first thing he did was summon another undead orc, this one also donned in armor. He tried using his talent on it once again. The message that appeared was the same as before. Your undead orc is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael's brow furrowed in thought. This was consistent with his earlier findings. Curious, he had the undead orc disarm and tried his talent once more. This time, the message that appeared was familiar to him. Evolve to rare for 25 evolution points. Without hesitation, Michael pressed yes. The undead orc's body began to glow as the evolution process kicked in. Soon. Your rare undead orc has evolved to rare undead Goliath. Your undead Goliath has gained the skill, greater strength. Goliath? Michael murmured as he turned to stare at his newly evolved undead, a strange expression flickering across his face. The evolved undead stood tall, eerily so. Its skin was a dull shade of gray. If not for its unnatural pallor and sheer size, one might have mistaken it for a living being, a massive, oddly silent warrior clad in death's grace. Michael stepped closer, inspecting the transformation. It was humanoid. Bipedal. Muscular in all the right ways, as if sculpted from stone. Even the place below. You look like something out of a myth, Michael muttered, circling it slowly. The Goliath's eyes locked in on Michael. Michael let out a low whistle. Yeah, you're staying on the front lines. He checked the system message again. Your undead Goliath has gained the skill, greater strength. Greater strength, basic mastery, proficiency, 0%. Temporary enhances physical strength. At basic mastery, strength increase is 20%. This is what a normal evolution would get me without using an extraordinary material. So what would happen if I use it? Michael glanced at the remaining undead. Beginning. Lily. Both still wore the items that had triggered the earlier message. Let's see just how far this rabbit hole goes. Without another word, he activated his talent, this time, on beginning. The message returned instantly. Your undead, beginning, is with an extraordinary material. Do you want to consume it to evolve? Michael grinned. Evolution points. Show me your limit. Evolve. The moment he confirmed the evolution, beginning's body shuddered. Light burst forth, not the brilliant white typical of normal evolutions, but a dark glow that pulsed with an eerie rhythm. Michael's eyes narrowed. This was different. Also, the pressure beginning gave off was far stronger than the previous orc. Following the scream of pain that came with the transformation brought from evolving, beginning's form twisted, bulked, restructured. Michael couldn't see well through the light, but he could see the armor and hammer on beginning disappearing. Perhaps this was what the system meant by consuming. The ground trembled. Then, silence. When the light faded, Michael stared at the figure before him. Your rare undead orc has evolved to rare mutated undead Goliath. Your mutated undead Goliath has gained the skill, greater strength. Your mutated undead Goliath has gained the skill, size alteration. At first glance, there didn't seem to be a change in beginning status aside from a new skill. No. There was indeed a visible change. For one, beginning was significantly larger than the previous orc, despite retaining the same race classification. But what truly caught Michael's attention was a new term on the status panel. Mutated? That was new. And Michael knew exactly why it had appeared. It was without a doubt due to the consumed materials. Michael tilted his head as he took a step back, trying to grasp the full scale of the change. Whoa! That was the only word that came to mind. Beginning now stood a full head taller than the Goliath he'd evolved moments earlier. Its frame was broader, denser, not just armored, but naturally reinforced. The musculature beneath its gray skin had thickened unnaturally, like it was perpetually tensed, radiating an aura of brute force. Even the shape of its skull had changed slightly, its brow more pronounced, jaw thicker, teeth sharper. There was a primal savagery to its presence now, something the standard Goliath lacked. Michael glanced between the two undead. The difference between a normal Goliath and a mutated Goliath obvious. One had followed the intended path. The other had deviated. And deviation, in evolution, was where uniqueness was born. This must be what happens when an undead consumes a material for evolution. Michael couldn't say for certain. But one thing was clear, magic items, or more accurately the materials in them, could radically alter the path of evolution. And if used right, they might even let him push his undead far beyond their base limits without needing a rank breakthrough. Michael turned to Lily next. You're up. Necromancer class advancement route. Unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1, 10. Rank 1, Adept Necromancer, Level 11, 25. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, Common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, Rare rank, 1 star species. Redthorn Wolf, Rare rank, 3 star species. Venomthorn Ravager, Extraordinary rank, 1 star species. Goblin. Goblin, Common rank, 1 star species. Hobgoblin, Common rank, 3 star species. Orc Shaman, Rare rank, 1 star species. Goliath, Rare rank, 3 star species. Michael was just about to use the last of his evolution points for the day to evolve Lily, his first female undead orc shaman, when he suddenly paused. It wasn't because he had changed his mind, but because an idea struck him. Did the quality of an undead mutation depend on the quality of the material used? Or the quantity? Or perhaps both? Beginning had only used his armor and hammer during evolution, yet he was far stronger than the previous undead orc that evolved through the standard method. Despite both being Goliaths, the difference was clear. The non-mutated one looked like a female orc standing beside a male, smaller, less imposing. Even though they were both level 25, the aura they gave off was worlds apart. Beginning's evolution felt powerful, so powerful, in fact, that if there were such a thing as a pseudo-extraordinary rank, he would have qualified. Michael could confidently say Beginning gave off a far stronger presence than Prince did at level 25, despite both being 3-star rare rank creatures at the time. However, it still wasn't as overwhelming as Lucky, who was a 1-star extraordinary creature. It felt like Beginning's strength was halfway there, not quite extraordinary, but strong enough to potentially rival some weaker or non-combat extraordinary beings. This realization piqued Michael's interest. The idea that materials could influence an undead's evolution opened a new door. And with it, more questions. Was it really this simple? Could it be this beneficial without a downside? Surely not. What if the materials conflicted with the nature of the undead? Like using water-type materials on a fire-type undead, that couldn't end well, right? There had to be effects, possibly negative ones. Even if standard evolution was always safe, this path might not be. Would Michael abandon it? No. He wouldn't. The benefits were simply too great. He hadn't even tested Beginning strength yet, but the signs were all there. And that led to another realization. Until now, Michael's undead were more or less equal in power if they were the same race, rank, and level. But now, that balance was about to break. It was simple. Mutated undead were going to be either stronger or weaker than standard evolved undead. And even among the mutated, differences would emerge, especially if his suspicion about the quality and quantity of materials proved true. He hadn't tested it yet, but he was about to. Lily only had a few magical items on her, and most of them were pieces of jewelry. Lily wore a thin ruby circlet on her forehead. It was called a fire heart band. It enhanced her affinity with fire magic, allowing her to control flame more precisely and burn hotter without using more mana. Next were her earrings. They were called Emberpierce rings. They gave her a slight mana regeneration bonus while casting fire spells. Around her neck hung a pendant, a black chain holding a cracked ruby core. The item would occasionally surge with heat, empowering a spell at random with a burst of searing energy. Lily's wrists were adorned with identical bangles. These were simple items, but dependable. They increased casting speed for fire elemental spells by a small, but noticeable amount. These items were all at least 1-star rare rank equipment, with none exceeding the 3-star rare rank threshold. Even in the larger city he'd moved to, one far more prosperous than his previous, extraordinary rank items were practically non-existent. Their scarcity was a direct reflection of their value. To Michael, their rarity meant one thing: they were precious, powerful, and incredibly useful. The reason Michael paused Lily's evolution wasn't hesitation, it was curiosity. Lily was a mage. So was he. And just recently, he had purchased a small arsenal of magical equipment. Though none of them were attuned to fire, they weren't element restricted. In fact, most of them could be used by anyone, mage or not. That was what made him pause. Could he use them in Lily's evolution? His real concern was what kind of change it might bring to Lily. Was he prepared to take another risk with this method? The previous one had paid off, but there were no guarantees. He didn't even care about how expensive his method was right now. Michael weighed his options. For a moment, he hesitated. Then he exhaled, firmed his resolve, and nodded to himself. He would take the risk. Without wasting another second, Michael reached into his storage space and began pulling out his gears. Michael laid each piece of gear on the ground in a neat arc around Lily's body, his hands moving with quiet precision. The siren's echo earrings came first. He handled them gently, the violet stones shimmering faintly even under the dim dungeon light. They weren't attuned to fire, but they enhanced focus and mental stability. Michael slipped them onto Lily's ears carefully. Next was the dream steel ring. When worn, it sharpened clarity and stabilized thoughts, less magic, more enhancement of the caster. Michael slipped it onto Lily's finger. Then came the veil band circlet, a silver thread-like band that rested lightly against the skin. Michael placed it gently above her brow, fitting it just beneath the ruby fire heart band Lily already wore. The mind root pendant followed. Michael draped it beside the cracked ruby pendant she already had. Lastly, the warding mantle. Then Michael stepped back. Lily now wore 9 magical items. Michael exhaled slowly. His heart beat faster, anticipation thrumming through his veins. This was it. The theory wasn't perfect. There were still a dozen variables he couldn't control. The fire-specific items should help align the evolution with her core nature, but the neutral ones might tip the scale unpredictably. She could become stronger. She could mutate in unforeseen ways. She could even fail. Michael's gaze sharpened. No growth without risk, he whispered, voice low. With no more hesitation, he activated the evolution. Evolution points. Show Daddy your limit. The reaction was immediate. Like with beginning, Lily's body convulsed under a sudden pulse of energy. Light exploded, not just plain white, but a burning, molten crimson. Flames licked around Lily form. the temperature in the environment spiked. Even Michael had to take a step back. Soon, the light faded. And the screams stopped. Michael stared. Lily stood, her back straight, her skin had shifted in tone. It was also a dull gray like the first Goliath but had a hint of red around. This did not really surprise Michael since beginning skin tone was also a bit darker than the first evolved Goliath. Then there was the hair. It looked like burning red. But the most striking thing about Lily? Michael blinked. What the hell? Lily was tall. Not quite as tall as beginning, but close, unnervingly close. If male Goliaths were supposed to be significantly taller than their female counterparts, then either Lily had just shattered that expectation, or she was the exception to a rule. Was this normal? Were female Goliaths supposed to look like this? Also her aura. Michael's eyes twitched. It seemed a bit more powerful than Lucky. This was absurd because Lucky wasn't a rare rank but an extraordinary rank creature. Was this supposed to make sense? The worst part, or rather, the most amazing part was that Lily wasn't an extraordinary rank creature still. Is it that the race rank isn't supreme? Or my knowledge is still lacking? With several thoughts running past his mind, Michael turned to look at the notifications that followed Lily's evolution. Your rare undead orc shaman has evolved to rare mutated undead Goliath shaman. New skills gained: flame mantle, ignite, greater strength, fire wall, fire spear, size alteration, mental spike. Michael let out a low, stunned laugh. Lily's physical changes were confusing but her newly gained skills were a pleasant surprise. Not only did she gain new skills, she gained even more than beginning who was also mutated. What shocked Michael the most was a skill that didn't seem like it should belong in her skill set. A mental skill. Mental spike. Launches a sharp psychic pulse at a target's mind, briefly stunning or disrupting concentration. Effect: minor mental damage, 1 second stun. Range: 15 meters. Cooldown: 30 seconds. This was the description of the skill at the very beginning of basic mastery. The influence of the magical items was undeniable. There was no way a skill like this would have appeared otherwise. Michael looked at Lily next to beginning. One male, one female. Both Goliaths. Both mutated. Both evolved through his experiment. And the results? Terrifying. 2 Goliaths, equal rank, equal level, but now, vastly unequal in capability. Michael couldn't stop grinning. This changed everything. Looks like mutation isn't just about strength, he murmured. It's about direction. The thought made his blood race. If he could control the direction of evolution, then this wasn't just about making stronger undead. It was about designing them. Piece by piece. Roll by roll. Fire, shadow, metal, mind, frost, it didn't matter. So long as he had the right materials, he could push evolution in any direction. Just when I thought I could finally start generating stable wealth, reality found another way to drain my money. Though Michael said this bitterly, there was a hint of joy hidden in his voice. So what if evolution had become expensive now? When he reasoned that it brought him more strength, it was still a worthy trade. However, Michael couldn't deny, it was expensive. I might have to either use the material method only for key undead and rely on the standard method for the rest, or aside from a few key undead, limit the material use to just a little, he muttered. But for this to work, I need to understand more about the rules behind using materials to influence evolution. Another thought crossed Michael's mind. In fact, 2 did. The first, was it guaranteed that using materials during evolution would always create a mutation? Or was it possible that sometimes, instead of mutating, it would simply enhance an undead's existing attributes? If so, it would still be valuable. But he would have to find out for himself, and already, he could see just how expensive the future was shaping up to be. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael turned to look at the 4 giants standing around him, Gale, Beginning, Lily, and the random lucky undead orc who had evolved into a Goliath. The first thing he did was instruct the 3 Goliaths to reduce their size. Testing how small they could go, Michael found that the ordinary Goliath could shrink to the size of an early teen's body, while Lily and Beginning could only reduce themselves to roughly the size of mid-teens. The sight was intriguing. Michael was even tempted to let them stay that way. After all, not everything needed to be so big. When Lily and Beginning stood at over 6 meters tall, everything about them felt massive and intimidating to him. Still, he had experiments to run. The size alteration skill was familiar to Michael, both Purple and Blue had it. However, the effect of the skill on his Goliaths was bound to be different. How it was different, that was what Michael intended to find out now. He first decided to test their strength. Michael called the 3 Goliaths forward and had them take a stance opposite him. In their small forms, they no longer seemed as overwhelming. Their bodies were compact, lean, and gave off a different kind of pressure compared to their original towering appearances. He started with the ordinary Goliath. A simple clash of strength was enough to let him suppress it. The Goliath still had great force behind its blows, but it was manageable. Michael nodded slightly, pleased. Then he moved on to Lily. The moment their hands locked, Michael's eyes widened. The force that slammed into him was several times greater than what the normal Goliath could muster. For a moment, his footing even slipped. He dug his feet into the ground and pushed back harder, but the gap was clear, while he could barely hold steady. So even in their compact form, you 2 are stronger, Michael muttered, already anticipating Beginning's turn. When he finally sparred with Beginning, he understood it even more. Beginning was faster, sharper, and heavier with every blow compared to Lily, and even Lily wasn't easy to suppress. Michael pulled back. His gaze swept over the 2 mutated Goliaths, a complicated expression on his face. Your small forms don't weaken your strength much. This was different from what he had expected. The size alteration skill to him, for these humanoid creatures, was supposed to make a creature smaller, sacrificing some strength for mobility. But here, aside from losing some raw weight behind their attacks, Lily and Beginning seemed stronger in some ways. It was as if their mutations had turned the size alteration into a pure advantage without drawbacks. Michael chuckled dryly, shaking his head. They're already this strong at mid-teen size, what monsters would they be if they fought at full size? Still, strength wasn't the only thing that mattered. Speed was just as important. Without wasting time, Michael led them into a bigger nearby forest clearing. The tall trees and uneven terrain made it a perfect place to test agility and burst speed. He stood a good distance away from them, lifting his hand high. When I lower my hand, we dash to that broken stump over there. First one wins. The Goliaths in their smaller forms nodded obediently. It was almost cute. Michael grinned slightly, and dropped his hand. He dashed forward, mana flooding his body for a burst of acceleration. His footwork was sharp, and he leapt over a fallen log nimbly. For a moment, he thought he had left them behind. But then a shadow flickered past the edge of his vision. Another. Lily zipped ahead of him like a wild beast. And just behind her, Beginning wasn't far behind either. Michael gritted his teeth and pushed harder. He managed to barely inch ahead of Beginning before reaching the stump. He turned to look back. Lily had already stopped, standing tall with her arms crossed like a victor. Beginning arrived a moment later. Michael let out a laugh. I barely beat you, Beginning, and Lily completely crushed me. It was a stunning realization. They weren't meant to be speed-type creatures. Their builds, skills, and base nature were all about power and endurance. Yet with their mutations and the size alteration skill, they could keep up with, and even surpass, a fast fighter like him. One should know Michael was competing with them as an average high human. Goliaths. This race seems to be just like the spectral ant race. Special. Perhaps even a normal Goliath can compete with some extraordinary rank creature in strength, Michael said with clear admiration in his voice. It was like an investment that was already starting to show its returns. But if this is the kind of result I get, then maybe it's worth every single coin. Michael pondered for a moment, then decided it was time to test the Goliaths properly at their normal size. Alright, enough playing small, he said, waving his hand. Return to your normal forms. The three Goliaths immediately began to shift. Their bodies expanded, muscles thickening and bones stretching. The ordinary Goliath grew to a towering 4 meters. Lily surged to 5.5 meters. And beginning rose to an incredible 6 meters tall, casting a massive shadow under the sun. The ground beneath them quivered faintly as they moved. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. In their normal forms, they felt different, like actual calamities made flesh. Now that they were back to normal, it was time to test their true strength. He started once again with the ordinary Goliath. Michael planted his feet firmly into the ground, bracing himself, and raised a hand, beckoning. Come. Without hesitation, the Goliath charged forward, muscles rippling as it swung a mighty fist toward Michael. Michael didn't dodge. Instead, he caught the blow directly on his forearm, using his mana to harden the impact point. Boom! The impact shook through his body. The sheer weight behind it pushed Michael back several meters, his boots gouging deep tracks into the earth. His arm throbbed faintly. Michael clicked his tongue. This guy can match me in strength, he muttered, astonishment flashing across his face. It wasn't even a mutated one, just a normal Goliath, and yet its brute strength was comparable to his, a high human whose physical strength could compete with an extraordinary rank creature. He looked at the Goliath with new respect. Good. Very good. Now, it was Lily's turn. Michael steadied himself again. Lily was a caster by nature, she specialized in magic rather than raw physical combat. Yet, he had a sinking feeling about this. Lily walked forward, her giant frame moving with a surprising grace. Without hesitation, she threw a punch toward him. Michael lifted both arms to guard, expecting it to be similar to the last clash. He was wrong. The moment Lily's fist made contact. Boom! Michael's vision spun. He felt his body lift from the ground, sent flying through the air like a ragdoll. Crashing through a bush, Michael rolled across the ground several times before coming to a stop. He coughed, dust billowing from his clothes. Lying flat on his back, staring up at the blue sky, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I didn't even have a chance, he muttered, wiping the dirt from his face. He sat up and looked at Lily, who stood calmly, tilting her head as if wondering if she had overdone it. Michael waved his hand. I'm fine. He got to his feet and dusted himself off. Michael didn't even bother trying to test beginning after that. If Lily, who leaned toward magic, could overpower him so easily, then beginning, who was built purely for might, would only humiliate him further. I have some self-respect, Michael mumbled, smirking as he shook his head. He dusted off his coat and glanced at beginning. You're lucky, Michael said, chuckling. You get to skip the test. The realization hit him harder now. Mutated undead were truly on another level. They weren't simply stronger, they were superior in every measurable way. Still, strength wasn't everything. Michael needed to know if their speed in full size could still keep up with him. Speed test next, he called out. He led them back into the clearing. Now, with their towering sizes, the forest looked a little cramped for them, but it would still work. This time, Michael positioned himself beside the stump and pointed toward a distant boulder. On my signal, we sprint. The Goliaths nodded, crouching slightly in preparation. Michael dropped his hand, and they burst forward. Michael unleashed his full speed, mana surging into his legs for extra boost. The air whipped past his ears. The ground trembled under the Goliath's heavy strides. At normal size, their bulk made them slower, much slower compared to when they were compacted. Michael easily took the lead, weaving through the trees effortlessly. Behind him, he could hear the thunderous crashing of their movements. It was no contest. Michael reached the boulder first, turning around with a grin. The Goliaths arrived shortly after, their large forms forcing them to bulldoze through a few unlucky trees. As expected, your speed drops drastically at full size, he said thoughtfully. Makes sense. You're built for strength, not agility. He wasn't disappointed. Rather, he was pleased. This way, he had clearer strategic options depending on their form. Compact size for mobility, full size for devastation. It was perfect. Then, a dangerous curiosity sparked in his mind. If your small forms are that strong, what about your maximum size? He turned toward the ordinary Goliath first. Use your size alteration skill, Michael commanded. Grow as big as you can. The Goliath obeyed. Michael quickly backed away, putting a safe distance between them. The Goliath's body began to swell, muscles ballooning, bones creaking audibly as they stretched. Its skin thickened. 4 meters became 5. 5 became 6. Michael's eyes widened. It didn't stop. The Goliath kept growing, 7 meters, 8 meters, until finally, with a massive rumble, it peaked at just over 9 meters tall, towering like a building over the forest. The ground trembled slightly under its sheer weight. Michael stared up at the towering figure, genuine awe flashing through his eyes. What the hell? The Goliath looked almost like a mythological giant now, its body dense with terrifying power. Even breathing seemed to make the air around it ripple. Michael swallowed dryly. In his mind, a conclusion solidified. Goliaths weren't normal. They should be a race as special as the spectral ants, perhaps even more so when it came to physical might. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he turned to look at Lily and Beginning in the distance. With expectation he told them to increase in size too. Lily. Maximum size. Lily nodded gently, stepping forward. Mana rippled around her slender but muscular frame, and slowly, she began to expand. 6 meters. 7 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. 10 meters. Lily's body expanded smoothly, her frame growing taller and broader. 11 meters. At last, she stopped at around 11.5 meters, towering gracefully above the normal Goliath like a queen among soldiers. Despite her colossal size, there was a strange elegance to her. Michael whistled low under his breath. He quickly turned his gaze toward Beginning, excitement flickering in his chest. All right, Beginning. Your turn. Beginning nodded and stepped forward at where he was. His body bulged with muscle as he grew, 10 meters, then 11, bones creaking and reshaping. 12 meters. 12.5. Finally, Beginning's growth slowed at a staggering 13 meters tall, nearly half again the height of the original Goliath. Where Lily stood elegant and poised, Beginning was pure force made manifest. Thick cords of muscle coiled under his skin, her massive arms and legs carrying a brutal weight with ease. Michael clicked his tongue in awe, eyes flickering between the three. The normal Goliath stood tall at around 9 meters. Lily easily eclipsed it at 11.5. And Beginning towered above them both at 13. The difference was no longer subtle. It was obvious, a clear hierarchy written into their very existence. This, Michael murmured, this is what mutated evolution can do. To be honest, Michael felt the reason Beginning was even this tall had something to do with its male attribute, coupled with its mutation. If he had used the same amount of material and quality for Lily as he had for Beginning, she might have only matched the normal Goliath at most. If the roles were reversed, and Beginning had been the one invested in more from the start, his body might have been even more monstrous than this. Michael's hands itched with the urge to test them again, to see how devastating their strikes would be now, at full size. But he restrained himself. Testing strength again at this scale would probably level half the forest. Depending on what he did, including him. I'll save it for the real fight, Michael stated. When I unleash you too. He chuckled low in his throat. That monster won't know what hit it. To be honest, thanks to Prince and Gale's current strength, a part of Michael figured he could probably fight that monster in the Everlong forest alone. However, it didn't take long for him to suppress the thought. Even though I'm stronger now, it doesn't mean the other party is weaker, he reminded himself. After all, only the heavens know how much strength it has recovered, and what its previous peak was. It's still much safer to follow the kingdom's plan. Michael recalled Mage Lien's words, that a great being might also appear. Someone Michael suspected to be at least level 50, a rank 3 supernatural. Perhaps he wouldn't even have to lift a finger against the corrupted monster before it was dealt with. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael turned to look at the 3 Goliaths again. Michael gazed up at the towering trio, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. All right, he said at last, clapping his hands together. Return to your normal size. At his command, the 3 Goliaths obeyed immediately. Their enormous bodies began to shrink, muscles compacting, bones contracting with faint creaks. In just moments, they returned to their previous massive but manageable sizes, 4 meters for the normal Goliath, 5.5 meters for Lily, and 6 meters for beginning. Satisfied, Michael nodded and waved his hand in a fluid motion. Return to the netherworld for now. Dark mist rose around them like smoke. Without resistance, the 3 Goliaths faded into the mist, their towering presences vanishing as they were dismissed. The clearing suddenly felt much emptier, and quieter, without their overwhelming pressure. Michael exhaled lightly. Then, with another skill cast, he summoned another presence. It was Lucky. Unlike before, where Prince had been the smaller one, the roles had now reversed, Lucky was the smallest. Tempted to rub the side of the wolf but stopping at the last moment due to its poisonous-looking body, Michael addressed it. Soon. Soon you'll have your time too, and it's going to be big. Knowing that materials could influence the evolution of his undead, and even though Lucky wasn't close to evolving yet, Michael was determined to make sure it would be worth it. He was prepared to pour in the effort, even if it cost him a lot. Michael had Lucky help him clean up the environment using his magic. A while later, after finishing up, he dismissed Lucky and began his usual trials with undead summoning, experimenting on the unsummonable undead he had hidden nearby. Once he was done, Michael returned to the capital with Gale. With less than 3 days left until the confrontation with the monster, there were still a few things Michael could take care of. One example was buying back the equipment he had sacrificed for Lily's evolution. Speaking of Lily, Michael had also taken the time to check out the new skills she had gained from evolving. New skills: Flame Mantle, Ignite, Greater Strength, Fire Wall, Fire Spear, Size Alteration, Mental Spike. Aside from a Mental Spike, which Michael had checked at the very beginning, together with Greater Strength, Fire Spear, and Size Alteration, which he already knew the description of, Michael reviewed the information on the other skills after his time with the Goliaths. Flame Mantle, Basic Mastery. Wreathe yourself in flames that moderately boost both offense and defense. Incoming physical attacks are weakened, while melee attackers suffer fire damage upon contact. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Ignite, Basic Mastery. Target an enemy within 10 meters and set them ablaze after placing a mark. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Fire Wall, a Basic Mastery. Summon a wall of flames up to 8 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Before, all of Lily's attacks had been made through her Fire Control, a skill. None of them were actual spells, and to a certain extent, they weren't even true attacks, they were unrefined bursts of brute force. However, brute force was still very powerful. Fortunately, thanks to her evolution this time, that was no longer an issue. Not only did she gain proper attack skills, but she also acquired even more than that. Michael was especially fond of the new mental skill she obtained. Lily's evolution had truly exceeded his expectations. All of this was thanks to the use of materials. It made Michael once again wonder about the true limits of his talent, and how much power it could ultimately grant both him and his undead. Could he also consume materials to enhance his own evolution? If he had known about this method earlier, before evolving himself or any of his undead, how different would things be now? Those were questions for the future. For now, Michael was satisfied with his progress. Including himself, Michael now had a total of 6 rank 2 level powers in his group. The other 5 were Lucky, Prince, Gale, Spartan, Lily, and Beginning. Aside from Gale and Prince, who were genuine rank 2 creatures and his current strongest, the others, at the peak of rank 1, could compete with weaker rank 2 creatures without issue. In the next few days, aside from increasing the number of his summonable undead, Michael focused on enhancing his rank 2 level prowess rather than accumulating more evolution points. Perhaps he was making too much preparation for a battle he might not end up doing much in, but knowing this was the best opportunity to kill that monster, Michael would rather be overprepared than underprepared. More power meant more security, and that was the most valuable thing to Michael. With only a few days left to prepare, Michael made sure to make the most of his time. It was a bright day in the capital. On this day, Michael made his way to the core area of the capital, under the guidance of Master Yuan, the Grand Mage. It didn't take long before he saw Mage Lien again. As soon as Michael arrived at the core area, Mage Lien immediately caught sight of him. His gaze was fixed on Michael's attire, a strange expression forming on his face. Mage Lien muttered, his thoughts clouded with curiosity. He'd always been one to observe the smallest details, and this outfit clearly didn't seem like something ordinary. But as usual, Michael remained silent about his attire. His expression was neutral, giving nothing away. Mage Lien could only wonder whether it was intentional or if Michael simply didn't care to speak about it. Well, no matter, Mage Lien eventually sighed, pushing his musings aside. We have more pressing matters at hand. As the two conversed, Michael was once again led to a familiar place. It was the port for the flying ships. Mage Lien walked beside Michael as they approached the towering ships. As we discussed earlier, Mage Lien began, his voice low but steady, the creature we're hunting has the terrifying ability to control. Because of this, the kingdom decided to dispatch only knights on this journey, no ordinary humans are coming along. Michael nodded thoughtfully, remembering the chaos such a creature could cause if it managed to turn weaker soldiers into an army. Mage Lien continued, there are 10 squads of kingdom knights accompanying us. Each squad has 50 knights, and none are weaker than a primary stage knight. Some squads even have several intermediate and advanced stage knights. Michael's brows rose slightly. That's 500 knights, he murmured. Indeed, Mage Lien affirmed. 500 strong warriors. Michael couldn't help but be impressed. This was no mere hunting party. And together with these squads, Mage Lien added with a smile, there are also 2 grand mages, myself and you. Michael blinked. He hadn't expected to be counted so casually among such high-standing figures. But then again, he didn't seem to be wrong. A moment of silence passed before Michael, suppressing his curiosity no longer, asked in a low voice, what about that person you mentioned before? At this, Mage Lien chuckled softly, his beard fluttering with the movement. Ah, I see you didn't forget. His eyes gleamed with quiet excitement. A great knight will be accompanying us. Michael's heart leapt. A great knight. Those words carried weight. Though he had only been here for a period of time, he knew such individuals were legendary beings. Unfortunately, Mage Lien didn't elaborate further, and Michael, sensing his companion's intention to keep the identity hidden, chose not to pry. It was enough to know that such a powerhouse would be there. Their chances of victory had just shot up tremendously. By the time their conversation ended, they had arrived at the docking platform, and there, waiting, was a familiar figure. Michael's eyes narrowed before recognition struck. Knight Rachel, he called out. The man standing before them smiled broadly, his polished armor gleaming under the sun. He looked just as sharp as Michael remembered him, the one who had been in charge of piloting the flying ship on their last venture together with Mage Lien. Rachel strode forward. After greeting Mage Lien, he offered a short bow to Michael. "It's good to see you again, Sir Mike." This youth, Knight Rachel had his thoughts about him. And seeing him again, especially in a serious mission like this, talking casually with the Grand Mage made him rethink some of his previous suspicions. In fact, they might actually be true. "You too," Michael replied with a nod. This time, Rachel continued, patting the side of the massive ship looming beside them, "I'm once again in charge of your transportation." Michael followed his gesture and whistled under his breath. The ship was massive. Far larger than the one they had used before. 9 meters wide at the hull, Rachel said with a proud grin, seeing Michael's admiration. 10 meters at the middle deck. Michael's gaze traveled upward. 11 meters by the top, Rachel finished. "A real beauty, isn't she?" "She is," Michael agreed honestly. This ship was built like a flying fortress, large enough to carry dozens of knights, mages, and supplies. While admiring the ship, Michael's thoughts drifted back to his undead. He smiled lightly. When the time came, they would be unleashed onto the battlefield, and this time, it wouldn't be anything like before. This time, they would crush anything in their way. After Mage Lien and Michael settled onto their assigned flying ship, the rest of the fleet stirred to life. 7 mighty vessels, each a floating fortress, slowly began final checks before departure. Flying out of the capital to the Everlong Forest was no minor undertaking, especially with the objective they had in mind. Logistics had become a mountain of responsibility. Weapon racks were lined in neat, glinting rows, each piece carefully checked and rechecked by the quartermasters. Potions were stacked in reinforced crates, health restoratives, stamina tonics, mana rejuvenators. Every ship had a designated squad of alchemists and healers responsible for monitoring potion supplies. Several mages had also been assigned to tedious tasks. No effort was spared. Knight Rachel, satisfied with the final checks on the ship, turned and spotted a familiar figure leaning over a crate of weapons, Master Yuan, the Grand Mage personal assistant, a seasoned mage and one of the mission supervisors. Approaching with easy strides, Rachel called out, "Master Yuan, any more word on what exactly we're up against?" "We know what we need to know," Yuan replied curtly, brushing dust from his sleeves. Rachel frowned slightly but didn't press. He respected Master Yuan enough to understand that the man wouldn't hide details out of malice. Still, sensing the younger knight's lingering curiosity, Master Yuan said more. "In truth," Yuan began, voice lowering, "the creature was first discovered by an adventuring party, an elite one. The kind with several intermediate-level warriors." Rachel's eyebrows lifted. That was not a group easily wiped out. But Yuan's tone turned heavy, only one survived their encounter. Rachel frowned. "And that brought the kingdom's attention?" "Yes," Yuan nodded. "The crown sent a squad of kingdom knights next, 50 strong. Confident. Ready." He paused. "They barely made it back alive. If not for Grand Mage Lien's intervention." Yuan's lips tightened. "We'd have lost them all." Rachel let out a slow breath. The creature wasn't just powerful. It was dangerous on a fundamental level. Despite the grim story, Rachel's face remained steady. He was no greenhorn. Fear had long been replaced by a practical awareness of danger. "I see," Rachel said. "But, if it controls minds, what defense do we have?" A faint smile touched Yuan's lips. "Do you think the Grand Mage Lien would walk into a trap unprepared?" he asked rhetorically. "He has a method, at least enough to give us time to respond." Rachel nodded firmly. That was enough for him. He trusted the Grand Mage. As their conversation drifted toward final preparations, Yuan's gaze briefly flickered to where Michael stood, speaking quietly with Mage Lien. An unreadable emotion flashed through Yuan's eyes. He had learned much recently. Investigating the aftermath of the last, minor, incident involving the Grand Mage and the youth. Yuan now knew. This was no ordinary youth. And yet, Yuan remained silent. If the Grand Mage trusted the boy enough to bring him here, that was enough. Besides, if Michael proved true to the signs Yuan had seen, then he might very well be the kingdom's unexpected ace in this battle. As the flying ships began their slow ascent, casting long shadows over the docks, Rachel made his way back to Michael and Mage Lien. His steps were firm, his heart steady. The skies awaited them. Inside the command cabin, the atmosphere was heavy. Several important figures were already seated around a large round table, the polished wood reflecting the faint, cold light from the enchanted crystals lining the ceiling. When Mage Lien entered the room with Michael in tow, heads turned as everyone SWSS about to stand and greet before they were stopped by the Grand Mage. An audible murmur passed among the seated figures, some glancing at Michael with open skepticism, others hiding their thoughts behind neutral expressions. Mage Lien didn't react. He simply walked to the head of the table, motioning for Michael to sit on the open seat by his side, and opened the meeting. "This," he began, voice calm and resonant, "is Sir Mike. He will be a valuable ally during this operation." He left it at that. No grand introduction. No explanation of credentials or abilities. Just a simple statement. And then silence. The kind of silence that grew heavier with every passing second. Several figures exchanged looks. The silence wasn't innocent, it was thick with doubt. Michael could feel their gazes, the unspoken words floating through the room. "He's too young. An unfamiliar face. What help could he possibly provide?" No one voiced these thoughts aloud, but the distrust was clear. However, out of respect for Mage Lien's position, and perhaps also because of the looming threat they were soon to face, none of them dared to speak against it. Still, the air remained tense. Mage Lien didn't seem surprised. In fact, he almost looked amused as he continued, "As for the absent member of our meeting, my fellow colleague, he will be joining us separately." No one asked who. They all knew. It could only be the Grand Knight. A figure of legendary status, one who rarely attended meetings unless the king himself demanded it. That he wasn't here wasn't a slight, it was expected. Mage Lien then unfurled a large map onto the table, pressing the edges down with small stones that stuck to the surface. "In a few hours," he continued, tracing a spot on the map with his finger, "we'll arrive at the Everlong Forest." He tapped the center of the massive green expanse. "A space has already been cleared for us to establish a forward camp. The kingdom's mages and scouts worked over the past week to prepare it." Someone, a grizzled commander of one of the night squads, leaned forward and asked, "Why not launch a direct assault once we land?" Before Mage Lien could answer, another figure, a younger strategist in dark robes, interjected, "That would be reckless. We know little about the monster. We need caution." Mage Lien gave a thin smile. "The young man is correct." He straightened, his voice gaining a sharper edge. "We don't even know the creature's exact location yet. If we launch an immediate assault and it detects us, it could flee, or worse, set up a trap." Several heads nodded reluctantly. Caution would be their ally more than raw power in these unknown circumstances. And most importantly, Mage Lien added, his gaze sweeping the room, "This monster can control minds. We have safeguards in place, but if we move rashly and expose ourselves, we may hand it more weapons to use against us." The room fell into a heavier silence. Discussions followed, tactical points thrown back and forth. Scouting parties would be sent first, small groups led by knights enhanced with mental defense magic. Once the location was verified, the full assault would begin. No one argued with this plan. After nearly an hour of discussing assignments, contingencies, and fallback plans, the meeting finally wound down. Soon, only Mage Lien and Michael remained in the command cabin, the map still spread out between them. For a while, neither spoke. The quiet hum of the ship's engines and the soft rattle of distant footsteps filled the space. Finally, Mage Lien broke the silence, glancing at Michael with a smile. "What did you think of the meeting?" he asked, voice casual. Michael thought for a moment, then shrugged. "It was fine." It was an honest answer. He hadn't sensed anything particularly wrong, tense, maybe, but no different from what he expected when dozens of powerful figures gathered to discuss a mission. To his surprise, Mage Lien laughed. A short, hearty sound that echoed lightly off the wooden walls. "Fine," he says, Lien chuckled, stroking his beard. "You're not wrong. But you should know, Sir Mike, meetings like this are mostly formalities." Michael tilted his head slightly, curious. Lien's smile turned a bit more serious. "The real operation? It doesn't rest on the army." "Not truly. You might have guessed already." Michael slowly nodded. Lien leaned in a little, lowering his voice. "The 500 knights, the mobilization, they're important, yes. But at the heart of it, this operation depends on powers like ours." He tapped the map lightly. 2 grand mages. 1 grand knight. And him. "You've done well already, Sir Mike," Mage Lien said, his tone warm. "The kingdom recognizes efforts. Your rewards, if we succeed, will not be light." Michael and Mage Lien then spoke for a little longer. Interestingly, Mage Lien made no mention of the Duke of Evermoon competition. Michael noticed the omission, but didn't press. If Mage Lien didn't bring it up, then it wasn't something he needed to concern himself with, at least for now. As they stood, preparing to leave the cabin, Mage Lien fell into step beside Michael, hands clasped behind his back. Outside, the sky was bright. The massive flying ships hovered in loose formation, their banners fluttering with the rush of magical wind. Michael took a long breath, the cool air filling his lungs. All he wanted now was to meet a familiar foe. He was ready. Michael returned to his assigned room with the assistance of a knight, the halls buzzing quietly with the tension of what was to come. Inside, he waited, sharpening his mind. All of a sudden a thought came to him. "I wonder if I can turn it to an undead." After the initial wave of fear faded, Michael's thoughts began to move beyond panic and caution. He could think more clearly now. Like this moment, for example. "Putting aside whatever other abilities that monster might have, there are 2 I'm certain of," he muttered, his tone low and oddly calm. "And both are terrifyingly powerful. The first was its ability to control the dead. At first glance, it resembled necromancy, but it was fundamentally different. The creature didn't reanimate corpses. It manipulated the lingering consciousness of the dead. The second ability was even more terrifying, it could kill by targeting and destroying the consciousness directly." "In fact, maybe they're not 2 abilities at all," Michael murmured, brows furrowed. "It might just be one, just applied in different ways." The idea felt increasingly plausible the more he considered it. Days of quiet pondering had also given him another suspicion, one that explained how the monster could actually kill him. Michael was an awakener. And the thing that brought awakeners into the land of origin, or at least the part of them that crossed into it, was their consciousness. It wasn't split. There was no backup. So if the monster destroyed that consciousness, didn't that mean true, irreversible death? But even this theory wasn't perfect. There were still gaps. Loopholes. Parts that didn't quite make sense. For one, it felt like far too terrible a weakness. So maybe it wasn't the consciousness being killed after all. Could it be the soul? That was another theory Michael had considered. The soul was a miraculous existence, mysterious, intangible, and vital. In Michael's opinion, it was also the reason why strength could sink between both worlds. After all, there was only one soul. The soul was an inseparable part of a person's identity. But if that were true, did it mean the monster had the ability to touch the soul itself? That thought always gave Michael a headache. And now, as he tried to revisit it again, the dull throb returned. With a sigh, he let the thought go, for now. However, turning that monster into an undead was an undeniably attractive idea. After all, no matter how special the creature was, if it became his undead, then everything it had would belong to him. But of course, that was easier said than done. Even if, by some miracle, the corpse ended up in his possession, the monster was surely far too powerful for him to use undead revival on immediately. And if he failed to even turn it into an undead, then he wouldn't need to worry about the complications of summoning it afterward. Michael shook his head and pushed the thought to the back of his mind. There were too many unknowns, too many variables. For now, speculation was wasted energy. He crossed his legs on the cold floor, closed his eyes, and slipped into meditation. Michael centered his thoughts, focusing on the energy flow within his body, listening to the quiet thrum of mana echoing within him. Time passed. He didn't know how long he remained that way, only that the world outside his mind had faded into a soft blur. It was peaceful. A knock at the door pulled him out of it. Michael opened his eyes. The knock came again, more insistently this time. He rose, brushing off imaginary dust from his sleeves, and moved to open it. A knight stood outside, young, clean-shaven, and alert in gleaming silver armor. He saluted sharply. "Sir," the knight said respectfully, "we've arrived at our destination." Grand Mage Lien asked if you would accompany him to the observation deck. "He'd like a word." Michael blinked. He was surprised, but not suspicious. "I see," he said, then nodded. "Lead the way." He had been given the option to refuse, of course. But there was no reason to. Mage Lien was still a powerful figure, an asset, and more importantly, an ally. Strength aside, having the favor of someone like him was simply too useful to pass up. The hallway was dimly lit with flickering crystals embedded in the walls. Michael followed the knight through several turns until they reached a wide staircase that led up to the top of the flying ship. The deck was spacious, open to the sky. A brisk wind greeted them, the chill biting through Michael's clothes. Michael was soon led to stand beside Mage Lien, who greeted him with a kind smile. They were no longer in motion. The massive ship had landed atop a wide platform carved into the everlong forest, a lush sea of green that stretched far beyond the horizon. Trees rose like towers, their trunks thick as walls, their canopies forming a dense maze. 6 other ships were in a loose perimeter, forming a protective ring. From their decks, knights and soldiers began disembarking, their armor catching the light as they moved in disciplined lines. It was a well-organized effort. Michael stood in silence for a few minutes, watching the orchestrated chaos below. Mage Lien stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, his long white robes fluttering gently in the breeze. For a while, he didn't speak, just watched the soldiers move around. Then, finally, he broke the silence. "I didn't call you up here for anything urgent," he said, his voice casual. "Just thought it'd be nice to have a chat." Michael raised an eyebrow. A chat? This was giving him the same feeling as when the Grand Mage had once invited him to share a meal, for no particular reason. So he didn't respond immediately. He just stared at Lien, eyes narrowed slightly. The Grand Mage chuckled, a faint sound that didn't quite match the lines of age and wisdom etched into his face. "You don't trust me, I see." "I don't distrust you," Michael said slowly. "But I've noticed that when you say you just want to talk, it usually ends with something important." Lien laughed this time, an amused, warm sound that echoed in the open air. "Blunt as always." "All right, I suppose there's no point dancing around it." Michael waited. "I figured it was time someone told you about the particular figure traveling with us," Lien said, tilting his head slightly toward one of the ships in the distance. "You've likely noticed her by now." Michael thought back. He had caught glimpses of someone when they were boarding the ship, always surrounded by quiet reverence. He hadn't paid much attention, but now he narrowed his eyes. "She's a mage," Michael guessed. "A great one," Lien agreed. That, alone, piqued Michael's interest. A great mage. But Lien wasn't done. "She also happens to be the younger sister of the king." Michael blinked. "Come again." Lien's expression didn't change. Michael let that sink in. Royal blood. He felt it was important information. However, this important information, he didn't know what to do with it. "I didn't know the royal family got involved in deployments like this," he said slowly. "They don't. Usually. But she's not like most nobles, nor most royals." The Grand Mage paused, glancing out at the trees below. "In most noble homes, second-born sons and daughters are surplus," he continued, his voice taking on a thoughtful tone. "The firstborns inherit the name, the estate, the responsibilities. The rest are groomed for politics or for marriage. There are exceptions, of course," Lien said. "Some noble lines allow daughters to lead. Some even favor the second-born if they prove themselves more capable. But those are rare." "And the royal family?" Michael asked. Lien's lips quirked. "The king is unusual. He doesn't treat his siblings as pawns. His sister, in particular, earned his respect early on. She showed talent from a very young age. So he gave her freedom?" Michael asked. "He gave her backing," Lien corrected. "A difference few recognize. He didn't just let her do as she pleased, he built space for her to grow." Michael crossed his arms, thoughtful. "And she became a mage. One of the best. Primary stage mage at 12. Intermediate at 16. Advanced at 22. Grand Mage at 37. Great Mage at 60. Michael's eyes widened. This was pure cultivation that was being spoken about, right? Damn. Surely she must be a rare figure. Even in Aurora, I don't think anyone can beat her. If only he knew about a certain king-level deceased daughter. He glanced at Michael, the wind tugging at his long hair. "I thought it was time you knew. Not just because you might end up working with her, but because she's the reason you're here." Michael's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean?" Lien smiled. "She's the one who asked for you." Michael's heart gave a slight jolt, though he didn't show it. "Why?" he asked. Before Lien could answer, a faint shimmer disturbed the air behind them. Michael turned sharply, eyes narrowing, and froze. A woman now stood beside them. No sound. No footsteps. Just presence. "It's great to finally see you in person, Sir Mike," she said, her voice rich and calm, carrying the subtle authority of someone long used to being obeyed. Michael's eyes widened in shock. Mage Lien, on the other hand, respectfully bowed his head. The woman returned the gesture with a faint nod before turning her attention fully on Michael. He hadn't even sensed her approach. But that method of appearance, he recognized it. Just like Teacher Brian. His thoughts whirled. Wasn't this how his teacher Brian used to show up without warning? Wasn't this the exact form of spatial magic Brian had shown? If this woman could do that, then she wasn't just powerful. She was terrifyingly powerful. As Michael struggled to compose himself enough to offer a proper greeting, Mage Lien stepped aside slightly and smiled. "I'll give you two a moment," he said. "Sir, I believe she'd like to speak with you." Michael nodded, surprised but willing, only for the world to shift beneath his feet. A blur. A sudden lurch of space. He blinked, and the platform was gone. He was standing alone in a quiet section of the forest, birdsong echoing faintly in the distance, the trees towering above. What is it with king-rank experts and just teleporting people without asking? Michael grumbled, more to himself than anything else. He turned around just as the woman appeared again, not walking, but hovering in mid-air. Her robes were deep emerald trimmed with gold, her eyes glowing faintly with power. Her hair was dark as midnight, cascading down her back in thick waves that shimmered with an almost unnatural luster, like silk caught under moonlight. It floated slightly in the air, as if the magic around her distorted even gravity itself. Her face was sharp, noble in every sense, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and eyes like polished jade that seemed to look through him rather than at him. Her skin was pale, but not weak, flawless in a way that made her seem sculpted rather than born. Magic clung to her like a second skin. It wasn't showy or loud, but dense, refined. Every motion she made, from the tilt of her head to the flick of her fingers, felt deliberate. Michael stared, momentarily forgetting the forest. She on the other hand, regarded him carefully, as if peeling back the layers of his very soul. "You're not from here, are you?" she asked softly. Michael froze. The tone wasn't accusatory, but knowing. He hesitated. Then opened his mouth to reply. "Are you from outside this world?" she asked, this time more directly. Michael's heart skipped a beat. That question, so blunt and pointed, sent a flicker of fear through him. However, he quickly calmed down. He'd seen something like this mentioned on the forums before, but he never expected it to actually happen to him. His identity being exposed to a native of this world. Still, he knew what to do. According to the experts online, as long as he could keep his status hidden, he should do everything in his power to maintain that secrecy. The identity of an awakener was special. For safety, his and others, it was best if it remained completely concealed. But even as he reassured himself, one question lingered in his mind. How was I found out? However, this was something he couldn't ponder about at the moment. He had a predicament on his hands now. The land of origin had existed for countless years. One of its newest groups of visitors, the Awakeners from Aurora, had only been exploring its vast territories for a little over 200 years. Yet compared to the realm's ancient existence, that time was pitifully short. Across the universe, there were races that had accessed the land of origin for 10,000, 20,000, even 30,000 years. And even after all that time, they were still exploring. Why? Because of a select few within their realms, beings known as Awakeners. Though Awakeners were few in number within each realm, when counted across all the realms that touched the land of origin, the total became significant. But when those numbers were spread across the immeasurable expanse of the realm, even 1,000,000 felt like a drop in the ocean. Still, their presence left marks. Massive ones. Chaos. Revolution. Moments that changed history. They brought miracles, shattered limits, and rewrote rules. Yet, despite their impact, most Awakeners blended in. They were hard to recognize. To the common native, they were just outliers, unusual wanderers in a world already filled with strange things. Only a few scholars, those who dug deep into history and patterns, began to see something different. A thread. A clue. All long-lived Awakeners were strong. But the truly public ones, the ones who made headlines, were unreasonably strong. Not just geniuses. Monsters. The best of them. They showed terrifying potential from a young age. It was a consistent pattern, one that the wise could identify. Those with access to ancient records, or certain secrets. The great mage standing in front of Michael was one such person. Princess Priscilla. After the king stepped down to prepare for his ascension into the great stage, it was she who took the reins. The move caused ripples within the inner circles of the kingdom, but surprisingly, not negative ones. For the princes, it was actually seen as good news. Priscilla couldn't claim the throne permanently, for several reasons. That meant the crown was still up for grabs. However, it also revealed something troubling. The king had no clear favorite. If he did, one of the princes would have been appointed as acting ruler. Instead, the burden, and power, fell to the princess. To the royal sons, this was both a blessing and a curse. No favorites meant they each had a chance. But it also meant uncertainty, and chaos. The first time Princess Priscilla heard of Michael was during a private meeting requested by Grand Mage Lien. As was customary, she received such reports with the solemnity and poise expected of a ruler, even an acting one. However, when Mage Lien's mission reached her desk, she expected nothing out of the ordinary. That expectation shattered about halfway through the meeting. Mage Lien, ever dutiful, recounted his experiences in crisp detail. He spoke of the strangeness of the forest, and then, with a subtle shift in tone, he began to describe a youth. His origin is unclear, Lien had said, brows furrowed. Alone, unregistered, with no crest or seal of any known family. Yet his strength. Priscilla leaned forward slightly, not interrupting. That caught her interest. A mage under 20, Lien continued, with grand capabilities. She had tilted her head at that. Rare, yes. Unheard of? No. The empire, which the kingdom served under, boasted of countless talents hidden in secret enclaves, away from the eyes of smaller kingdoms like theirs. Powerful bloodlines. Elixirs brewed from beasts older than mountains. Some youths born from these legacies could wield terrifying power from the cradle. So she had assumed the youth was a scion from one such lineage. But then the oddities began to pile. Mage Lien mentioned the boy's physical strength. His base strength was monstrous. I watched him match my flying speed easily with no magic. That wasn't normal. Not even for battle mages. One could train their bodies, yes. Some kingdoms even raised magical knights, hybrids of warriors and spellcasters, but to excel in both to that level? She didn't interrupt. She simply took mental note. And then came the part that caused a true pause in the meeting. He summons undead, Lien said, however, one of them simply appeared, mid-air, no magic. That caused Priscilla's eyes to narrow. She leaned back in her seat, expression unreadable. Are you certain? I saw it myself, the mage replied firmly. I searched for a summoning circle. Nothing. That's not all, Lien added. 3. He had 3 summons. All grand level. Silence settled between them. Lien waited, unsure what more he could say. Priscilla, however, was deep in thought. 3 grand level summons. A body strong enough to rival an advanced knight at least. Magical aptitude that could be compared to monsters. Alone, each of these traits was exceptional. Together? Unnatural. Still, she had not yet decided. It could still be some hidden genius, she told herself. The Empire had many secrets. She had met a few such monsters in her youth while studying in the imperial capital. But suspicions had begun to stir. What solidified those suspicions came days later, at the skyport. And that was when she saw him. From afar, the youth stood. Putting aside his somewhat flashy get-up that was armed to the teeth, to her senses, trained, honed, and enhanced with years of magical refinement, he was like a beacon among candles. He wasn't simply strong. He was abnormal. She activated her mystic eye, a skill that allowed her to perceive beyond the veil of illusions and restrained auras. The moment she looked, she realized something. His form. He wasn't human. Or at least, not fully. What was he? No race came to mind that fit what she sensed. A hybrid, perhaps. Or maybe. An outsider? Her lips pressed into a thin line. A tall theory even to her. The thought had crossed her mind. After all, according to the ancient texts she discovered years ago, the land of origin was not sealed. It was a fact too. Once she was able to confirm with her ability to enter the void. The concept of outsider wasn't exactly theoretical. But to actually meet one. If he was one. Then it changed everything. No wonder Mage Lien had been confused. He wasn't part of the known structure. He was something else entirely. Michael's eyes darted over to her, searching for any hint of threat. But what he found was something else entirely. Curiosity. Genuine, sharp, and bright, like a scholar peering into a rare specimen rather than a hunter tracking prey. He swallowed once and let out a breath. "I don't know what you mean," he said carefully. "I'm from far away. Really far. A small place, probably not worth mentioning. I doubt it's on any maps." Priscilla didn't interrupt him, didn't press. She simply stared, letting him fill the silence. Michael continued, mind working at full speed. "I guess, you could say I'm a traveler. My origin isn't something I speak about openly, not because I'm hiding anything dangerous, but because it's complicated. I hope you won't take offense." The princess inclined her head, voice calm. "I see. You're careful. That's wise." He didn't answer. "However, you seem really talented in magic though. Surely no small place can cultivate a genius like you." "As for my talents," Michael forced a faint smile. "Maybe I was just born with a bit more mana than average. Some people win lotteries." She murmured. "And your physique?" Michael paused. "I trained a lot." That earned the ghost of a smirk from her. There are mages who train their bodies. But those who balance both evenly are rare. And you go far beyond that. At this point, Michael knew his activities since meeting Mage Lien seemed to have reached the princess' eyes. He's been snitched on. "I had good teachers," Michael added quickly. "And maybe good parents. I don't really know." She tilted her head at that, sensing a veiled truth. "But still, no aggression. Just quiet intrigue." "And your summons," she said, voice lowering. Michael felt a trickle of cold sweat at his nape. "Of all the things. You've summoned undead," she said. "Grand tier strength. Possibly more than one." Michael gave a slow nod. "Yes. That in itself is remarkable, if not alarming. But what concerns me more." She paused, eyes glinting. "Is the fact I've been informed that you summoned one without invoking any spell. No magic. No scroll. No chant. It just appeared." Michael went silent. She floated forward, not threatening, but close enough that he could feel the weight of her mana pressing lightly against his skin. It wasn't oppressive, just present. Unavoidable. "Do you have a spatial treasure that stores summons?" she asked. Michael had already prepared for this. "Yes," he said smoothly. "It's rare, and not something I'm comfortable showing. But it allows me to summon specific beings I've bonded with." "That's probably what you saw." Her eyes didn't blink. "That would explain it. But how many such beings are you bonded with?" He hesitated. Three. All grand tier." He nodded. She took another step forward, close enough now that her scent reached him, cool and herbal, like night-blooming flowers in moonlight. "You lie well," she said softly. Michael tensed. But not with ill intent, she continued, raising one hand as though waving away the tension. "It's natural to guard your secrets. I don't hold it against you." He blinked. She gave a small smile, for the first time letting emotion bleed through her regal composure. "No. I've met enough monsters, deceivers, and saints to tell the difference." He didn't quite know how to respond to that. Instead, he looked up at her again, more carefully this time. "You said you asked for me," Michael finally said, his voice quieter. "Yes," she answered, turning slightly to gaze into the trees. "Lien's report intrigued me. A youth under 20 with strength that rivals or surpasses most court mages. Command over death. And, more importantly, an aura that doesn't quite fit." Michael stiffened again. "What do you mean?" She looked back at him. You don't move like a person of this world. Your instincts, your wariness, your restraint. You feel like someone who's seen too much. But not from the battlefield. From outside. Michael forced a chuckle. Maybe I'm just socially awkward. To his surprise, she actually laughed, a soft, silvery sound that seemed to disturb the very leaves around them. Maybe, she said, the corner of her lip quirking. But I suspect there's more. He exhaled slowly, then finally met her gaze without flinching. Is this going to be a problem? He asked. She was quiet for a beat too long. Then, no. Michael's brows rose. You have too many unknowns, she said, but you also have too many qualities the kingdom needs. Michael didn't know what to say. Princess Priscilla, meanwhile, floated away, her cloak fluttering lightly behind her. I won't press you again. For now. He relaxed a fraction. But then she added, however, I'll be watching. Closely. Fair, he said quietly. She gave one last look back over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. Welcome to the Lionheart Kingdom, Sir Mike. Then she vanished, no flash, no light. Just gone, as if the air reclaimed her. Michael stood there in the forest for a while, unsure what had just happened, but certain of one thing. He'd just lied to royalty and survived. Barely. Then another realization struck him. Hey! You left me alone. Unfortunately. No response. Michael's lips twitched. Though different, the princess reminded him of Teacher Brian. They shared certain traits, it seemed. Are all king rank experts weird? He muttered. Despite being stranded, Michael wasn't too afraid. Surely, the princess wouldn't take him somewhere dangerous, right? Still, a flicker of unease lingered in his chest. He hurriedly climbed one of the taller trees nearby. After a few moments, he relaxed visibly. She hadn't taken him that far. They were still close to the main group. At a normal walking pace, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to return. Seems like I should be more careful from now on. As his words echoed faintly in the air, Michael's form vanished with a small gust of wind. As his words echoed faintly in the air, Michael's form vanished with a small gust of wind. Michael's feet hit the ground with a soft thud. He took a steadying breath, scanning his surroundings. Michael could already see the signs of early construction. The tree line that once stood tall now showed gaps, fresh stumps where great trees had been felled with clean cuts. A few knights, clad in silver-trimmed armor bearing the crest of the Lionheart Kingdom, were at work. Their movements were fluid. Each swing of a blade cleaved through thick trunks with barely any resistance. Michael paused for a moment, watching them. Their strength was evident, not just in their physicality, but in their aura. Calm. Efficient. Powerful. They moved with a rhythm that spoke of sufficient training. Still, despite their obvious strength, they seemed relaxed, almost enjoying the task. With leisure steps, Michael made his way toward the base of the flying ship that brought him here. The knights glanced his way, but instead of challenging him, they gave a respectful salute. Michael blinked. A beat passed. Then, nodding slightly, he returned the gesture with a simple incline of his head. The knights immediately went back to their work. Michael didn't linger. Without assistance or escort, he made his way to the vessel's boarding ramp. Michael walked with familiar steps. No one stopped him. At least on this ship, nearly everyone knew he was a close aide to a grand mage. Back in his room, Michael didn't lay down to rest. Outwardly, he looked calm. But inside, his thoughts were storming. She noticed. But what unsettled Michael more was how she noticed. I need to be more careful. It seems he had let too much slip. Michael had no intention of proving the princess right. What would he even gain from that? Trust? Acceptance? Those were luxuries. He'd already learned, violently, that this world wasn't safe. The monster he met at the ruin he first appeared in proved that. An entity that nearly truly killed him. That encounter taught him something vital. Immortality, if it even existed here, came with flaws. Only the heavens knew the methods of a king-rank expert. If they could teleport wherever they wished, who was to say they couldn't seize someone's consciousness? Or even replace it entirely? Michael didn't know. But he did believe one thing: there was nothing new under the sun. The seniors on the forum hadn't issued their dire warnings about revealing one's identity lightly. Nor had they insisted that the land of origin wasn't a game without good reason. If this world were truly harmless, such caution wouldn't be necessary. Whatever rules governed this place was probably not too kind. Michael's thoughts darkened. What if I had given in? What if, just for a moment, he dropped the act? Revealed even a hint of what he truly was? Would she have turned on him? Would she try to bind him? Or, would she have welcomed him? Michael didn't know and didn't want to know. Still, he couldn't forget her expression. That curiosity. It hadn't been cold. It hadn't been condescending. It had been bright. Like she saw a new path in front of her. Or a mystery she couldn't wait to solve. Michael didn't like being a mystery. His thoughts circled back to the undead summons. That had also been the tipping point. A flaw in his cover. A mistake. He wouldn't make it again. From now on, every action had to be deliberate. At least in the face of people with power. As long as I'm careful, there should be no problem. Michael concluded and stopped thinking about it. With nothing to do now, he decided to meditate. Michael sat cross-legged on his bed. He shut his eyes slowly, exhaling long and steady until his body settled into stillness. He slowed his breathing further, pushing past the residual tension in his shoulders and limbs, letting the static in his mind drain into silence. His senses expanded just a little. Focus. The world melted away until it was just breath and the slow turning of his thoughts. Michael let his consciousness hover at the edge of awareness, clearing every doubt, worry, and lingering curiosity about the princess and what she might suspect. Outside the ship, the camp buzzed with activity. By dusk, the landing zone had transformed. The initial clearing had widened significantly, logs were stacked into makeshift barricades, and trenches had been dug along the perimeter. Canvas tents flanked the central path, where long tables had been erected for supplies. The flying ships, now grounded and dormant, served as bastions for the important figures of the expedition. The knights, clad in their silver-trimmed plate, stood sentry outside. A few mages moved among the soldiers, preparing formations of protection. By nightfall, the sounds of construction faded into low murmurs and the occasional barked command. Fires burned in controlled circles, guarded by armored figures sipping rationed broth. The scent of roasted game and burned wood clung to the air. The kingdom's officials had already begun to prepare for battle. If one didn't know better, they might think the kingdom was preparing for war against another nation. Of course, that wasn't the case. If it were, the full force of the kingdom would have been mobilized, and the number of knights present would be in the thousands, not just a few hundred. And these weren't just any soldiers, these were elites. The reason the current situation seemed so serious was due to the nature of the threat. Just a day ago, all information about the monster had abruptly ceased. It was as if the creature had vanished, abandoning its assault on the town it had previously targeted. But the sudden silence brought no relief. A wild grand-tier monster was a matter of great concern. Not because such monsters didn't exist, on the contrary, there were several deep within the vast Everlong forest. However, they rarely left their territories. This one had. Worse still, it hadn't just attacked the kingdom, it had demonstrated dangerous traits. This was without even considering its corrupted nature. The threat it posed needed to be dealt with swiftly and thoroughly. Unfortunately, this was not a simple monster. Aside from showing signs of mental domination from a distance, something that allowed it to kill or control with ease. It was suspected to be at least mid to high grand tier. If that weren't enough, investigations before it vanished revealed that it commanded dozens of powerful monsters. No one knew its limits, but its existence could not be tolerated. The kingdom had no intention of dragging out a prolonged battle. They wanted to end it in one decisive strike. But that didn't mean they could afford to be careless. Preparations had to be made. Proper ones. As dusk gave way to night, a quiet order passed through the ranks. Scouts were selected. Clad in darker versions of their silver armor, they were sent into the forest in staggered intervals. Their mission was simple: go deep, look for abnormalities, and return immediately with any sign of danger. Report anything you find, one official barked, his ornate robe barely fluttering in the evening wind. Even a shift in the air. The knights responded with firm salutes before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Then, nothing. The first night passed without incident. Campfires were lit but kept low. The knights not on watch duty slept in rotation. Michael didn't sleep much. He came out at one point. Outside, he could see rows of knights seated near the edge of the clearing, quietly sharpening their weapons or tending to their armor. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Maybe a sound in the woods. Maybe a scream. But none came. By the second morning, the camp was already beginning to resemble a small fortress. Tents had been erected in rows, flags of the Lionheart Kingdom fluttering beside each. Knights moved with discipline, forming morning lines, sparring in silence, and attending briefings in groups of 10. Supply crates had been unloaded from one of the auxiliary ships and sorted under the careful supervision of logistics officers. Each crate was inspected for magical reagents, rations, and potion stocks. Still, no word from the scouts. Or rather, they returned, one group after another, with the same report. Nothing unusual. No monster. It was frustrating. And worse, it was unnerving. A creature that powerful with so many mind servants shouldn't have simply disappeared. It should have left traces, a trail, signs of movement. But the deeper the scouts went, the more empty the forest seemed. Some began to whisper about the possibility of it being gone. Others suspected a trap. The second day passed slowly. Michael stood outside one of the ships that afternoon, watching as a trio of high-ranking knights discuss. Their words were hushed, but the tension in their posture was plain. It was obviously about the monster. It wasn't just about readiness. It was about not knowing. The lack of any contact from the monster was more disturbing than its attack had been. It was like waiting beneath a calm sky after spotting a distant storm. You know it's coming. But not when. Or where. That night, the camp stayed lit longer than the first. Torches burned with blue flame, enchantments to keep monsters at bay. A subtle scent of crushed herbs lingered in the air, repelling common beasts. Michael sat again in meditation. By the third morning, the patience of the officials was fraying. The mood in the camp shifted. The fourth day came and went like the ones before it, quiet, uneventful, and crawling with tension. Scouts continued their rotations. Every group that returned bore the same message. No signs of the monster. Yet the anxiety never faded. By the fifth day, the higher-ups stopped pretending. The camp no longer expanded. Daily routines became mechanical. Sentries stood a little stiffer. Conversations dropped to murmurs. The only sounds were the shifting of armor, the clink of weapons being cleaned, and the restless pacing of those waiting for something, anything, to break the deadlock. The monster was hiding. That much was clear. Worse, it was hiding well. Too well. Someone pointed it out bluntly in the evening council meeting. It disappeared the moment we arrived. No one argued. They all knew it was true. That was what made it dangerous. It knew exactly how to avoid their scouts. That fact alone elevated its threat level higher than any grand-tier beast recorded in the past decade. Unfortunately, the kingdom's forces couldn't remain encamped indefinitely. Despite their numbers and organization, they were still human. Food would run low. Morale would waver. And most of all, the everlong forest was not a place to linger. It was ancient, yes, but also volatile. Its depths were uncharted, and within them lived monsters the kingdom didn't dare provoke. The princess, powerful as she was, didn't dare push further into the inner regions either. As one official whispered, if she draws the gaze of a slumbering great-tier beast while chasing a ghost, the damage will be beyond repair. So on the morning of the 6th day, a decision was made. The kingdom would withdraw. But they would not leave empty-handed. 200 knights would remain behind. At their head stood Grand Knight Varen. They would serve as the kingdom's eyes. If the creature emerged again, they would signal. If it attacked, they would hold the line. If it decides to vanish forever, then they would know. But no one truly believed that. The monster was still here. It should be watching. Waiting. Perhaps it had seen their scouts. Perhaps it had even touched the minds of a few from afar, just enough to test its limits, just enough to learn the kingdom's pattern. After all, it had already shown signs of mental domination from a distance, something that let it kill, or worse, control, without ever being seen. And it wasn't alone. Before it vanished, the investigations had confirmed it led an entourage of other monsters, all powerful, all unnaturally coordinated. The conclusion was obvious. This wasn't a wild beast. It had some level of wisdom at least. That night, as the majority of the kingdom's forces began their slow withdrawal from the forest, a heavy silence hung over the remaining encampment. Grand Knight Varen. Michael wasn't sure what to make of the man. Powerful? Absolutely. But welcoming? Not in the slightest. Michael honestly couldn't tell who had the colder expression, Varen or a block of ice. The man was too cold. The first time Michael saw the old knight was when he volunteered to stay behind with the 200 knights. The reason was simple. All this preparation, they had to lead somewhere. The land of origin was meant to be a place where one grew stronger, and Michael, who believed he should be strong enough to personally handle the monster, saw it as a golden opportunity. An experience pack, in his own words. He had to be the one to kill that monster. So, with the princess's permission, though he hadn't really needed it, he stayed behind. That was also when he first laid eyes on Varen. This man. If he wasn't swinging his sword, he was practicing his breathing technique. There was no in-between. Ironically, for someone of his status, he despised crowds and preferred solitude. A lone wolf, really. Which was why Michael found it odd, downright strange, that this lone wolf had bothered to seek him out today. You practice the way of the spear. The tone was strange. So were the words. But Michael understood soon enough as he glanced down at the spear in his hand. It had been 3 days since the kingdom's forces departed. After watching Varen train daily with unwavering intensity, Michael, who hadn't had the chance to spar or grind with his undead humans, felt the itch returning. Restlessness clawed at him. What he hadn't expected was for the old man to seek him out. Cautiously, Michael answered, "Yes. I use the spear. Fight me." Huh. The challenge came out of nowhere. But before Michael could respond properly, Varen had already drawn his sword and struck. The swing wasn't fast, just average human speed. Michael was confused, but his body reacted on instinct, matching the speed and power exactly. Their weapons clashed with a dull thud. Michael took a step back, adjusting his grip. The strike hadn't been dangerous, but it hadn't been careless either. Another swing came, and again, Michael parried. Then another. It was strange. Varen wasn't using his true speed. He wasn't using his aura. No mana. Just pure technique, deliberate, measured, almost slow. But within 10 exchanges, Michael found himself being pushed back. By 20, he was struggling to keep up. And by 30, Varen had disarmed him. Michael's spear was on the ground, his fingers numb from the final strike. He stared in disbelief. That shouldn't have happened. Not at that speed. Not when the old man was holding back so much. Varen didn't speak at first. He simply stood there, sword lowered at his side, eyes fixed on Michael with that ever-frosted gaze. Then he frowned. A spear user who doesn't know how to control his distance. His voice was flat, almost annoyed. Sloppy. Wasteful. Michael stiffened. He didn't speak. But those words dug in. Thanks to Spartan and the others who had served as grindstones for him, Michael's spearmanship was less than 30% away from advanced mastery. This made his close-quarters combat with a weapon especially strong. However, it also made him painfully aware of his shortcomings. He knew how to wield a spear, but not how to truly use it. It was like having strength, but not knowing how to apply it effectively. For those who could, even against a stronger opponent, victory was possible through pure skill and precision. That was the difference, and Michael knew it. Still, a part of him didn't appreciate Varen's words, especially not after such a blunt and dismissive approach. With a sharp motion, Michael grabbed his spear from the ground and struck at Varen, channeling the full weight of his skill into the attack. Varen parried with ease. Not just ease, grace. His sword met Michael's spear with a lazy flick, redirecting the thrust like a branch brushing off falling leaves. Michael's momentum collapsed, his balance staggered, and Varen stepped in, the flat of his blade tapping Michael's chest. Michael gritted his teeth and attacked once more, this time more cautious, more calculated. A feint, a twist, a low sweep. Parried. Deflected. Countered. Each clash rang with the sound of metal, but none favored Michael. The power was equal. They both suppressed their strength to a standard level, but technique? Technique was another matter. Varen's every movement was efficient, his every motion minimal but purposeful. In contrast, Michael realized how much excess movement he used, how many unnecessary steps filled his footwork, how often he left himself open in the milliseconds between attacks. Why? They were using the same level of force. The same restrictions. But he couldn't overpower him. Couldn't even touch him. Is his swordsmanship that much better? He knew Varen was strong, but this was something else. This wasn't just a difference in technique. This was understanding. A mastery of the blade so refined that even when holding back, it felt like he was fighting uphill. The thought suddenly hit him. Is he at advanced mastery? No. Michael's eyes widened slightly as the possibility formed. It would explain the distance control. The flawless transitions. The oppressive rhythm. More than that, it would explain the feeling. There were moments during the exchange where Varen didn't even need to move. Where Michael felt his intent from meters away. A faint pressure that made him hesitate before a strike. Varen suddenly came to a pause, and Michael followed. You're obviously at great achievement in your spearmanship, but why is it so unrefined? Great achievement? Is that what they call intermediate mastery here? A brief look of confusion flickered across Michael's face, but Varen caught it. Don't tell me you don't even know the level of your skill. Michael didn't reply. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Varen seemed to have entered a teaching mood. Entry, small success, great achievement, perfect, and transformation, he listed plainly. Among these 5 stages, you're in the 3rd one. He spoke as if stating the most obvious fact in the world. Unfortunately, what was obvious to him wasn't so obvious to Michael. For spells, advancing in stage usually just means gaining more control. But for weapon users, each stage is a transformation. Eventually, the realm itself becomes irrelevant. Entry is when you're just finding your way around the weapon, learning, fumbling, discovering what works, Vurin continued, stepping back with his sword now resting against his shoulder. Small success is when your movements start to take shape. When what you've learned becomes usable in real combat. You stop swinging blindly and start fighting with intent. Michael's eyes narrowed in thought. That sounds like what I always considered basic mastery. Basic, intermediate, advanced, perfect. So great achievement, is intermediate here? Great achievement, Vurin continued, is when your weapon no longer controls you. Your strikes are deliberate. You move with awareness, precision. You start to understand your weapon, not just wield it. That was where Michael was now. Or, at least, should be. Perfect, Vurin said, is when instinct and intention merge. Every move is efficient, no hesitation. The spear becomes an extension of thought. Your body follows without conscious effort. And transformation? Michael asked, voice quiet. That, Vurin's gaze sharpened, is when the weapon ceases to be just a weapon. It becomes a truth. A concept. At that stage, even those in higher realms will hesitate to face you. Because skill surpasses power. Of course, it's better to have the realm. Ultimate power is still a thing. You're strong. But strength without refinement is just wasted potential. Next time, fight me properly. With your spear, not your ego. Michael swallowed. Yet a part of him still harbored doubt. Are weapons really that powerful? It seemed Vurin caught onto the thought. His expression darkened further, disappointment flickering in his eyes. I suppose this is what you get from a mage, he said flatly. I thought you'd be more interesting. But he wasn't done. He took a step forward, sword still at his side, eyes sharp. Watch closely. This, he raised the blade, and suddenly, the air around him shifted. The world seemed to still, as if holding its breath. Is the perfect stage. When thought, intent, and weapon become one. A faint shimmer of energy gathered around the blade. It wasn't mana. It was something else entirely. Sword chi, he said, though he held a sword. The air split with a whisper as the pressure rose, sharp and focused. Invisible, but undeniable. Michael's eyes widened. He felt it. Not just saw, but felt, the presence of the blade, the intent behind it, as if it could cut him without ever touching skin. Then it happened. The ground split. A thin, perfectly straight line carved itself into the earth beneath them, extending outwards from Vurin's blade, trailing a few meters before stopping. It wasn't deep. But that wasn't the point. It was clean. It was sharp. Michael stared at the cut, a chill creeping up his spine. That had been sword chi. He gulped once more. Vurin left without saying a word. Michael didn't stop him. Instead, he stood in silence, deep in thought. Advanced mastery. It wasn't like he hadn't seen skills at that level before. He had. Several of his undead possessed skills that had reached that realm. But perhaps Vurin was right. Weapon mastery was different. It reminded him of a post he'd once read, one that discussed the differences between awakeners and traditional cultivators. Getting stronger as an awakener was easier. But sometimes, that easy was subjective. Michael remembered an example from the post, that it could take years to bring a weapon skill to the advanced level. At the time, he had assumed it was simply because the difficulty curve was steep. And perhaps it was. Even awakeners, who lived life on easy mode, still had to struggle to achieve it. Now, he understood why. Weapon mastery, true mastery, was a transformation. No. All mastery levels were transformations. It was just that, for spells and abilities, the transition felt more direct, less mysterious. But this. Sword chi, Michael muttered, repeating the term Vurin had used when he displayed that strange, terrifying power. It wasn't mana. It wasn't any kind of energy Michael was familiar with. But it was undoubtedly destructive. Depending on the strength of the person striking me, even a mana-infused magic sword might not cause too much damage. But that sword chi. He wasn't confident he could handle it. Michael glanced at the spear in his hand. Will I be able to replicate that in the future? Excitement, anticipation, and a flicker of doubt welled up inside him. It took him a while to calm down. It's fine, he finally muttered to himself. I'm an awakener. I have cheat-like perks. Even if it takes time. I will reach advanced mastery in spearmanship. Though he didn't like how easily he had been outclassed in terms of weapon technique, he wasn't bitter. If anything, he felt hopeful. He had something to look forward to now. Ordinary people truly can't be underestimated. Being an awakener was special, but it didn't make him omnipotent, nor inherently superior to those who weren't. In fact, both the princess and teacher Brian, despite being normal humans, could easily crush him if they wished. After a deep breath, Michael turned to look in the direction Vuren had walked off. Why did he even come to me in the first place? They hadn't spoken more than a few words before today. Vuren was always there, always training alone, his sword never leaving his side. They hadn't shared meals, barely nodded in passing. And yet, out of nowhere, he'd appeared, demanded a spar, and thrown him into a whirlwind of confusion and defeat. Michael tightened his grip around the spear. It still stung, the way Vuren's expression had shifted after just a few exchanges. Not just disappointment. Contempt. No. It hadn't been malicious. But it was there, plain as day. Vuren had expected more. He wanted more. Michael remembered the moment Vuren stepped back and lowered his sword, not because he was finished, but because he was done. Not because Vuren was exhausted, but because he was disinterested. That brief, flickering frown that crossed his face before he turned and walked away. It wasn't about winning or losing. Vuren hadn't seemed happy even as the victor. If anything, he looked more frustrated leaving than when he arrived. What kind of person seeks out someone he barely knows, fights him with such seriousness, and then walks away without a word? A battle maniac? Vuren. He seems to fit that mold a little too well. Vuren probably thought Michael would be a worthy challenge. And when he wasn't. Disappointment. Michael wasn't angry. Not really. It was just strange. And a little sobering. Someone like that doesn't need friends, Michael said quietly. He needs opponents. I'll catch up to you one day, Vuren. Michael didn't say it with resentment. He said it like a promise, to himself more than anyone else. That special energy was cool. It felt so cool. For a moment it made Michael recall some fantasy stories he had read in the past. It made him once again feel the novelty of the fantasy world that has become reality for him. Michael exhaled slowly and stepped back into his stance. The familiar weight of the spear grounded him as he began to move, flowing through a basic thrust, then a sweep, then a parry. Over and over. Simple drills. Nothing fancy. Advanced mastery. Perfect stage. He whispered. Sword chi had come out of nowhere. Was spear chi a thing? Would he ever get to that level? After all, even though there were some similarities, Michael could still find some differences in the power system of this world, or rather the place he was in the land of origin and his original world. He moved into a stab-twist motion, pivoted, and struck an imaginary enemy's neck. Michael knew how to use the weapon. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, he didn't know how to fight with it. Not truly. His form was clean. His grip precise. His footwork followed the manuals. Everything about his motion screamed training. However, he was textbook accurate and that was it. He had no instinct, no flow, no improvisation. Against monsters, it was fine. After all, he had been using his spear to kill all this time. But against someone like Varen, he'd been dissected in seconds. Still, Michael didn't feel discouraged. One day, maybe he'd be able to shoot out cool energies, too. Michael couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, spinning the spear once before driving it forward into the air with a sharp whoosh. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon Michael stopped practicing. The night had grown quiet. With a final glance at the now starless sky, Michael turned and began walking back toward camp. By the time he arrived, the guards were already alert. The knights on night watch greeted him with the usual formality. They bowed deeply, armored hands over their hearts. "Sir Mike." Michael nodded in return, not slowing down as he passed. Michael crossed the encampment quietly, ignoring the flickering torches and crackling tents. The flying ship loomed at the far end, massive and unmoving. Michael stepped aboard and climbed to the room he'd claimed as his own. The hallway was dim, the floorboards creaking under his boots. When he entered, he didn't bother lighting the lantern. Still no sign of the monster. Michael thought as he clenched his fist. It had been over a week now. Nothing. Michael didn't want to admit it, but his patience was wearing thin. He wanted that monster dead. It was the one encounter in this world that had truly shaken him. Not just because of its strength, but because of the feeling it gave him. However, that he couldn't wait forever. The competition for the Duke of Evermoon was starting soon. He had a deal to fulfill. Time to prepare for that. But before leaving, Michael figured he should make one last detour. The ruin. His first location in this world. The place where he first met that monster. It wasn't deep within the forest but quite far away from his current location. Well, if he didn't run. If I'm lucky, I'll find a trace. If not, I'll move on. For now, that is. Michael stood, stretched his back, and turned toward the small trunk in the corner of the room. Inside it, his gear was neatly packed. Let's give it a try tomorrow. At least, that was what Michael thought before heading to his bed to rest, until a few hours later. Loud noises began echoing through the surroundings. Michael, who had been meditating, immediately got up and ran out of his room to the top deck of the flying ship. There he saw it. Far away, a wave of monsters was making its way toward the ship. How many were there? Michael didn't know, but he could swear they numbered in the hundreds. The sounds he had just heard were from the knights already engaging the monsters. But 200 knights surrounded by hundreds of beasts was a daunting scene. The worst part was that Michael couldn't spot Varen anywhere. Did he go to look for that monster? It was the only reasonable thought Michael could come up with. Even as he considered this, his actions weren't slow. With a wave of his hand, he used undead summoning several times atop the flying ship. A few undead figures rose from dark portals. However, if anyone familiar with Michael's army had seen his selection, they would have been confused. He had only summoned his human undead, including Spartan. Spartan was understandable. It was powerful. But Michael had long since acquired many more human undead thanks to the Hunter Guild's tasks and his solo hunts in dimensional cracks back in his original world. They were far from weak. Still, shouldn't he be summoning his strongest undead? With them, handling the monster wave would have been far easier. Yet despite the urgency, Michael was thinking ahead. For one, it was now clear the monster hadn't disappeared. That much was evident from the black tentacles visible on the bodies of the monsters. However, the fact that it had chosen to attack now, when the kingdom's army here was at its weakest, showed that it had been taking its time, waiting for the right moment. Of course, Michael could be wrong. But he figured that if he showed all his power now, who was to say the monster wouldn't simply run away? It had taken so long just to find traces of it, Michael didn't want to lose it again. Turning to look at his high-ranking human undead, clad in armor and wielding spears, bows, and various other weapons, Michael gave his command. Go. Stabilize the situation. Yes, stabilize. They weren't to aggressively hunt down the monsters, nor let the knights be overwhelmed. Their mission was to protect the knights, nothing more. The reason was simple. It was also to lower the monster's guard. Watching as his undead leapt off the top of the flying ship one after another, Michael turned and headed back to his room. Once there, he quickly dressed in the equipment he had brought from the Supers Association branch. Though he believed himself to be intelligent, Michael wasn't willing to take any chances with this monster. After all, this was a life-and-death situation. Fully equipped, he returned to the top of the ship. Standing by the edge, he looked down to observe the battlefield below. The battlefield was chaos. Screams echoed through the dark, mingled with the guttural roars of monsters and the clash of steel. The knights were holding, but barely. His undead had formed a second wall behind them, intercepting any stray creatures that slipped past. Spartan was at the forefront, cleaving through enemies with brutal efficiency, his spear sweeping in deadly arcs. Michael stood motionless, eyes narrowing as he scanned the darkness beyond the horde. He watched for a while, minutes, maybe longer. Still, he saw nothing that seemed like it was that monster. No slithering shadows. Nothing. Just monsters. Then he turned, surveying the skies. That thing had to be watching. Michael clenched his jaw. Enough, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a sudden push of strength, Michael launched himself into the air, the wood of the deck cracking beneath his boots. As he ascended, he used his skill. Undead summoning. From a swirling black mist above, a massive form emerged. Gale. His undead griffin let out a soft screech, its wings already outstretched. Michael landed smoothly on its back, not even needing to give a command before the beast soared forward, gliding silently above the battlefield. Below, torches flickered like dying stars, and the tents crackled as stray flames spread from the skirmishes. Michael ignored it all, his eyes locked forward as Gale carried him across the encampment. The flying ship stood on the far edge, towering and unmoving like a fortress in the sky. Where is it? Michael's gaze hardened as he looked around with intense focus. Clank. Clang. Boom. A sudden sound broke through the rush of the wind. Michael turned his head sharply. Far to the east, just beyond a jagged outcrop of trees, flickers of light danced erratically against the dark canopy. Shadows shifted wildly in uneven bursts. There were no torches that deep in the woods. No fires. Something was happening there. Gale slowed at his command, circling once as Michael narrowed his eyes. Another loud crash echoed through the night. Michael didn't hesitate. Go there. Gale tucked its wings and dove, a blur in the sky as they rushed toward the source of the chaos. The wind howled past him. As they approached, Michael saw it clearly now, a man, standing alone in a clearing, surrounded by 4 monsters. It was Vuren. The knight's blade danced in the dark, tracing arcs of silver as it clashed against claw, scale, and shadow. He moved with skill and grace. However, there was a slight issue. Vuren was outnumbered. Part of the group of monsters also seemed to cause him a bit of difficulty. 2 of the monsters were thick-skinned, lumbering brutes. Their hides were etched with deep gashes from Vuren's sword, but they remained standing, snorting steam from their flared nostrils. The other 2 on the other hand were faster, thinner, weaving in and out of Vuren's range with disturbing coordination. But they were weakening. One had lost an arm, the other limped as it circled, dripping black blood. And though Vuren's chest heaved with effort, there was a sharpness in his gaze, he hadn't lost control. He's not even close to his limit. Michael murmured. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if Vuren had been baited here. For rank 2 monsters didn't just appear out of nowhere. The black tentacles littering the ground, ones that should have been severed by Vuren, made their origin all too clear. This was the monster's doing. It had to be. Where is it? Michael muttered. He didn't descend to assist Vuren. Instead, he turned gale midair and flew off, soaring low over the battlefield, eyes scanning the forested shadows and cracked earth beyond. Below, the battle raged on, steel clashing against claw and fang, torchlight flickering madly against dark silhouettes. Michael paid it no mind. He had a singular goal now. To find it. Vurin twisted, parrying a claw strike and driving his blade into the gut of the limping monster. It screeched as it fell backward, body convulsing before collapsing into the grass. 3 left. Vurin didn't pause. As the first monster fell, he pivoted sharply, ducking under the swipe of one of the brutes. Its claws tore through the air where his head had been just a breath ago. The old man retaliated with a precise upward slash, the edge of his blade dragging an arc across the creature's chest. The faster one lunged from behind, but Vurin was already spinning. His heel dug into the ground, kicking up dirt as he brought his sword low, then whipped it upward in a diagonal slash that cleaved through the beast's remaining leg. It toppled to the ground with a heavy thud. Vurin's breathing grew sharper, but his form never wavered. His stance remained steady. The brute charged again. Vurin's gaze sharpened. His sword began to hum. The faint sound grew louder with each heartbeat, resonating with the air around him. Wisps of white light flickered along the edge of the blade, like threads of mist gathering toward a center. Then, he moved. 1 step. 2. He ducked under the charging monster's arm, planted his foot, and struck upward with a clean, fluid motion. Sword chi, crescent line. The blade erupted with light. A shining arc tore through the brute's torso, slicing cleanly through bone and flesh. The impact hurled the creature backward like a broken doll. It hit a tree, snapped it in half, and didn't get back up. This was the realm of intent that came in the perfect stage. Chi was the outlook of the wielder's intent. The remaining monster froze. But Vurin didn't stop. His left foot slid back as he raised the sword high, light gathering more intensely than before. His entire body seemed to glow, like a star compressed into flesh and steel. The monster charged. Vurin exhaled. Sword chi, final cut. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground beneath him cracked. He dashed forward, faster than before, his entire form becoming a blur of motion. The sword descended in a single, devastating stroke, bisecting the monster from shoulder to hip. Black blood sprayed into the night, and the beast collapsed. Silence returned to the clearing. Vurin stood still, sword pointed downward, steam rising from its glowing edge. Then he exhaled, body trembling just slightly from the exertion. However, just as Vurin was about to move from his position, he paused and turned toward a particular direction. A genuine smile spread across his face. "Ha! This is good. Bring more if you want. It's been years since I've had a proper warm-up." Far off in the distance, yet still within his keen sight, Vurin spotted a monster approaching. Its aura was vastly stronger than the 4 he had just slain. But to the old knight, who believed a life lived by the blade should end by the blade, a stronger foe was nothing short of a blessing. After all, only the kind of challenge that made him break a sweat was worth facing. Of course, even if he didn't fear death, he refused to die a disgraceful one. Flawed as he might be, this grand knight still embodied what a knight should be. High above, Michael still saw no trace of the monster, and frustration gnawed at him. Then, a thought struck him, one that made him abruptly pull Gale to a halt midair. Though subdued, Gale's aura was still faintly present, any creature with keen enough senses would notice. Michael narrowed his eyes. Is it scared of coming out? Michael's thoughts drifted back to Vurin. He was facing 4 rank 2 monsters now. Though their auras were weaker than Gale's, the fact that they carried traces of that monster's influence spoke volumes. Something with the power to control monsters of that caliber couldn't be weak. However, if it was also very strong, with its traces of showing domination with numbers, it should have come out and gone all out to clear its opposition. However, this one didn't. So except it was in its nature to be cautious, its intelligence probably told its opponent this time weren't easy. Michael felt this should be the case. Grand Knight Vurin seemed to have been lured out of the camp at first before several monsters then showed up. Perhaps the plan was to first lure the strongest then kill the weakest ones before concentrating all its power on eliminating the bigger threat. So, I'm the reason it's still hiding. Michael turned to look at Gale. Though he believed he had concealed his aura well, against beings of similar or greater strength, it wasn't much of a disguise. However, except for my mana, I'm mostly likely weaker than it. Perhaps, even with my mana. A thought came to Michael. His path to power differed from the traditional cultivators and knights of this world. Unlike them, who fortified their bodies with mana which left traces in them, he enhanced his physical strength through attribute points. Just like most other awakeners, even those in physically oriented classes, his appearance was deceiving. He recalled a female knight he'd seen a few days ago at camp. She was massive, her build muscular and dense, which looked oddly fitting despite her short stature. Then, he thought of his classmates back at Aurora, Mira and Lillian. Both were physically strong, Lillian especially so. Either of them could probably go toe-to-toe with that female knight, yet they looked no different from before their awakening. Stat improvements didn't affect appearance much. The changes were there, but subtle. Unless someone relied on sharpened instincts that grew along with them, it was easy to underestimate an awakener's physical prowess. Still, I should be weaker than it. This might work. Michael had Gale descend into a clearing and leapt off with a serious expression. He addressed the beast aloud. Search the area for any strong monster like you or close to you and engage them. But mentally, he gave a different order. Just fly in wide circles for a while, then head back to camp. He had to maintain the act. There was always a chance the monster was watching him now. Yes. Michael had made a decision, he would act as bait. It was risky, extremely risky. But it just might force the monster to reveal itself, even if only slightly. All he needed was a trace. A clue. With his high intelligence and the equipment protecting his mind, Michael felt somewhat confident in his edge. He didn't believe the monster could kill him instantly from a distance. And if things went south, he'd release Prince immediately and let them have a rematch. As for facing the monster himself, if he could just land the final blow, he'd be more than satisfied. He was confident, yes, but not foolish. The monster was possibly 24 levels above him and was even in an higher rank. Even with mental defenses, Michael wasn't about to leave his mind completely exposed. I should be weak enough for it to seek me out, right? Michael had several thoughts running through his mind. He couldn't afford to appear too weak. If he did, the monster might simply send another one of its controlled beasts rather than come out itself. He had to strike the right balance, strong enough to be taken seriously, but not so strong as to pose a real threat. Just dangerous enough to be worth the monster's attention. That should do it. That should make the monster take him seriously. With deliberate steps, Michael began walking slowly through the forest, carefully scanning his surroundings. And as expected, not long after, a monster stepped out into his path. Forest ape, LV-33. With its huge body, the black tentacles on its body revealed its origin. With a spear in hand, Michael took the first step forward and charged. Let's make this fight look just a little easy. Michael didn't rush. He met the monster head-on, his spear held low. The forest ape roared and swung its arm, aiming to crush him in one blow. Michael sidestepped cleanly, his body moving with calm precision. The spear jabbed forward. Just enough to graze the ape's side. It howled, more in anger than pain. Michael backed off again. He could have pierced deeper, maybe even crippled it. But that wasn't the point. He needed this to last a little. So he held back. The monster charged again. Michael spun to the side and swept his spear in a wide arc. Clank. The shaft struck the ape's knee, making it stumble, but only for a moment. It recovered and came at him with both hands raised. Michael ducked low, rolled under the swing, and stabbed upward. The tip of his spear scraped the ape's ribs, drawing a thin line of blood. Still not fatal. Still holding back. He moved in again. His spear danced around the monster, always just a bit too fast, always just barely slipping through its guard. He let the forest ape swing again and again. Clang! Boom! Their clashes echoed through the trees. But Michael's face stayed calm, eyes sharp. He wasn't trying to win, just perform. Strong enough to challenge, but not win. A threat, but a beatable one. Minutes passed. The forest ape's movements grew sluggish. Michael, in contrast, barely looked tired. His strikes had become more daring, pushing deeper, brushing vital spots. The forest ape lunged again. Michael responded with sharper movement this time, 2 quick steps forward, ducking low as his spear thrusted up in a clean arc. It pierced the ape's shoulder this time, making it stagger backward. Michael stepped in again, this time, no more holding back. The spear flashed. A clean thrust pierced straight through the forest ape's throat. It didn't even have time to react. Blood spurted as its body staggered backward, then crashed to the ground. Dead. Michael yanked his spear free and let the blood drip. Quick. Clean. Efficient. He stood still, eyes sweeping the tree-line. Now then. He muttered. If that wasn't enough to draw you out, I'll just keep going. At the edge of his lips, Michael had a smile on his face. He hadn't seen the monster but he noticed something. The forest ape he just killed now. It seemed a bit too alive. Michael had observed how the other monsters under that controller moved. They felt wrong, alive, but hollow. Like puppets with no soul, acting only on the will of another. They weren't undead, not in the traditional sense. Their bodies were fully alive. Yet something essential was missing. They were like living machines. Their stiff, emotionless movements reminded him of robots, flawless in function, but devoid of life. It wasn't a bad analogy. And if that was the case, they shouldn't have been able to show things like pain, frustration, or anger. Yet this forest ape, it had. Michael remembered several moments during the fight. Times where it seemed the monster could have gone for the kill, but didn't. Its attacks had aimed for his limbs, not his vitals. Almost like it was trying to cripple him. Is it trying to capture me? To control me? The thought crept in. If that were true, why hadn't it tried to attack him from a distance instead? The controller didn't need proximity to exert influence, it could act from afar. Or does it think I'm not an easy target? That thought felt closer to the truth. Michael had layered protections over his mind. Mental armor designed specifically for monsters like this one. But how would a monster know that? Vuren was attacked physically, not mentally, and my intelligence is definitely higher than his. Did that make the monster hesitate? It was possible. But regardless, Michael had no intention of being taken alive. If not for the growing demon inside him, he wouldn't be out here risking his life like this. That first encounter had left a scar, and he needed to end it. For good. Now, he understood what the association meant when they warned, "Don't treat this world like a game." It sounded dramatic, but facing this monster, it made perfect sense. Killing someone wasn't the scariest part. Replacing their consciousness was. It was death without death. And that terrified him. If such a thing could control an awakened's body and mind, could it also find a way into the original world? The thought made him clench his fists. That's why his caution far outweighed that of other new awakeners. Still playing his role, Michael continued deeper into the forest, his steps slow and deliberate. He was bait now. And he hoped the monster was watching. Vuren ducked beneath a flash of silver and rolled, narrowly avoiding the wolf's crushing jaws. The beast landed where he'd stood moments ago, its claws gouging deep into the earth. This one was different from the previous 4. Faster. Smarter. Stronger. Varen's arm trembled slightly as he brought his blade back up. He'd already taken a grazing hit to the shoulder, and while it wasn't deep, the pain lingered longer than it should have. Tch. His breath came in short bursts. What truly annoyed him wasn't the injury, it was his inability to utilize his chi. It wasn't that he couldn't use it. He was already using it. He was using it to guard his mind. A constant, subtle pressure was pressing against his thoughts. It wasn't overwhelming, not enough to cripple him outright, but enough to be a problem. A whisper just on the edge of his awareness, trying to worm its way deeper. He grit his teeth. Mental interference. According to the kingdom's classified combat reports, this was the work of the monster they were after. Right now, Varen was fighting like most Grant Knight would. He was still strong. Just not as before. The beast's hind legs coiled for another pounce, and Varen snapped into a defensive stance, just in time. The wolf sprang. Varen met it head-on, his blade flashing upward in a sharp arc. The edge struck, but only carved shallowly through muscle. The monster twisted midair, slamming into him with its full weight. Ugh! They crashed to the ground. Varen rolled with the impact, instinct kicking in, and brought his knee up to kick the beast off before it could sink its teeth in. He scrambled upright, chest heaving. Still not enough. He needed more power. But calling on his chi meant exposing his mind, and that meant risking whatever was trying to get in. He could feel it, like a pressure behind his eyes. Waiting. Searching for weakness. This is ridiculous, he spat. Fighting with one hand tied behind my back. The wolf prowled closer, unaffected by pain. Varen had stabbed it twice, slashed it another 3 times, and the damn thing still moved like it was fresh. Its wounds didn't even bleed properly. Varen adjusted his grip, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. His stance was solid. He couldn't let his guard down. Not even for a second. The wolf charged again. Varen's sword met the claws mid-swing, the impact jarring up his arm. Sparks flew as steel met bone. The monster snarled, pressing forward with relentless force. Varen slid back, boots dragging along the dirt. Enough, he growled. His breath stilled. A single inhale. He gathered his chi and condensed it into his blade. It was risky. Letting go of the mental defense for even a moment meant inviting disaster. But if he didn't end this now? His eyes sharpened. The world dulled. Only the wolf remained in his vision. Final cut. The sword hummed with power as he stepped in, ignoring the scream in his skull as the mental pressure surged the moment his defenses fell. A single step. A single slash. The blade swept upward, cleaving through the monster in a perfect, upward arc from hip to shoulder. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the wolf froze, its limbs twitching in confusion, as if surprised by its own death. It collapsed a second later, bisected nearly cleanly through. Varen exhaled sharply and staggered, dropping to one knee. The backlash hit instantly. He gripped his head as the whisper returned, louder now, pushing at his thoughts like a tide trying to drown him. Enough. Chi surged into his mind again. The pressure receded just enough for him to breathe again. Damn it. Varen blade trembled in his hand. This wasn't just a fight, it was psychological warfare. Even now, he could feel the aftereffects, like something greasy had been smeared across his mind. Not deep enough to control him, but definitely enough to rattle him. He didn't even look at the wolf's body. Didn't want to. Instead, he turned and sprinted, pushing through the pain, the exhaustion, and the mental haze. The camp wasn't far. He needed to get back. Regroup. Fighting while constantly shielding his mind wasn't sustainable. This wasn't what he trained for. Battles like these weren't enjoyable. Vurin clenched his jaw, trying to push the lingering headache away. It was better to go check on the younger ones. Michael's spear whistled through the air as he twisted his body low, sweeping one monster's legs from under it before driving the butt of the weapon into the second's gut. The third, a grotesque boar-like beast with bony plates over its eyes, charged at him with a shriek. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pivoted and brought the spear up in a perfect arc. The blade carved into the beast's shoulder, not deep enough to kill, but more than enough to slow it. 3 at once, he muttered, ducking beneath the first monster's return swing. You're getting bolder. They came in again, more coordinated this time. Michael moved like a phantom, every step deliberate, every attack measured. Michael grunted as one caught him in the side with a glancing blow, a slight ache blooming across his ribs. He used the momentum to spin, driving his spear clean through its throat. A gurgle, then collapse. 2 left. 1 lunged, too obvious. Michael sidestepped and swept its legs, then drove the blade of his spear downward, pinning it to the forest floor. The third hesitated, for a brief second. A flicker of awareness that should not have been there. Michael's eyes narrowed. His mental equipment activated again. A sharp buzz echoed in the back of his mind, an alert signal, one of several enchantments designed to protect him from invasive influence. It flared. Twice. Then a dull, consistent pulse. It's watching me. That wasn't a guess. He knew. He met the last monster's gaze. Its head tilted. Just slightly. Then it charged. Michael moved, fluid and unrelenting. He met the creature head-on, jamming the butt of his spear into its footwork and driving his knee up into its jaw. Michael ended the last monster with a precise thrust to the heart, then pulled his spear free, letting the body crumple. However, just before Michael could react, the 2 earrings on his ear suddenly emitted a blinding light. He instantly recalled their description. Siren's Echo earrings. They were powerful, rare-grade equipment. When worn, they continuously dampened mental interference and redirected psychic pressure away from the wearer's core. They also passively enhanced mental clarity, boosting casting speed for spellcasters. But most importantly, they held a one-time mental shield capable of blocking a direct high-tier psychic attack. Once activated, the shield would take 7 days to recharge. They had cost him over $1 million to acquire. That wasn't the problem now. The real issue was simple. The shield had just been triggered. Which meant, whatever was watching him had just attacked. Full force. It thought he'd lowered his guard. Michael's blood ran cold at the realization, but before he could even process the fear, another sound slammed into his senses. A roar. Then another. And another. From the direction of the camp. From deep in the forest. From everywhere. Michael's head whipped toward one particular location, the source of the loudest roar. A direction where the air itself trembled, saturated with killing intent. Is that where you're hiding? It wasn't just one creature. It was a pack. Dozens of monsters roaring in unison. His mental gears spun rapidly. Do the Siren's Echo earrings have a backlash effect? He didn't know. Still, Michael didn't freeze. His thoughts raced, but his hands moved faster. He stretched out both arms. With a pulse of energy, he summoned Prince from the netherworld and Gale from the camp. 2 magic circles flared to life and his undead appeared from each. As soon as they appeared, he issued a command. Prince. That direction. Attack every monster you see. If it's too dangerous, run. He pointed straight toward the suspicious location, the epicenter of the roars. Prince didn't hesitate. The undead wolf vanished in a burst of wind. Meanwhile, Michael reached up, ripped the glowing earrings from his ears, and shoved them into his storage space. Then, he replaced them. Another pair of Siren's Echo earrings. Getting them into place was easy. His ability to harden or soften his body at will included the skin around his ears. By the time he finished, Gale had already lowered its body. Michael leapt onto the undead griffin's back. Go. The undead immediately launched into the sky. Their destination? The same place Prince was headed. And even before they were airborne, several system notifications had already flashed across Michael's vision. Your undead Prince has killed. In a blur, it didn't take long for Michael to reach his destination. And there, he saw it. A massive clearing stretched out beneath him, bathed in moonlight. Under the night sky, the scene looked almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. A large number of monsters filled the clearing, all of them rank 2. Not a single rank 1 creature in sight. Yet even so, currently, they were utterly helpless. Because amidst them stood Prince, the extraordinary rank creature. The undead wolf moved like a phantom. One moment, he was tearing through them, and the next, vanishing into shadows and reappearing deep within the horde, like he was teleporting. Wherever Prince appeared, heads flew. Black, thick vines burst from the earth with incredible speed, twisting and snapping like whips. They coiled around bodies, crushing and slicing as they surged upward, leaving chaos in their wake. Though these were rank 2 monsters, they looked like sheep before a predator. None could resist. But Michael wasn't watching Prince. His gaze was fixed elsewhere. In the center of the horde, stood something else. His eyes narrowed as he hovered high above on Gale's back, the cold wind rustling his cloak. There, surrounded by death and carnage, was a creature. A body made entirely of writhing red flesh. Black tentacles slithered and twitched across its form, pulsing with some alien rhythm. Michael took a deep breath, staring down at it. His heart beat just a little faster. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall what Mage Lien had once called the creature after knowing its origin. Taboo. He whispered the word under his breath. It was surely a taboo. Something that shouldn't exist. The next moment, Michael felt it again. A gaze. Immediately, both earrings on his ears flared with a bright light once more. He didn't need to think twice. Shit. This fucking bastard. Roar. Once again, several loud roars echoed through the forest, shaking the treetops. There was no mistaking it, the monster had tried to attack him mentally again. Some might say it was foolish after the first failed attempt. Others might argue it wasn't. After all, how was it supposed to know Michael had 2 pairs of high-grade mental defenses? The creature's fear spiked. It immediately withdrew its thoughts, recoiling from Michael's mind like a burned animal retreating from fire. Something Michael didn't know was that the monster recognized him. How could it not? He had nearly been its first meal upon waking from a long, ancient slumber. Unfortunately for the beast, not only had it failed to consume him, but it had also been swarmed and wounded by strange, relentless ants that appeared immune to its influence. So yes, Michael had been right. The monster did have its eyes on him. But it wasn't just because of his strength, skill, or threat. It was personal. Just as Michael was about to react to the sudden psychic assault and retreat, several massive black tentacles erupted from a giant mass of red flesh, hurling toward him like spears. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, followed by several thunderous roars of equal might. The ground shook from the noise, but Michael had no time to focus on what was happening below. Gale, his undead griffin, reacted instantly, wings flaring wide as it dodged the incoming tendrils and soared higher into the sky. Michael held on tight, barely maintaining balance as another tentacle missed him by inches. He didn't even understand how they were able to reach this high. But in a magical world, common sense wasn't always common, or worse, what was considered common sense depended entirely on who you asked. Luckily, there was a limit to their reach. After a few evasive maneuvers, Gale climbed high enough to be safely out of range. But Michael had no intention of simply retreating. Gale! His undead mount responded instantly, spinning mid-air and unleashing a volley of wind blades toward the writhing tentacles below. Several were sliced clean through, black ichor spilling from the wounds like tar. Only then did Michael issue a silent command and veer away from the battlefield. Gale flapped its massive wings and carried him to a distant clearing far from the chaos. Landing softly, Michael jumped down and turned back, his gaze fixed on the direction they'd just escaped from. His expression was tight, concerned. But beneath that worry, his heart beat with something else. Excitement. Though the monstrous abomination radiated an aura of strength, and its abilities had nearly caught him off guard, the pressure it exuded didn't seem stronger than what Prince or Gale emitted. That meant one of two things. Either it was a lower-level creature than his undead, or it was higher-leveled, but its racial rank wasn't extraordinary. Unlike Prince and Gale, who were both one-star extraordinary-ranked beings. Either way, it wasn't as overwhelming as he remembered. What once haunted his thoughts and caused fear now didn't seem so terrifying. This difference, this shift, meant everything to Michael. He had suspected this for a while, but seeing it for himself now gave him real confidence. Of course, that didn't mean he was going to rush back and confront the thing alone. Far from it. He still wasn't foolish. He had other mental defense equipment beyond the siren's echo earrings, but if the best among them could be forced to trigger, then relying on them wasn't something he was willing to bet his life on. He wasn't going to cower away though. More notifications flickered across his interface, flooding his vision. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Your undead prince has slain. You have gained. Michael's eyes lit up. Even if I can't take that monster head-on, no one said I can't hunt the others. He grinned. His voice low and thrilled. These were all experience packs walking around. And with most of them being far above his level, he could practically feel the multipliers stacking up. A suspicion had already formed in his heart, and now, with every kill notification, it grew stronger. Maybe. I might actually be able to, he whispered, pulse racing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned more of his undead forces. Lucky. Beginning. Lily. And a random Goliath. A solid team. With a broad, excited smile, he turned to Gale. Go stir up our experience pack, I mean the boss a bit. Make sure it doesn't get too comfortable. The griffin screeched and took off toward the battlefield once more. Michael turned to the rest of his undead. Let's go and take some leaks, guys. Michael let the 3 Goliaths rush ahead and stood alone at the edge of the clearing. He didn't move. Not yet. Moments passed. The sensation of being watched slowly bled away from his body, like a shadow receding with the dawn. He narrowed his eyes. The monster had withdrawn. Or more accurately, it could no longer afford to focus on him. The moment the gaze was lifted, Michael dashed toward the battlefield. In a blur, Michael arrived at the location. The forest was anything but quiet. Chaos rang through the woods, roars, screeches, cracking limbs, and the sharp hum of magic slicing through the air. He didn't need to see it to know the battle had escalated. The pressure in the air was thick, heavy with death and mana. But he didn't jump in right away. Instead, he remained cloaked in the shadows, crouched on a thick branch. Lily and Beginning had joined the fray in their giant forms, towering titans that moved like demigods among mortals. They swept through the battlefield like adults swatting away unruly pets. Every swing of their limbs shattered trees and crushed monsters beneath them. The 3rd Goliath was no different, its massive arms tearing through enemies with ruthless efficiency. In the midst of the chaos, Lucky, just like Prince, was a blur of violence. It flashed left and right, a whirlwind of claws, fangs, and writhing vines. Overhead, Gale unleashed storm after storm, destructive hails of wind raining down like divine punishment. Against an attack like this, it was no wonder why the corrupted monster could not focus on Michael. It had to defend itself. Staring at the monster struggling to defend itself against Gale, a trace of doubt appeared on Michael's face. Against the undead griffin, the monster looked weak. It had even resorted to sacrificing its flying minions, creatures that barely accomplished anything, just to absorb Gale's onslaught. It seems Gale alone is enough to defeat it, given enough time, Michael muttered, his eyes narrowing. But then a new thought struck him, making his heart race. What would happen to the controlled monsters if their master died? They had no consciousness of their own, only puppets bound to that thing's will. But if that will disappeared, if there was nothing left to control them, wouldn't they become mindless, motionless husks? Wouldn't they become easy targets for me to harvest? The logic was sound. At least, it seemed that way. Still, doubt lingered. But Michael didn't let that doubt stop him. He wasn't the type to hesitate once he saw an opportunity. I won't stop casting my net just because the waters are murky, he muttered. But I need to speed this up. He took a deep breath. I'll send Prince to help Gale. The sooner that thing dies, the better, whether or not I lose a few experience points. Without wasting another second, he gave the command. A few heartbeats later, deep in the forest, a mind-controlling tentacle monster felt a sudden spike of panic. The wolf that had always ignored it, the one that had kept its distance despite being terrifying, was now rushing in with killing intent. It didn't understand. All it knew was that its situation had just gone from bad, to much, much worse. A blur of red and writhing green vines burst from the treeline. Prince. The corrupted monster had just barely begun to adjust to Gale's relentless wind assaults when the wolf-turned nightmare tore into its flank. Prince didn't waste time. His vines shot out in all directions like coiled serpents. With a growl that rumbled like thunder, Prince directed them with eerie precision, each tendril winding and weaving between debris, monsters, and broken roots to strike true. The first to suffer were the minions surrounding the Bios. They didn't even get a chance to react. One by one, the vines found them. Piercing. Gripping. Tearing. Some were crushed in place, their bodies folding like paper under pressure. Others were flung through the air, lifeless before they hit the ground. One unlucky creature was hoisted high and slammed repeatedly into the earth until it burst like rotten fruit. And still, Prince advanced. The monster reeled, its massive red form writhing and pulsing like a wounded heart. It lashed out with several thick, slimy tentacles, aiming to crush the wolf where he stood. But Prince was faster. Far faster. The moment the tentacles descended, vines coiled around him like armor, lifting him high above the ground and pulling him to safety. At the same time, several other vines speared forward, skewering two of the attacking limbs straight through their pulsating veins. Black ichor sprayed into the air, hissing as it splashed against the ground. Then came Gale. The undead griffin circled above like a god of storms, his wings glowing with a pale green hue. With a screech that split the skies, he beat them once, and summoned a tempest. Wind blades surged down like razors. They ripped through the battlefield like nature's fury unleashed. More tentacles fell, severed by the barrage. It tried to retreat, to shield itself using its remaining minions, but Prince's vines wove a massive net of green, sealing every escape route. Each time the beast shifted its bulk, a vine would snap forward to anchor it down. Prince didn't stop. He charged in, fangs bared, a swirling cyclone of vines. Gale swooped low, wind circling his claws like drills. He struck just as Prince disengaged, slashing across the exposed wounds with enough force to rupture flesh and muscle. More ichor gushed out, steaming as it hit the air. A scream came from the monster. It had no mouth yet it could still let out loud sounds. It was unraveling. Truly a taboo. Gale soared upward, avoiding a desperate lash of tentacles, while Prince circled low. The mind-controlling abomination thrashed violently, its tentacles trying to burrow into the earth and create distance, or at least hide. But the vines wouldn't let it. Wherever it turned, there was a wall of green. One tentacle wrapped around a large chunk of broken bark and hurled it at Prince with impressive force. Prince didn't dodge. He caught it. His vines wrapped around the chunk of wood midair, slowed its momentum, then used it as a stepping stone, vaulting off it to launch himself high into the air. Straight toward the monster's center mass. Gale descended at the same time. Wind spiraled around his claws, denser now, sharp enough to cut through steel. His wings beat once, twice, sending blades of compressed air straight into the writhing red flesh of the monster. Deep gashes appeared, black ichor spilling like oil from a punctured tank. Then Prince landed. He didn't aim for the body. He aimed for the brain. Or whatever passed for one in this thing. Prince landed there, claws first, then dug in with a roar that echoed unnaturally through the clearing. Vines burst from his shoulders, from his back, from his chest. They weren't striking now, they were burrowing. Straight through the flesh, weaving into the creature's insides with unnatural precision. The monster screamed again, its massive bulk rising from the ground as if trying to dislodge the wolf clinging to it. Too late. Gale struck next, diving with all the force of a meteor. He slammed into the back of the creature's head, claws forward. Crack. The sound echoed like a bell being struck underwater. At this point, Michael had stopped fishing in troubled waters. His level had increased to 22 and was already a quarter filled, but that wasn't his focus anymore. His eyes were locked on something far more important. The monster's flesh was shrinking. Not on its own, but because something was forcing it out from the inside. Vines drenched in a dark liquid burst forth intermittently, and with each eruption, the creature's strange screams of pain only grew louder. Then, Michael caught sight of a flying monster speeding toward Prince's location. A strange feeling surged in his chest. Without hesitation, he dashed in the same direction. It wasn't something he'd normally do. But deep inside, a voice warned him, if he didn't act now, he'd regret it. So he trusted his instincts and moved. As he neared, Michael watched the airborne creature descend like a hawk. It slashed its claws into the monster's collapsing body, cutting free a piece of raw flesh. Clutched in one claw was a squirming ball of meat, something Michael didn't recognize. The monster turned, preparing to flee. But just as it flapped its wings to take off, a storm of wind blades rained from above, shredding it mid-air. The ball of flesh tumbled from the sky. Before it could hit the ground, a spear pierced it cleanly in mid-air. You assisted in killing a extraordinary level 43 corrupted. You've gained 45,000 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 21x experience multiplier. You've gained 945,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 23. You have leveled up to level 24. The first thing that caught Michael's eyes was the monster's rank. A part of him used to wonder if he had seen wrong then due to the haste to escape, but it seems he hadn't. Extraordinary, 3 stars. Fear gripped his chest, just for a moment, before confusion followed. The rank is high, but why is it so weak? The old him, fresh after awakening, would never have dared to say that. But the Michael of now could. He had grown. He had earned the strength to judge. With a race rank like that, the monster's potential placed it solidly in Tier 3, the realm of kings. He could accept the relatively low level, it wasn't that low, but its combat ability didn't add up. Not to him. Prince and Gale had ganged up on it, sure, but watching them fight, it had been clear, either one of them could have ground the monster down alone. It would have taken longer, but the outcome wouldn't have changed. Wait. Michael paused in thought. I'm looking at this from the wrong angle. No one ever said a high race rank equals overwhelming strength in one-on-one combat. In fact, he'd seen it before, monsters within the same rank often had varying strength levels. This one? It wasn't weak. No, far from it. Its abilities were unique. In a pure duel at peak potential performance. He exhaled slowly, gaze settling on the monster's corpse. The only real weakness was that it operated alone. But in a group. He didn't need to finish the thought. Extraordinary ranked creatures were never to be underestimated. This one may have been outmatched, but its rank wasn't a lie. Not at all. Michael then turned his gaze to the ball of flesh skewered on his spearhead. For a monster so terrifying, its true body was surprisingly small. Unfortunately, aside from being marked as corrupted, nothing else shows. Are you really a taboo existence? Of course, Michael didn't expect a response from a dead creature. Still, the size of the body bothered him. Compared to the overwhelming presence it had projected before, the tiny mass looked almost pitiful. But he wasn't going to complain. Smaller meant easier to store. Had it been larger, Michael would have had to deal with another round of storage headaches. Carefully and cautiously, he removed the ball of flesh from his spear and placed it inside his storage space. Then, he turned his attention to the string of system notifications that had been piling up. I leveled up twice. That meant he was now just one level away from hitting level 25, the peak of rank 1. When he first awakened, he thought reaching that level would take forever. Yet here he was, in just over a month, and with less than 2 months remaining before the Awakener Academy entrance exam, he was on the brink of achieving his milestone. And now, that final step was within reach. Michael glanced around. Putting aside the blood-soaked ground drenched in black ichor, what surrounded him was a field full of rank 2 monsters. They stood eerily still, vacant eyes staring into nothing. Just as he'd suspected, their master's death had left them without a will of their own. They were now nothing more than experience cracks waiting to be harvested. Fortunately, Michael had told his undead to keep their hands to themselves right after the corrupted creature fell. If they'd wiped these monsters out on their own, he really would have had no place to cry. Though he technically still had more than a month left to reach rank 2, getting there early was only an advantage. And Michael knew, it was time. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, raised his spear, and locked onto the first motionless beast. Let's level up. Vurin stood in silence, brows furrowed as he stared at the unmoving corpse at his feet. Around him, knights formed a circle, swords drawn, breathing calm, yet wary. Their eyes occasionally flickered to the strange armored beings nearby. Vurin glanced at them. These were not ordinary summons. Each seemed to be no weaker than an advanced knight. Then Vurin's thoughts shifted to a youth. Sir Mike. Though they'd only exchanged a few words, it wasn't like Vurin was without knowledge about the youth. He remembered the princess's warning clearly, be careful around him. He's not what he seems. And Vurin wasn't one to ignore the words of the great mage lightly. Then there were the summons. Not just the armored ones. Earlier, as he fought those grand tier monsters, he'd felt it, a weighty gaze upon him. That boy had a strong summon that could kill him. And according to what he knows, it probably wasn't only one. He's strong, Vurin muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing. Yet despite the difference in strength, he couldn't help the curl of excitement in his chest. Though it won't be as enjoyable to fight with pure skills, fighting in our respective zones shouldn't be bad. The thought lingered like the whisper of a future challenge. Yes, he wanted to face the boy now. What did a youth like that look like when he went all out? Still, fantasies of duels could wait. There was work to be done. With a sharp nod, Vurin raised a hand, signaling his knights. Clean up the rest. Leave none alive. With military precision, the knights swept through the battlefield. Steel clashed with bone and hide, and monsters that once stood frozen now crumbled one by one. Around Michael were several dead monsters. However, his eyes weren't on his surroundings again. With an excited smile on his face, Michael stared at the panel in front of him. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25, max. Strength, 41.75 plus 6.0. Agility, 57.51 plus 8.0. Constitution, 50.12 plus 4.0. Intelligence, 190.32 plus 11.0. Attribute points, 50. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105 out of 125. Gift, Mark of Origin. This wasn't the only source of Michael's happiness. It's just as I thought, he muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The first rank advancement mission sets the tone for the ones that follow. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. This couldn't have gone any better for me. You have reached the max level of rank 1. Rank up to accumulate experience points again and level up. You have reached max level for Necromancer Apprentice. To rank up to Master Necromancer and continue leveling, complete your rank advancement quest. Generating rank advancement quest. Quest generated. Advancement quest. Have 10 rank 2 undead, 2 out of 10, funnily enough, it reminded him of when he was still unranked. Back then, only 2 of his undead had reached rank 1, Lucky and Prince. Now, it was Prince and Gale. Still 2. But this time, things were slightly different. After reaching rank 2, I can finally evolve Lucky, Michael muttered with a grin. I don't know what level he'll reach, but he'll definitely become my strongest again. He glanced at his panel, where his accumulated evolution points had long surpassed 1,000. That was a lot, and it could do a lot. Unfortunately, the quiet hope he'd harbored, that storing enough evolution points might trigger a change in the red cauldron within his soul, hadn't come true. At least, not yet. For now, all he could do was speculate. Maybe he hadn't reached the threshold. Maybe there was no change to be triggered at all. Or maybe, something else entirely was required. Michael wasn't crazy for thinking his talent could evolve. The forums were filled with rare cases, stories of people who had managed to strengthen their innate talents under the right conditions. The problem was, he still didn't fully understand his own. There was a lot he didn't know. But he was learning. And soon, he'd start testing his theories. Michael turned to look at his status again. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25, max. Strength, 41.75. Agility, 57.51. Constitution, 50.12. Intelligence, 190.32. Attribute points, 50. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 105 out of 125. Gift, Mark of Origin. His stats were beginning to resemble what they looked like when he was still human. Of course, this was only on the surface. Michael, as a high human, was far stronger than any ordinary human could ever be. A part of him felt that if his current stats were translated into how they would appear had he remained fully human, the results would be terrifying. The fact that he was starting to feel overfilled with mana again was proof enough. It wasn't yet at the level he reached after consuming the soul magic fruits, but the signs were there. With his newly earned attribute points, Michael could easily improve his current condition. But doing so would be somewhat wasteful. After this, he planned to focus on evolving his undead and advancing them to rank 2. The feedback he'd receive from their evolution would still boost his intelligence, but it would also boost his other stats as well. At that time, dedicating most of his attribute points to Constitution afterward didn't seem like a bad idea. His eyes drifted down to the contract slots on his panel. 20 extra slots. That alone was enough to bring a smile to his face. Still, there was a small sense of conflict. More undead meant more evolution points, the very foundation of his strength. But at the same time, it made his army feel messy. It wasn't a bad thing, but Michael couldn't deny it. In some ways, it felt like he was rushing things. He hadn't found a solid solution to this yet. But for now, more contract slots were always good news. Michael dismissed his status panel and turned to scan the area. Off in the distance, he spotted Lucky and Prince together, and it immediately caught his attention. The two looked nearly identical, with one being a miniature version and the other a towering presence. Right now, Lucky was tilting his head, confused, as he stared at Prince. Through their bond, Michael could feel what Lucky was thinking. I recognize this brother, but why brother not brother-shaped? Michael's lips twitched. He shook his head with a faint chuckle. Looking around again, he saw his Goliaths. It seemed like Lily in beginning had started a strength testing contest, while the third Goliath had taken up the role of cheerleader. Up above, Gale soared calmly through the sky. It's finally over, Michael muttered, the words soft but full of meaning. The corrupted monster had acted like a heart demon ever since that incident. But now, not only had it been resolved, it had given him a massive boost in strength. And that made the sense of relief washing over him all the more powerful. Michael exhaled slowly, savoring the moment of peace as he raised his hand into the air. Everyone, return. One by one, his undead turned their heads at his command. Prince stopped flexing his claws. Gale let out a soft screech from the sky, then began descending. The Goliaths froze mid-wrestle, Lily still gripping Beginning's wrist in a mock grapple. Even Lucky stopped circling Prince and tilted his head again. Back to the netherworld. Without resistance, each undead faded from reality, vanishing into the netherworld in ordered succession. Prince went last, giving Michael a brief nod before disappearing in a swirl of black mist. Only Gale remained. Michael moved with practiced ease, hopping onto Gale's broad back. The griffin ruffled its feathers, gave a brief cry, then leapt into the air. The force of the wind beneath its wings kicked up a cloud of dust as they took flight. From this vantage point, Michael could see the forest stretch out endlessly below, scarred in places from the earlier battle, but quiet now. Too quiet. Still, he had no plans to linger. He directed Gale toward the camp. I've got to regroup, he muttered. Check on the Kingdom Knights. And the others. By the time Michael returned to the camp, the worst had already passed. From above, the place looked oddly peaceful, if one ignored the scorched ground, shattered trees, and faint traces of blood staining the earth. The fires had long died out, leaving behind blackened trails. A strange calm had settled over the area, like the air itself was trying to forget the chaos that had erupted earlier. Yet just outside the perimeter of the camp, the truth lay in plain sight. Mangled monster corpses strewn in disarray, some burned, others sliced apart, a few with shattered skulls or pierced hearts. It was a massacre. Michael's eyes then shifted to his armored humanoid undead who stood motionless as if waiting for orders. Without hesitation, Michael leaned forward on Gale's back and pointed downward. The undead griffin let out a low screech and began descending in a spiral. The knights noticed him before he even landed. One of them raised a hand and called out, "Sir Mike has returned." More voices followed. "Welcome back, Sir Mike. Good to see you alive, sir." Michael stepped off Gale's back as soon as they touched down, nodding at the greeting knights. Their faces were tired, armor dented and cloaked in grime, but there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at him now. Only respect. It was subtle, but real. He wondered what had happened. Previously, the knight's respect had seemed superficial, a polite facade. But now, it felt like genuine acknowledgement. Was it due to his undead? Perhaps the outcome of the battle had earned him a new level of regard. The casualty count seemed relatively low, which might have contributed to the change. He gave a short wave and swept his hand forward. Dismiss. All his undead vanished in a swirl of dark mist. Whispers broke out immediately. Did you see that? They just vanished. How many does he have? Michael ignored the murmurs. Where's Sir Verren? He asked, scanning the camp. A younger knight straightened and answered quickly. Resting inside the ship, sir. Michael nodded. Good. Let him rest. Recalling the old man's deeds a while ago, if he still had strength after all this, he wasn't human anymore. Probably a freak. Michael's gaze turned toward the forest for a moment before returning to the aftermath around him. Charred bark. Cratered dirt. Collapsed tents. Near the central tent, several long mats had been laid out on the ground. Injured knights were lined up in neat rows, their armor stripped away to reveal bleeding wounds, cracked bones, or deep bruises. He watched as several people in robes moved briskly through the rows, applying salves and bandages with practiced speed. A few of them carried leather satchels filled with small, crystal vials, health potions. Only the most injured were given those. One knight, unconscious with a gaping wound across his abdomen, was carefully lifted so a potion could be poured directly into his mouth. Another healer cracked a second vial and gently dabbed it onto the wound, causing faint tendrils of green light to sizzle through the skin as it began closing. For the others, the treatment was far more measured. Diluted potions, recognizable by their pale coloration, were poured onto bandages and pressed against wounds before the fabric was tightly bound around the limb or torso. Occasionally, a sip was allowed if the knight had trouble breathing or moving. Michael raised an eyebrow. All what he saw was quite efficient. One knight winced as a healer dabbed a wet cloth over a gash on his thigh. That stings like hell, he muttered. Good, the healer replied, without sympathy. Means it's working. Michael's lips twitched. Knowing he wasn't needed at the camp, Michael returned to his room aboard the flying ship, surprisingly still mostly intact, and quickly fell asleep. He hadn't fought any truly difficult battles, but the chain of events had left him mentally drained. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. After a quick clean-up and changing his clothes, he made his way to the top deck of the ship. It was bright outside, suggesting it was nearing noon, or perhaps already past it. The monsters had attacked deep into the night. Though a lot had happened, the battle ended quickly due to the large gap in power levels. There had been no long, drawn-out conflict. On the deck, Michael spotted Verren. He was slightly surprised to see him there, but still made his way over. The older man noticed him immediately and greeted him with a nod. Michael walked across the wooden deck with steady steps, the breeze brushing against his face. His eyes were fixed on the old man leaning casually against the railing. Sir Verren. The man looked quite energetic. But despite the subtle liveliness in his frame, his expression remained as flat as ever, serious, composed, like stone. His face gave away nothing, but something told Michael the knight had a lot on his mind. Michael was about to speak, wondering how he'd talk about what happened with the monster, but Sir Verren beat him to it. I sent one of the knights out to scout the surrounding forest, Verren said plainly, still staring into the sky. He returned just an hour ago. Michael raised an eyebrow. And? The old man turned his head, eyes calm but unreadable. Sir Mike, your prowess leaves me speechless. Michael blinked. A strange expression subtly appeared on his face. He seemed to have an idea of what happened. Verren continued, his tone still neutral, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of disbelief, or perhaps awe. Hundreds. Hundreds of monster corpses. The aura on most of them, at least grand tier. An hour ago. Verren sat alone in the ship's command room. He needed to think. Hundreds of monsters. Slain. In multiple directions. The scout who had made it back couldn't even find what to express exclusively. Confusion. Fear. Awe. Respect. Caution. The scout somehow showed all. Sir Mike. There was no fear in Vuren. At least, not so much if one was to ignore his slightly trembling hands. The monster, it's dead. Sir Vuren turned his gaze from the sky and looked at him squarely. Good. Vuren regarded him for a moment longer before adding, don't worry. The kingdom will reward you for your effort and support. Michael's lips curled faintly into a wry smile. Yes. He didn't know how to say he had earned a lot of benefits already. Michael found it strange, he'd imagined needing to explain everything in detail, maybe argue his reasons, and face suspicion. But none of that happened. The conversation had flowed far easier than expected. It was probably because he was talking to Vuren. If it had been the princess. After my deal with Mage Lien, I should start considering a relocation. There's also the issue of my rank advancement. There's that tower too. The capital of Lionheart. Even though a few days had passed, no one seemed to be aware of the massacre that had occurred in the Everlong Forest. These days, the only thing people were talking about was the competition hosted by the Duke of Evermoon. It was finally about to begin. The capital of Lionheart was bursting at the seams with energy. These days, the normally lively streets had turned into a festival ground. The Evermoon competition. Rumor had it that the grand prize wasn't just riches, it was the hand of the Duke's daughter. The declaration had sparked chaos. Whether it was a political move or a test of strength, the result was the same, a tidal wave of participants flooded the capital. Young men from every corner of the kingdom and beyond arrived in droves, swords at their hips, pride in their chests, and ambition burning in their eyes. Some wore polished noble attire, bearing crests of minor lords or rising houses. Others wore humble travel leathers, seasoned by dust and blood. Foreigners, too, joined the fray, easily spotted by their distinct armor styles or the strange animals that followed them. The guards at the capital's gates had tripled, and inns ran out of rooms within hours. The Duke of Evermoon was no ordinary man. And his daughter? She was known as the Evermoon Rose. Graceful, intelligent, and said to be as terrifying with a blade as she was charming with words. Many saw the competition not just as a tournament, but a rare path to power through marriage. Meanwhile, betting houses had already opened odds on who would win. The common folk gossiped endlessly. Some swore the winner would be the noble families. Others insisted it would be a dark horse, someone unknown, someone unexpected. In a certain Grand Mage's study room, Michael was currently having a discussion with Mage Lien. And no, it wasn't about the competition, but rather about the incident that happened a few days ago. Michael was here once again to reap another wave of benefits from the kingdom. Michael sat across from Mage Lien, sipping his tea, when the mage finally spoke. Thanks to your support during the mission in Everlong Forest, the kingdom has decided to reward you with 500 golden papers. Michael paused mid-sip. A golden paper was worth 1,000 gold coins, and he hadn't even spent the last one the kingdom had given him. Now, he was receiving another large sum. But that wasn't all, Mage Lien wasn't done. When you came to me last time about selling your monster corpses to the kingdom, there's now a response. However, it's not exactly what you might have expected, Mage Lien continued, his tone slightly off. Michael raised an eyebrow. The kingdom is finding it hard to purchase hundreds of grand-tier monster corpses. Even with all their resources, it's a difficult proposition. Mage Lien turned to Michael, his expression oddly scrutinizing. Michael pretended not to notice. I see, he said smoothly. Mage Lien set his cup down gently. However, it's not like they plan to take it from you for free. Michael narrowed his eyes. They're offering you something else, something that can't be bought with money. Lien's voice lowered slightly, as if revealing a secret. The opportunity to enter the ancestral dragon pool. Michael stilled. "And, a separate reward of 200 golden papers, should you accept," Lien added. Now Michael looked up, meeting Lien's gaze. "That pool, what exactly is it?" Lien leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "Do you remember the statues in the inner city plaza? The towering ones of the third king and queen?" Michael gave a slow nod. "They weren't placed there just for decoration," Lien said. "Green City wasn't always our capital. A few centuries ago, it was just forest and wild land. But then the third king of the Lionheart line slayed a dragon here. And that's why the capital moved here, yes?" "Exactly," Lien said. "With the dragon's blessing, this land's mana density surged. However, what most people don't know is that the queen then, a grand formation mage, also built an immense array to contain and refine part of that energy into what we now call the ancestral dragon pool." He paused, letting the words settle. "It's a pool of pure, dragon-infused mana. A holy land for advancement. Even the royal heirs only enter it once in their lives, and only during their greatest bottlenecks." Michael's heartbeat quickened. "Bathing in that pool can strengthen your foundation, elevate your body's affinity with mana, and even help awaken dormant bloodlines," Lien said softly. "It is, without exaggeration, a miracle for anybody." Michael didn't respond immediately. His thoughts ran like wildfire. Lien raised a brow. "You look conflicted. You shouldn't be. Entering the pool is a privilege offered only to a handful in each generation. You earned it. And there's no guarantee the offer will remain if you delay." Michael looked down at his teacup. He finally looked up, his expression unreadable. "Please give me time to consider it." Mage Lien smiled faintly. "Just don't take too long. The royal family doesn't wait forever." Outside, the city buzzed with excitement over the Evermoon competition. Inside, Michael sat quietly, weighing the worth of a nation's fortune. Michael's path to power was different from the traditional routes taken by other supernaturals. However, that didn't mean their methods couldn't benefit or strengthen him in some way. One thing that worked for both sides was consumable treasures. Take the ancestral dragon pool, for instance. It wasn't that Michael underestimated its value, but much like his last deal with Mage Lien, very few things could genuinely attract his interest. It wasn't because he was picky. His talent simply spoiled him. It was an opportunity in and of itself. Unless a treasure aligned directly with his talent or could help him evolve further, it was hard for Michael to be instantly drawn in. Still, in the end, money is great, but just like Mage Lien said, there are some things that can't be bought with gold. And it's not like I'm not still receiving some. However, the ancestral dragon pool is likely a foundational treasure of the kingdom. If it belonged to another kingdom, it might not be a problem. But this one. He frowned. If I do take it, leaving afterward might not be so easy. Maybe he was overthinking it, but the idea of interacting further with a power that likely already suspected his true identity didn't sit well with him. When he considered it like that, he much preferred money, clean, simple, and with no strings attached. But there was another problem. To be honest, Michael didn't even know what to do with the amount of money he had on hand. Just the first reward alone this time had given him 500,000 gold coins. Where was he supposed to spend it all? He hadn't even touched the previous stash and was still wondering what to do with it. But hey, more money wasn't a bad thing. Who knew when he might stumble upon something that truly caught his eye in this world? It was always better to have more money and nothing to spend it on, than to have nothing and 1,000 things you could spend on. Michael exhaled slowly. Is it possible to exchange the chance to enter the ancestral dragon pool for extraordinary materials? Yes. Michael immediately thought of a better way to squeeze more out of the kingdom. The ancestral dragon pool seemed to come with complications, but exchanging it for materials. That was just business. As for why he chose materials instead, the reason was obvious. It was for his undead. To be honest, he was genuinely interested in the pool. If he hadn't interacted with the princess, Michael believed his answer might have been different. "I didn't expect you to refuse something like that," Lien said, "but I won't pry, everyone has their reasons. As for the materials, I think it should be possible, but I'll need to confirm with the kingdom first." "I see," Michael replied calmly. Mage Lien reached into his robe and pulled out a small pouch. "Another 200 golden papers." Michael took it with helpless acceptance. Is this what it felt like to be rich? Worrying about having too much money? Sigh. It feels good. "Thank you," Michael said as he collected the pitch. Mage Lien simply waved it off. "It's what you deserve," the mage said plainly. "And besides, you've given the kingdom more than you know." Michael didn't press for more. He wasn't sure what hundreds of Grand Tier corpses would do for the kingdom's future, but that wasn't his concern. "Now, let's talk about something else." The Grand Mage's tone shifted slightly. "Are you confident about winning this?" He stopped mid-sentence, blinking in surprise. Heavens, when did he become so dense? Was he seriously asking a youth capable of slaughtering hundreds of rank 2 monsters if he could handle a mere competition? Had his constant stress dulled his mind? Or was it just old age catching up to him? Instead of worrying about whether Michael could win, he should be thinking about what reward would even be worthy of him. Mage Lien cleared his throat and quickly corrected himself. "For the Duke's competition, just do your best and have fun." Michael, unaware of the Grand Mage's inner spiral, simply nodded. They exchanged a few more words before he took his leave. 2 days later. Today was the day of the Duke's competition. Michael walked alone, clad in flowing black robes that gave off the faint shimmer of enchanted silk. His pace was unhurried, his expression calm, and his gaze steady as he made his way through the outer city's paved streets. Ahead, towering over the neighboring buildings, stood a grand arena, an enormous structure said to be capable of seating over 100,000. It was primarily used by nobles for events, tournaments, and their strange pastime games, but today, it would host something far more significant. Michael glanced around and noticed that everyone walking in the same direction as him was young. Very young. Some wore armor, and others simple martial garments. And then there was him. He didn't carry a weapon visibly. He wasn't escorted by guards or followed by a proud retinue. He walked silently, cutting a lonely figure in black. His steps were light, as though he weren't even pressing against the earth. Yet, many who glanced his way quickly turned away, feeling a strange tension emanating from him. That was fine by Michael. He wasn't here to make friends. But just as he neared the arena's outer gate, a cheerful voice rang out from his side. "Bro! Are you participating in the competition too?" Michael, who had been addressed, turned to his side in confusion. A boy in simple, but clearly high-quality clothing stood beside him. Though not extravagant, the outfit hinted at wealth, perhaps the son of a noble or a wealthy merchant. Michael wasn't sure why this stranger was speaking to him, but he still responded, with a single nod. However, the gesture didn't seem to get the message across. The boy remained, undeterred. The boy smiled and extended a hand. "Name's Ren. You?" Michael glanced at the hand but didn't take it. "Mike," he said simply. Ren tilted his head slightly. "You don't talk much, huh?" Michael didn't answer. Unfortunately, Ren didn't seem like he planned on leaving. Instead, he leaned in a little, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial tone. "Hey. I know what's going to happen in the arena today." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that. He didn't pause his walk, but now, he was listening. His eyes then subtly examined the boy. Ren had short, messy brown hair, sharp amber eyes, and a youthful face that seemed a bit too carefree for someone heading into a competition. On his waist, he wore a wooden sword, completely out of place given the context. Michael's lips twitched at the sight. A wooden sword? What is going to happen? Michael inquired. Ren grinned like a child about to reveal a treasured secret. The first stage of the competition is taking place in the arena. That much is confirmed. Not sure about the later stages, but this one. Definitely here. Michael resisted the urge to sigh. Of course it's in the arena. Where else would it be? He secretly rolled his eyes but chose not to interrupt. It was clear Ren enjoyed talking, and Michael had nothing better to do while they walked. Ren continued, lowering his voice again. The first stage. It's actually a qualification trial. That caught Michael's attention. He glanced sideways at the boy. Qualification? Ren nodded quickly. Yup. You don't even make it to the main event unless you pass this first trial. Only the ones who meet the Duke's standard can proceed. Michael hummed in thought. If memory served him right, there were two key requirements: the participant had to be under 25 years of age and at least at the intermediate rank. That already weeded out a good chunk of the population. However, this reminded Michael of a lingering headache. He was still unfamiliar with the power system of this world. Now the question was: what level of power should he reveal? Or rather, what level could he safely reveal? Their conversation died down as the two arrived at the arena's massive iron gate. Four knights stood at attention, flanking a middle-aged man in a crimson robe who looked half bored, half harassed. He handed wooden number tags to each youth in line, occasionally scribbling notes on a thick scroll at his side. When it was their turn, Michael and Ren each received a smooth, palm-sized token etched with just numbers. Michael eyed the piece of wood. His thoughts returned to the upcoming trial. He didn't care for the structure or the people, but he wasn't arrogant enough to ignore the possibility of a surprise. Hidden elites, political traps, divine artifacts, anything was possible in a noble-led competition. And though he was confident in himself, he also had a rule: never be careless in unfamiliar territory. Ren, unaware of Michael's musings, inspected his number like it was a prize. 48. Nice, right? Michael didn't respond. He glanced at his own. 31. His eyes flicked toward the large archway leading into the inner stands. Time to see what sort of trial the Duke had prepared. The two stepped through the iron gate into the arena's inner ring, greeted immediately by a wave of murmurs and the faint clatter of footsteps on stone. The arena, vast and circular, stretched high above them with tiered seating packed with young competitors. A youth in red robes waited near the entrance. "Sirs," the red-robed youth gestured. "Please find your seat and wait. You'll be called when it's your turn." Michael gave a short nod and walked past him without a word. Ren, however, paused to ask, "Do you know what the trial will be?" Michael internally sighed. He didn't even need to look at the red-robed boy's face to know the answer. Predictably, the youth replied, "You'll find out when it starts." Michael rolled his eyes, quietly, of course. He didn't bother waiting for Ren and simply moved on toward the seating area, weaving past others as he picked an isolated corner with a good view of the arena floor. Ren, as if magnetized by the decision, conveniently followed and sat beside him. Fortunately, once seated, Ren fell quiet. Instead of rambling, his amber eyes roamed the surroundings with childlike curiosity. Michael did the same, though with a more calculated gaze. There wasn't much of interest. The arena floor was bare, no weapons, no obstacles, no markers, just smooth stone. However, the large cage doors embedded into the walls drew his attention. Michael's eyes lingered on them. Unfortunately, he was able to gain more information just by looking at them. After looking around a bit more, he closed his eyes to rest and wait. Time dragged on. The sky shifted from pale morning light to the brighter blaze of midday, but still, no trial began. They waited. And waited. The entire arena, nearly filled to capacity with youths, had long since turned restless. While no one dared complain openly, the subtle signs were everywhere: the tapping of boots against stone, the low hum of impatient murmurs, and the occasional frustrated sigh. It created a constant backdrop of noise, like a hive of uneasy bees. Even Michael was beginning to grow tired of it. He shifted slightly in his seat, stretching his legs out before pulling them back in. Still, he said nothing. He knew better. Complaining wouldn't bring good news. So instead, he stayed quiet and let his thoughts drift. Specifically, to his rank advancement quest. This one was very similar from his last. However, unlike before, where the mission duration was shorter, this one came with a much longer deadline, an entire year. On the surface, that made it seem easier. But Michael wasn't naive. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't an easy feat, no matter how long the time frame. Sure, he had the means to do it. With the evolution points he had saved up, he could easily evolve several of his undead to rank 2 if he wanted. Some might even become stronger than that, depending on how he invested the points. But that wasn't the goal. 10 rank 2 undead wasn't his goal. Not this time. Michael wanted another perfect performance rating. It wasn't arrogance. It was logic. He had the tools, the timing, and the knowledge. Anything less than a perfect rating would be a waste of his advantage, and worse, a personal disappointment. Also, there was another reason. Perfect is said to be the highest rating. But Michael couldn't help but get curious if that was truly the case. The last time he could only increase the quest difficulty to having 20 rank 1 undead, and the moment he was done the quest was automatically completed. Was this because that was the limit, or because he only had 20 undead max then? Or both? Could he go beyond this time? Michael wanted to try. That was why he was accumulating his evolution points. At the very least though, he needed a perfect rating. The extra levels that came with it would do a lot for him. There was also a matter of timing. The Awakeners Academy entrance examination wasn't far off. Michael wasn't worried about missing it, but he still wanted to enter the academy with his advancement complete. That way, he wouldn't just be catching up to the elite peers who had awakened 2 years ago, he'd be stepping onto the same stage. From there, he could finally slow down. Not because he planned to relax, but because the mad sprint would no longer be necessary. With the right foundation laid, his rise could be consistent, and terrifying. His thoughts were interrupted by the faint creak of the massive iron gate entrance. 2 figures stepped through, instantly drawing attention. They wore deep blue robes marked with silver trim. A man and a woman. They both looked middle-aged. Their appearance didn't quiet the arena, but it did shift the tone. Murmurs grew more curious. Movement slowed. Even those who had been chatting mindlessly now sat straighter in their seats. Michael leaned forward slightly, watching them. Still, nothing started. Just more waiting. Eventually, Ren stirred beside him. "Think they're stalling because they're not ready," he muttered. Michael didn't answer. However, he had his own suspicions. One of them was relating to the number of youths around him. The middle-aged woman in blue robes finally stepped forward, raising her hand for silence. Her presence alone commanded attention, and while the noise didn't vanish entirely, it dulled enough for her voice to carry through the open-air arena. "Welcome, all of you," she began, her voice clear and authoritative, carrying across the massive space without needing to shout. "On behalf of the Duke of Evermoon, I welcome each and every one of you to the first round of the selection." Michael's eyes sharpened. Finally. She didn't bother with pleasantries beyond that, her gaze sweeping across the crowd of seated youths like a blade. "Since you are here, I assume most of you already have some idea of what this event is. I will not waste our time explaining every detail. You want something. And to get it, you must prove yourself." She paused briefly, letting the words sink in. However, she continued, her tone hardening, "Some among you seem either ignorant of the most basic requirements, or worse, have chosen to ignore them outright." Murmurs flared again. Michael saw heads turning, people exchanging glances, some faces twisting in confusion or dawning realization. "I'll repeat them for clarity," the woman said. "Firstly, all participants must be between the ages of 18 and 25. A beat of silence. She continued, "There is an exception, however. The Duke has graciously allowed those younger than 18 to participate, though it must be made absolutely clear that those younger than the official minimum should not expect any form of reward. If you are here to test yourself or spectate from within, you may stay." Ren frowned beside Michael, his brows knitting. "So basically, kids are allowed to play pretend." Michael didn't reply, but the woman's next words echoed his thoughts. "As for those older than 25 who dared step into this arena." Her voice dropped, icy and sharp. "Leave. Immediately. Or face the consequences." Michael noticed several people stiffen. A handful even rose hesitantly from their seats, faces pale. The woman gestured casually, and a group of armored guards began to fan out across the arena, their expressions stone-cold. "No exceptions," she said. The tension in the arena thickened. A pair of older-looking youths near the western edge tried to argue, only to be forcibly removed by guards without a word. The message was clear. Once the brief purge was done, the woman clasped her hands behind her back. "Now that that's settled, perhaps," she said with a mysterious smile only those with excellent eyesight could spot, "let us begin." She stepped aside, and the man in blue robes, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The man in blue stepped forward with deliberate poise, his eyes scanning the arena with a critical gaze that made more than a few participants squirm. His voice, when he finally spoke, was smooth and firm, laced with a subtle edge that demanded attention. "As Lady Cyril has made clear, the age requirement is only the first of several filters. The next is perhaps even more important: strength." He paused. "To be eligible for true consideration, you must be, at minimum, either an intermediate-ranked mage or knight." A quiet wave of murmurs swept the stands. Some looked to their neighbors, others shifted in place uncomfortably. The unspoken truth was settling in fast. "There is no leniency on this point," he continued, tone unyielding. "In a competition like this, without sufficient strength, you are just useless. If you do not meet this threshold, I suggest you take your leave now." Ren let out a low tsk beside Michael, crossing his arms. "Good luck to all those poor kids who thought they stood a chance," he muttered. Michael remained quiet. "In the first official trial," the man went on, 100 youths will enter the arena as a team. Your task is simple: work together to defeat 10 intermediate-class monsters. The effect was instant. Outrage erupted like wildfire across the arena. "What? 10? All at once? That's insane." The man's response was immediate. He raised a single hand, and unleashed a subtle pulse of mana. Silence. The uproar died abruptly as the pressure in the air spiked. Conversations were cut off mid-sentence. It wasn't an aggressive aura, but it pressed down enough to still the crowd. Michael didn't even flinch. To him, it was like a breeze. The man's eyes narrowed, his voice now sharper. "Did you think this was a game? A fairground contest? You're here seeking rewards from the Duke of Evermoon. Do not expect them to come cheap." He let the silence linger before continuing. "If you're afraid of death, you still have 3 minutes to leave. No shame. But once the trial begins, that door closes." Many heads turned toward the exit. Some hesitated. A few stood. When it became clear the man wasn't bluffing, dozens more joined them. The clamor of departing footsteps echoed through the stands. But Michael didn't move. Nor did Ren. And neither were alone. Still, the arena looked notably more empty afterward. Once the last group exited, the man gave a faint nod of satisfaction. "Now then. With that out of the way, let me make something clear." His voice grew calm again, but with an undertone of cunning. Though this step is dangerous, you are not alone. Lady Cyril and I will be overseeing the event. If something unacceptable is about to occur, we will intervene. He paused, then added with a faint smile, however, if we do intervene to save you, consider it an automatic disqualification. Strength means surviving without a guardian. At this, Michael's lips twitched faintly. Cunny bastard, Ren whispered beside him. Michael let out the faintest breath of agreement. The man's expression remained calm, almost bored. If any of you also believe the Duke will hand out equipment or rewards like charity, then perhaps it's best you leave now. You weren't forced to come here. There were movements in the audience, shuffling feet, sideways glances, subtle murmurs, but it didn't escalate into another uproar. Everyone understood the implication. The man gave it a few moments after more people left, then raised his hand again. Now then. In just a few minutes, the first trial will begin. With reduced numbers, we need to confirm who's participating. What followed was slow and methodical. One by one, number tags were verified. Once again, they saw the same middle-aged man and youth in red robes from earlier. Both nodded without expression and moved on. It took almost half an hour for the entire process to complete. After the final participant was recorded, the announcer finally spoke again. We now have a total of 1,033 participants. However, as stated before, only 100 will proceed to the next stage. That means 33 of you will pass this round, if you're lucky. A heavy silence followed his words. The middle-aged man stepped forward once again, his hands clasped behind his back. The first trial begins now, he declared, his voice steady and cold. If your number is called, step forward onto the stage. Numbers were then being called. 023, 114. 298, 306. The numbers continued, each one drawing murmurs or gasps from the crowd. One by one, youths began to stand and make their way down toward the central stage, some with nerves in their eyes, others brimming with confidence. Michael watched closely as the list continued. 512. 649, 700. 701. As more numbers were called, Ren began to lean forward, anticipation on his face. But by the time the final number was spoken, neither Michael nor Ren had been chosen. Ren leaned back, breathing out. Ha! Lucky us. Michael didn't respond right away. His eyes remained on the group gathering below. After a moment, he said quietly, maybe. Ren blinked. What do you mean maybe? Michael's gaze was steady. It's not bad to sit out the first round. We get to observe. 100 youths now stood on the main platform, spread out in rows of 10. Michael's eyes swept over them. Some looked older, well-trained, even arrogant. Others stood nervously, gripping weapons they clearly weren't comfortable with. Ren followed his gaze. You think any of them stand a chance? Michael's eyes narrowed. Hard to say. Some look strong, but looks don't decide strength. True, Ren murmured, nodding in agreement. Still. He hesitated, then turned to Michael again. There's something I've been wondering. What if someone's strong, but they get ganged up with weak teammates? This trail feels unfair. His words hadn't even fully left his mouth before the middle-aged man spoke again. The man's voice echoed across the arena once more, cutting through the thick silence. If you're worried that weak teammates will drag you down, don't be. His tone was sharp. This isn't a test of teamwork. We are not asking you to win as a group. He let that sink in before continuing. 10 minutes. That's all you need. Hold out for 10 minutes, and you'll have proven yourself. If you can't endure for that long without crumbling, then you don't belong in the next round. Murmurs returned, though far more subdued now. And yes, he added, almost as an afterthought, if you kill the monsters, all the better. In that case, your entire group qualifies. But that's not the goal. The goal is to showcase your capabilities. His eyes scanned 100 youths on the platform below. Stand out. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood now. This wasn't just about fighting. This was about performance. They just needed to prove, no. They just needed to show. Yes. That was the word. They just needed to show they had intermediate rank abilities at least. If this is the case, then it should really pick out who actually had the required strength requirement. In the case someone was able to kill the monster quickly, then it was good luck to the others for having a good teammate or two. However, the way the trial was conducted still raised some suspicion in Michael. Based on the tricks the middle-aged man had used earlier, like secretly sending people out of the arena and subtly manipulating others to withdraw, it felt like they were deliberately trying to reduce the number of participants. Now, this would make sense if it were simply due to the overwhelming number of applicants. But Michael didn't believe that could be the sole reason. He didn't doubt it was a reason, just not the reason. The real issue lay in the nature of the competition itself. One of the grand prizes was the hand of the Duke's daughter. Even ignoring the Viscount title also being offered, Michael couldn't believe the princess wouldn't attract many suitors. But would the Duke truly allow that? The possibility of any random person having his daughter? Michael doubted it. Even if the Duke hated his daughter, she was still tied to his face, his pride, and his political standing. From his many discussions with Mage Lien, although the Grand Mage never stated it outright, Michael had pieced together the truth: this competition was some sort of political maneuver. It was entirely possible that the winner had already been chosen behind the scenes. I should be careful, lest I get disqualified for no reason. Michael had no interest in the Duke's daughter, and he figured that as long as he made that clear, he'd be safe. And if things still went wrong, well, he had a Grand Mage behind him. In any case, while he might be entangling himself in deeper political currents, Michael wasn't too worried. In a few more days, he wouldn't need to fear this kingdom or its people the way he did now. By then, even if he couldn't walk around arrogantly doing whatever he pleased, he'd at least have the freedom to act on his own terms. For now, he simply wanted to maintain a relationship with a Grand Mage, until the day it no longer proved useful. The 100 chosen participants stood upon the massive stone platform, each group of 10 gathering instinctively into tight clusters. At first, it was spontaneous, natural. People gravitated toward those who looked strong or familiar. They whispered hurriedly, eyes darting between faces, trying to assess allies and threats alike. Some even laughed nervously. It was clear many believed that sheer numbers would be their strength. 10 against one monster. It sounded doable. But reality came crashing down the moment the caged walls on all four corners of the arena cracked open with a screech of grinding metal. Out came wolves. Not just any wolves, these beasts were massive, twice the size of normal ones, with dark steel-gray fur and jagged teeth. Their bodies were lean and whipcord thin, built for nothing but speed and slaughter. Their eyes glowed with a cold, blue light that sent shivers down the spines of even the boldest participants. The moment the gates opened, they didn't hesitate. With explosive bursts of speed, the wolves leapt forward, crashing into the disorganized clusters of youths like living missiles. Screams rang out. Weapons were drawn late. The groups had barely even taken stances when the wolves were already among them. One youth was immediately tackled, his arm torn open before he could even scream. Another rolled backward just in time to avoid fangs snapping shut on his throat. A girl shrieked as a beast barreled into her shield, sending her flying into another group. The assumption that numbers equaled strength shattered in an instant. But not all was lost. Some of the groups responded well. A pair of twin spear wielders launched into a coordinated defense, fending off one of the wolves. Another group had a sword user with remarkable footwork, weaving between bites while slashing at joints. Even so, blood began to stain the white stone beneath them. From the judging seat, the blue-robed observers watched intently. Their expressions remained passive, hands twitching only slightly, but they didn't intervene. Not yet. Michael leaned forward, his eyes glued to the chaos below. They're fast, Ren muttered under his breath. Michael gave a small nod. And smart. Indeed, the wolves didn't behave like mindless beasts. They darted and weaved through their targets, never overcommitting. They seemed to assess each group quickly, targeting the weakest with frightening precision. But the worst part wasn't the speed. It wasn't even the ferocity. It was the coordination. The wolves had no rule against working together. When one group faltered, another wolf would swoop in to support its kin. The effect was immediate, group cohesion shattered wherever two wolves joined forces. Still, miraculously, no one had been disqualified yet. Injuries mounted. Limbs were bloodied. Faces were pale with terror. But no one had been rendered helpless enough for the blue-robed observers to move. At least, not yet. Below, the battlefield had shifted. Groups that failed to adapt were clearly on the brink of collapse. One boy had already dropped his weapon and begun running in circles, screaming as a wolf chased him in lazy arcs. Another participant had frozen entirely, eyes wide, hands trembling as he stood amid the chaos. A faint shimmer crossed the platform, and the blue-robed observer nearest the judge's seat vanished. A second later, the screaming boy disappeared in a flash of blue light. Disqualified. It was like a switch had been thrown. The instant the first participant was removed, pressure intensified across the entire arena. Some fought harder. Others cracked. But one thing became clear. No one wanted to be next. More groups faltered. Another youth vanished. Then another. Still, the remaining participants fought with growing determination. The tide slowly began to shift. One group, led by a girl with flame-tipped hair, coordinated their attacks flawlessly. Her fire spells illuminated the arena, carving molten streaks across the floor while her teammates struck from behind. Their wolf lay charred and unmoving by the 8-minute mark. As for why girls were also competing in a marriage competition, it was beyond Michael. Others' groups weren't as clean though. One group lost 4 members before the wolf was finally skewered on a glaive, leaving the remaining 6 panting and bloodied, but alive. By the time the 10 minutes passed, only 20 of the original 100 youths stood upright and uninjured. The air felt heavy. The silence afterward was louder than the battle itself. Then came the slow clap. The middle-aged man from before stood once more, smiling faintly. Well done. I see some of you still believe in grit. He let that hang in the air before continuing, those of you still standing, congratulations, you've passed. As for those with missing limbs or more serious injuries, don't blame me, this is not child's play. So I'll say this one more time. The last chance, if you want to leave, do so now. A tense silence followed the middle-aged man's announcement. No one moved at first. But then, one boy stumbled forward. He was missing most of his sleeve. The middle-aged man had casted healing magic on all the participants, showing his occupation as an healer. But either he was unable to rejoin limbs or couldn't be bothered, those who lost it remained that way. The boy's lips trembled, and though he tried to hold back, the words slipped out. I can't do this. No one stopped him as he limped toward the exit. That opened the floodgates. 3 more followed. One by one, more participants left the arena, their faces a mixture of fear, shame, and bitter acceptance. Some had even passed the trial, technically. But passing meant little if your spirit was broken. Even those who had successfully slain their wolves weren't immune to the atmosphere. Blood had been spilled. Bones had snapped. They'd all signed up for a competition, but now it felt more like a war. Half of them had come here to test their luck. A chance at glory, riches, or even the Duke's daughter. But witnessing firsthand that failure didn't just mean losing, it meant potentially dying, changed everything. Michael watched with quiet detachment as more figures disappeared. Each one thinned the crowd further. Soon, the arena felt too large for those who remained. Eventually, the exodus slowed. Then stopped. Ren sat beside Michael. He muttered, barely loud enough for Michael to hear, "I wonder, how many of us are even left now?" Michael didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the arena. Ren didn't press further. Silence hung between them. As before, the middle-aged man and the youth in red robes stepped into the arena once again, their expressions calm, professional, detached. The youth held a scroll and a quill, while the older man began moving from participant to participant, asking for their number tags and recording them. Each time a number was read aloud, the youth scribbled it down. Soon, another total came out. 432. The middle-aged man in blue robes spoke again, his voice carrying over the arena. "Assuming no one else runs away, you all will be divided into 4 groups in the next 4 rounds." He paused. 100 from each group will participate. And the last people standing, together with the remaining 32, will advance to the next round. Also don't think that only the trail will be difficult, as the other ones will not be any easier. Passing this is a rough way to determine your strength, and the method is very loose, as some of you might not even have the required strength. If you know you're not up for it, you're free to leave. Yet another attempt to reduce numbers. Michael turned to observe his surroundings, but unlike the previous times, though some people's faces were pale, it didn't look like there would be anybody leaving from the man's words. This should indeed be the final round. Next batch. Number 117. Another 100. Michael didn't feel anything. Ren looked at his own tag and grinned. "Not us again," Ren muttered, leaning back with a smug sigh. "Luck's still on our side." Michael nodded slightly, his gaze drifting back to the fresh group assembling below. Among the newly called, one figure immediately stood out. He was massive, easily 2 heads taller than the others. His shoulders were broad enough to make a doorframe nervous, and every inch of him bulged with tightly packed muscle. But the oddest thing was his face, round, soft, and almost childlike, with wide brown eyes and a nose that looked like it hadn't caught up with the rest of his body. It was a jarring contrast. "Look at that guy," Ren whispered, letting out a low whistle. "He looks like a bear, with a baby's face. But I'd bet he hits like a cart full of bricks." Michael didn't reply, though he agreed. The youth radiated power, but Michael didn't believe in judging strength by appearance. Still, that one might be worth watching. The arena grew quiet again as the middle-aged man signaled the start. The gates in the arena creaked open once more. This time, it was another batch of wolves. Did they capture a whole pack or something? Ren muttered beside Michael. Michael didn't respond, though he had the same thought. Perhaps because of the earlier experience with the first 100 participants, 10 teams had already formed among the strongest-looking individuals even before the wolves appeared. However, numbers meant little in the face of true strength. Those lacking power were quickly exposed, but surprisingly, no blood was spilled this time. Whenever someone was on the verge of injury, they immediately screamed their intent to be disqualified, forcing the middle-aged man in blue to rush in and remove them. But none of that truly held Michael's attention. And it seemed the same for most of the arena. Their focus was drawn elsewhere, to a bear-like youth standing alone. He was currently facing 5 intermediate-rank wolves on his own. It appeared the wolves had identified him as the biggest threat, and a significant number had zeroed in on him. Normally, monsters at the same rank were stronger than humans. Yet now, the 5 wolves couldn't even touch him. They lunged and snapped, but the youth moved with uncanny strength and ease, almost playfully swatting them aside. He didn't even seem to be trying to hurt them, just enduring. And from the looks of it, he intended to last the full 10 minutes required to advance to the next trial. The youth stood still and didn't dodge. He let the wolves come, their fangs bared and claws flashing, and he simply took it. One lunged for his neck. He caught it mid-air by the scruff and slammed it into the ground. Another clamped its jaws around his forearm, and though blood welled up, he didn't flinch. He lifted his arm, wolf still hanging, and swung it into another oncoming attacker like a living flail. A gasp rippled through the watching crowd. Even the officials paused. "What the hell is he doing?" Ren whispered, leaning forward. Michael's eyes narrowed. The situation on the stage was odd to say the least. The 5 wolves were starting to hesitate. Despite their numbers and speed, they couldn't bring him down. Worse, their instincts, finely honed from hunting weaker prey, were failing them. The boy didn't move like prey. He didn't even flinch. Then came the strangest part. He sat down. Right there, in the middle of the arena, he sat cross-legged with his arms. The arena was deathly quiet. The beasts growled, pacing around him, their ears flattened and fangs bared, but none lunged. One stepped forward, snarled, and snapped its teeth, but the boy didn't move. Like this, everyone waited as more people were disqualified from the stage and more wolves were killed. Now all the attention fully shifted to the bear-like youth and the 5 wolves. Without a sound, the middle-aged man appeared in the stage. Following his appearance were 5 dead wolves. The crowd grasped at the show of power. The bear-like youth, however, had a frown on his face but didn't speak. The middle-aged man, however, didn't seem like he was done. "Why didn't you kill the wolves when you easily could?" The boy paused for a moment with a contemplative look on his face before responding. "Village chief, don't kill it, you won't eat." The sentence was broken. "Excuse me? Yuga, not hungry, won't eat." The conversation gave the middle-aged man an headache, but he couldn't be bothered again. "Whatever," be dismissed with a wave of his hand as he addressed the youths. "If you're still standing here, it means you passed. Now let's get ready for the next round." Everyone waited as more contestants were disqualified and more wolves were killed. Gradually, all attention shifted to the bear-like youth and the 5 wolves surrounding him. Without a sound, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. At the same time, the 5 wolves dropped dead. The crowd gasped at the display of power. The bear-like youth, however, frowned but said nothing. The middle-aged man didn't seem finished. "Why didn't you kill the wolves when you clearly could?" The boy paused, a contemplative look on his face, before replying. "Village chief, don't kill, if not eating." The sentence was fragmented. "Excuse me? Yuga, not hungry. Won't eat." The response gave the middle-aged man a headache, but he decided not to push it. "Whatever," he said, waving a hand dismissively before turning to the rest of the youths. "If you're still standing here, it means you passed. Now get ready for the next round." The next set of numbers were called. Number 204. 206. 207. Michael barely registered the voices, until he heard the last number. Ren froze. His hand slowly drifted to the tag pinned to his chest. The color drained from his face. That's me," he whispered, barely audible over the quiet murmur spreading through the crowd. Then he turned to Michael, eyes wide and pitiful, like a man walking to the gallows. "If I don't make it back, tell my mother I died bravely. And that I regret not kissing that baker's daughter when I had the chance." Michael raised an eyebrow. Ren clutched his shoulder. "Also, if I die, and you survive, take care of my sword. But don't give it to just anyone, alright? Make sure they have a cool name or at least nice hair." Michael's expression didn't shift. Not even a smirk. Nothing. "Gods, you're cold," Ren sighed dramatically and made his way toward the arena with slumped shoulders like a man attending his own funeral. Michael watched him go with cold eyes. He didn't believe a word of the act. It wasn't just intuition, it was what he'd seen earlier when he'd activated Detect on Ren out of idle curiosity. Sword Cultivator, level 25. The moment he saw it, Michael's wariness had been locked in. The question wasn't whether Ren would survive. It was what he was doing here. And why he'd chosen to befriend Michael specifically. Was it a coincidence? Or on purpose? Still, he said nothing. Down below, the arena gates creaked open. The familiar low growls of wolves echoed across the open space. The middle-aged man and the youth in red stepped back. Another trial was beginning. Ren stood at the edge of the group, his shoulders still hunched, his wooden sword awkwardly dangling from his side like it didn't belong to him. A few others stepped forward to form teams, but Ren merely shuffled to the side, looking around nervously as though trying to find someone to hide behind. The wolves pounced. The first blood spilled within seconds as a youth was tackled and dragged. He screamed for disqualification. The blue-robed man appeared and whisked him away, but not before the wolf's claws left 4 deep gashes across his leg. The others scrambled to respond. Ren, on the other hand, stood completely still. A wolf noticed him. It lunged, fast and low, teeth bared. Ren flinched, then moved. His sword was a blur. The wolf's body hit the ground a moment later, cleaved cleanly through. The entire arena froze. Ren looked down at the corpse, blinked, and then rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oh no," he muttered, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Beginner's luck." Michael snorted. That wasn't luck. The moment Ren felled the wolf, everything changed. Several youths, panicked and desperate, turned their gazes toward him. Protection. That was what they needed, and Ren looked like the best bet. At first, Ren looked like he might run too, his body tensed, his feet half-turning toward an escape route. A girl stumbled into place beside him, her arms bleeding. 2 others followed, dragging their injured friend. The wolves weren't far behind. In fact, they led the beast straight to him. With a determined expression, Ren raised his wooden sword again. The wolves snarled and charged, and Ren met them head-on. 1 clean stroke. 2. 3. Each wolf fell in a single, fluid motion. The arena was dead silent. Ren Noah had never been the shining star of the Noah family. Born as the 3rd son to a minor baron in the remote outskirts of the Lionheart Kingdom, Ren's life had always been quiet, uneventful, ordinary. The Noahs were nobles, granted their title generations ago when an ancestor did something brave in a long-forgotten war. Since then, they'd lived on the borderlands, managing wheat fields and obscurity. To the world, the Noahs were nobles. To real nobles, they were commoners dressed up in second-hand pride. That quiet humiliation sat heavy on every Noah, none of them said it aloud, but all of them felt it. They weren't climbing the ladder. They were clinging to the bottom rung. And Ren? He understood that more than anyone. His eldest brother had a brilliant mind for numbers and trade, already running most of the estate. His second brother was a knight in training with natural talent, even invited to train at a Count Lord's hall. His younger sister, younger than him, was already outpacing him in schooling. And him? He had a wooden sword. A crude thing, carved by his father when he was 5. He didn't think he was useless. He wasn't weak, either. Definitely not strong though, at least, to him. But somewhere in between was a worse place, forgettable. Just average. For a long time, Ren thought that would be the story of his life. He tried not to resent it. Most days, he succeeded. Then the Duke's competition was announced. A chance to marry into the Duke's family. A title. A leap from Baron to Viscount. To his brothers, it was a joke. To his father, it was impossible. To Ren, it was something else entirely. It wasn't about marrying the princess. He couldn't care about her. It wasn't even about the title. It was about proof. If he could win, even once, just once, maybe that would be enough. Enough for his family to finally be seen. Enough for him to believe he wasn't just a shadow trailing behind brighter lights. So he packed a small bag, left a short letter, and walked away from home before he could change his mind. No grand speeches. No send-off. Just quiet footsteps and a pulse loud in his ears. He arrived at the capital with nothing but nerves, and that same wooden sword at his hip. He expected to be overwhelmed. He was. But not in the way he thought. Because when the wolves came, and the other contestants hesitated, he moved. His body didn't freeze. His hands didn't tremble. He just moved. And when the fight was over, when the silence fell like a curtain, he stood, blinking at the fallen beasts. No cheers. No praise. Just stunned silence. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Again, beginner's luck. It was a joke. Kind of. Not really. He didn't expect the wolves to be so weak. The middle-aged man in blue robes said these were intermediate-rank creatures. Off the stage they looked ferocious, but in person? Ren tightened his grip on his wooden sword. Perhaps his father was right. Perhaps he was indeed very strong. He still didn't trust it fully though. Perhaps he might truly not be strong as his second brother. But maybe, just maybe, he wasn't weak either. And for now, that was enough to keep going. Not for glory. Not for the princess. Not even for pride. But for the Noah name. For himself. Ren turned back to the crowd, scanning the sea of faces, and then he found him. Michael. A broad grin spread across Ren's face, and without hesitation, he waved enthusiastically like a child spotting an old friend. A few people glanced at him in confusion. Others followed his gaze to Michael, who remained seated, still as ever. Ren didn't approach with a calculated move. The first reason was because the moment he first spotted Michael, his sword had vibrated faintly at his side. That wasn't normal. Ren didn't think he was anyone special. But he also wasn't blind to the strange things that sometimes happened when he held a sword. He wasn't trained in magic, nor did he understand aura the way real knights did. So when he noticed Michael, just a rich-looking youth dressed simply, without guards or attendants like the other nobles, his curiosity had sparked. Even when the kingdom guards passed by earlier, the sword had been silent. But with Michael? Something about the boy didn't fit. Ren wasn't foolish enough to ignore that. And so, he decided to get close, not out of strategy, but out of instinct. Or maybe curiosity. Michael met Ren's wave with a simple nod. Sword cultivator. That was what he'd seen floating above Ren's head. Michael's gaze lingered on the wooden sword at Ren's hip. It looked harmless, almost laughable, but Michael wasn't laughing now. He had watched every step the boy made on that stage. The way he shifted his weight, the fluid transition between strikes, the precision of his footwork, it all screamed of someone far beyond beginner training. At the very least, intermediate mastery of the sword. In this world's terms, that likely translated to the great achievement stage. But there was something that bothered Michael. Was that the limit? He frowned slightly, eyes narrowing. No, there was more. The way the sword responded to Ren's intent, the way the air itself seemed to still just before each movement. Michael wouldn't have noticed this before meeting the Grand Knight Vurin, whose skills was at advanced mastery. But who knew how old that monster was? Ren was different. If he truly followed the competition requirements, he was definitely below age 25. It wasn't like the other party was also an awakener. But, could he have reached advanced mastery in swordsmanship? Michael had a hard time believing it. That would be absurd. Michael leaned back in his seat, eyes briefly closing. He wasn't worried about threats. But he also couldn't ignore everything. This kind of person, Ren was worth watching. He cracked one eye open and gazed down at the arena again. Ren was still smiling, his grin too wide, too sincere for someone who just won a deadly duel. It was almost charming. Almost. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Interesting. Perhaps this competition might not be as boring as he thought. And as for the possibility of Ren having ulterior motives, Michael believed as long as he did not interact too deeply with the youth he should be fine. Ren returned to the audience stands, his heart still pounding, not from the fight, but from everything after. He could feel the gazes of his fellow contestants following him as he climbed the steps. Whispers traveled like wind, and though none were loud, he could feel their weight. He wasn't used to attention. The Noahs never got attention. But, maybe that was starting to change. As he reached Michael's row, he hesitated for a second, just before sitting down. Then, without realizing it, he turned to glance at the youth beside him. Quiet. Still. Eyes half-lidded, almost as if dozing off in the middle of this chaotic event. Ren couldn't help but wonder, just how strong is this guy? He took a seat beside him and nudged lightly with his elbow. So, how was my performance? Michael cracked an eye open and stared at him for a moment. Food. Huh. That was my thought during your fight. I was hungry. Ren blinked. Right. That makes sense. He let out a helpless laugh, then sighed. Talking to Michael was like tossing pebbles into a well and expecting music back. And yet, he couldn't help but smile. There was no shift in Michael's tone. Ren had been half expecting to be treated the way his father once looked at him after he accidentally destroyed the crop field at age 7. But here, there was nothing. Just that same calm indifference. It was oddly reassuring. Together, they sat in silence as the announcer's voice boomed again, calling the next 100 contestants to the stage. The crowd shifted with excitement. Ren leaned forward slightly, curious. Then he heard it. 031. Ren's brows rose in surprise. Wasn't this Mike number? And sure enough. Michael stood up. He gave a small nod before making his way to the stairs. Ren watched Michael descend the stairs, step by step, his figure composed and measured. He didn't carry a sword, nor armor, nor anything that suggested strength. And yet, there was something about his presence, a quiet pressure that bent the air just slightly. Ren reached for the hilt of his wooden sword, not out of fear, but instinct. That boy, he's not simple. The stage below was once again filled with numbers. Ren leaned back, arms crossed, eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the youth who sat beside him without pretense, who said, "Food," after his best performance, step into the ring. Michael observed the arena stage. There weren't any limbs scattered around, but blood stained the floor. As soon as everyone had arrived, groups of 10 formed almost instantly, with people gravitating toward those they believed were strong. Surprisingly, no one approached Michael. He stood out like a sore thumb. It wasn't that Michael wanted people to gather around him, but he couldn't help but wonder. Do I really look that weak? His gaze dropped to himself. Long hair. Fair skin, so pale he could be mistaken for a noble's daughter. A slender frame. No sight of a weapon on his body. Yeah, he did look fragile. Michael's lips twitched at the thought, but in the end, he didn't really care. He shifted his focus back to his surroundings. Unlike previous times when there were 10 groups, this time there were 11, with him being one all by himself. It made him stand out, sure, but Michael couldn't be bothered with the stares. Just as he continued observing and wondering how he should handle the trial, the gates embedded in the arena's wall creaked open. Followed by the chilling howl of wolves. The wolves emerged from the gates one by one, their paws silent on the blood-stained stone. Unlike before, they didn't rush in immediately. They simply stood there, eyes glowing faintly, their low growls rumbling like distant thunder. Michael narrowed his eyes. They were behaving differently. Before, the wolves had attacked with unrelenting madness. But now, they were cautious. Almost hesitant. At first, he wondered if it was a tactic, a trick. But then he realized something subtle yet unmistakable. They were staring at the bloodstains on the arena floor. The last group had been slaughtered here. And these wolves could smell it. Sense it. Whatever bloodlust had driven them before now warred with the memory of death. The scent of their fallen kin lingered in the air like a warning. That wasn't all he noticed. With a soft whisper, he activated his detect skill, letting his perception sweep over the wolves. What he discovered made his brows lift slightly. There was no alpha. No leader. That explained their strange, scattered formation. They worked together, but not as a cohesive unit. He also noticed something else. They'd been starved. That explained their earlier ferocity, their relentless aggression even when wounded. Desperation. However, it didn't take long for the wolves to be once again taken by hunger. What Michael didn't expect was to be ignored. As the wolves emerged fully from the gates, snarling, lean with starvation and twitching with anticipation, they didn't charge at him. Not just him. They ignored several others too. The wolves seemed to have locked onto something else entirely. A single group. One group out of the 11. And without hesitation, the wolves surged, 10 of them, all in coordinated motion, as if drawn by an unseen hand toward that cluster of contestants. The crowd stirred. Gasps rippled through the audience stands, murmurs rising in waves. In previous rounds, wolves had fought in chaotic spurts, sometimes attacking lone individuals or focusing in packs of 2 or 3. But never had they moved like this, as a unit, targeting one group with collective aggression. On the stage, panic erupted. The targeted group, a mix of 10 young men, scrambled into a makeshift formation. But the outcome wasn't difficult to predict. 2 of the contestants had been bluffing. They weren't intermediate rank as they'd claimed. Primary rank at best. They'd thought, perhaps, to sneak past with clever tactics or luck. A calculated risk that turned suicidal in the face of 10 starving wolves. Even those who were intermediate didn't fare much better. Monsters at the same stage were generally stronger. Faster. Deadlier. And these wolves had been starved, driven to a frenzy. The group held for a moment. Then the wolves struck. The first clash was brutal. One boy's shield shattered instantly, his body flung across the arena like a broken doll. A girl screamed as a wolf lunged past her guard. However, before anything truly brutal could unfold, the middle-aged male officer suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. With swift movements, he dragged the injured participants out and, at the same time, grabbed the wolves that had inflicted the injuries, flinging them across the stage to separate them. This happened 5 more times as 5 additional participants vanished from the stage. Only then did the middle-aged man return to his seat in the audience. Now, the stage was relatively even. Michael, who had intended to continue observing, found that he no longer had the luxury. One of the wolves had locked eyes with him. However, unlike the other participants who would have panicked in his position, Michael's eyes remained calm. Almost instantly, the world around him seemed to slow. Even the seemingly powerful officials in blue robes were no exception. Michael stood in the middle of the stage, his eyes lingering on the still wolves at the far end. He hadn't moved yet. Not because he was unsure of what to do, but because, for the first time since the competition began, he was truly considering his approach. How should I go about this trial? He had been determined to win the competition from the very start. That much hadn't changed. But now, standing in the arena, feeling the rough stone beneath his feet and the sharp gazes from the stands above, he couldn't help but wonder. Should I show everything? Originally, he had planned to hold back. Reveal just enough strength to pass each round, and then gradually ramp up his power as the stages went on. It wasn't about hiding his strength, he didn't care about secrecy. He simply didn't see the point of gathering too much attention. But now, as he stood with blood drying on the floor and tension heavy in the air, a different thought crept in. Why bother holding back at all? These people were all his competition. Every one of them. Eventually, they would be eliminated, if not by monsters, then by the challenges ahead. Mercy was wasted effort. And at the end of the day, if he was to be recognized, he would have to stand above them anyway. Michael's eyes turned cold. He glanced at his surroundings. All 10 wolves were still alive. He looked down at his hands, unarmed, unmarked. And then he vanished. A blur shot across the stage, too fast for the untrained eye to follow. When he reappeared, he was at the very edge of the platform. A wolf's severed head dangled from one hand. His clothes remained spotless. The rest of the stage, however, was a canvas of carnage. 10 wolves. 10 clean kills. Not a single growl, not a single yelp. Their bodies lay where they had fallen, heads severed so cleanly it looked surgical. Silence reigned. The silence didn't last. A heartbeat later, the entire arena exploded into chaos. The audience roared to life, a tidal wave of noise crashing through the stadium. Voices rose and overlapped, some screaming in excitement, others shouting in disbelief. Even the blue-robed officials exchanged glances. Shock. Amazement. Confusion. One youth. No weapons. No armor. A single movement, and 10 wolves were dead before most even realized he'd acted. Impossible. Was that movement type magic? No, it was too fast, there was no mana surge. Who the hell is he? The murmurs grew louder, the speculation wilder. Amidst it all, in one of the upper rows, a young man sat frozen in place, eyes wide, heart hammering. Ren Noah. His breath caught in his throat as the scene replayed in his mind. Again and again, he saw the moment Michael moved. The blur. The precision. The silence. The absence of effort. It was too clean. Too inhuman. So this is what caused that reaction in me, and my sword. He had known from the moment he saw Michael that something was different about him. He couldn't explain it, but his instincts had screamed at him and even his wooden training sword had responded. But this? This was beyond what he'd imagined. Ren's hands trembled slightly. Not in fear. Not entirely, at least. Because even as awe wrapped around his spine. I won't lose. He whispered the words under his breath, barely audible even to himself, as his fingers brushed against the hilt of the wooden sword strapped to his waist. The polished grain felt familiar beneath his fingertips. Comforting. Solid. The sight of Michael on the stage had shaken something loose inside him. Fear. But not the kind that overwhelmed, it was the kind that awakened. A challenge. A reason. What puzzled Ren the most was something else though. He knew Michael's speed was insane. But did it seem like? Maybe. He didn't even know why he was having such a thought, but why did it seem it shouldn't be hard for him to receive such an attack? The angle of the first step. The twist of the wrist. The rotation of his frame to maximize torque without sacrificing balance. The way he moved his foot, not in brute force, but in perfect flow. Ren saw it all. I could see every move. His eyes dropped slightly, resting on the wooden blade resting at his hip. A simple training sword, one he'd had since childhood. But even now, it hummed faintly, resonating with something in the air. It wasn't audible, not to others, but Ren could feel it. Like the blade had seen something it had long waited for. Something familiar. Someone worthy. His hand tightened on the hilt. I don't care how strong you are, he muttered. I don't care if everyone else gives up before they even fight. You'll probably beat me. A soft laugh escaped his lips, dry and self-aware. But I'll make sure you earn it. For a moment, Ren's presence sharpened. People beside him paused and turned to glance at the seemingly ordinary youth who had suddenly become more there than he'd ever been. His aura, previously quiet, now pulsed with something subtle but undeniable. Resolve. And deep beneath that, hunger. I'm not scared. He repeated it like a vow. And strangely, he wasn't lying. Not anymore. Michael, meanwhile, stood motionless on the stage, gaze sweeping over the wolves one last time. There was no satisfaction in his expression. No arrogance. Just clarity. He had made his decision. No holding back. Let everyone know what it meant to stand before him. In the high pavilion reserved for officials and nobles, two middle-aged figures in blue robes stood in stunned silence. The man's hand, resting on the edge of the rail, tightened slightly. "Did you?" he began. "I didn't see it," the woman replied before he could finish. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed her shock. The man turned his head slowly toward her. "Neither did I." They both looked down at the stage. The youth, Michael, stood calmly at the edge, a picture of composure amidst the bloodied floor. 10 wolves lay dead in an instant. Not wounded. Not injured. Dead. Their heads cleanly severed. And the youth hadn't even drawn a weapon. The man exhaled slowly. "Not even a ripple," the woman muttered, her brow creased. "How strong is he?" That thought hung in the air like a thundercloud. The man leaned back slightly. His gaze never left the youth on the stage. "He's different." "More than different," the woman replied, eyes narrowed. "He didn't just move faster than we could see. He eliminated all 10 wolves in the time it takes most people to blink. And he didn't exert himself. His breathing hasn't changed." The man's lips pressed into a thin line. "I've fought beasts stronger than those wolves. I know how they move. Even a peak advanced Naiwi wouldn't be able to do what he just did unless they were on the cusp of advancing." "No," the woman said flatly, her voice suddenly low. "He's beyond us." The man looked at her sharply. "You feel it too, don't you?" she asked, still watching Michael with a guarded expression. A beat of silence passed between them. Then the man asked the question they were both thinking. "Who is he?" The woman shook her head, a trace of frustration flashing in her eyes. "He's dressed ordinarily." The man frowned. "A commoner, then?" "If he is," she replied slowly, "then we've all been living blind." For a moment, neither spoke. Then the man leaned forward again. Could he be a hidden scion from the royal line? One of the outpost heirs raised in seclusion? Or an imperial foster child trained in one of the Empire war academies? "Maybe," the woman said. "Or maybe he's something else entirely." The man rubbed his temples. "Should we report this to the Duke?" But the woman shook her head again. "Later. For now." Her eyes flicked down to the stage. "We need to finish judging this round." She straightened her back. "Make the announcement," she said coolly. "Only he makes it to the next trial." The man gave a low grunt of agreement and raised his voice. 99 participants, eliminated. The crowd erupted again at the official declaration, but neither of the blue-robed officials looked away from the youth standing below. He had turned slightly, just enough to glance up at them. Not arrogantly. Not even curiously. Just aware. Their eyes met for a brief instant, and in that moment, both the man and woman felt something ancient in that gaze. As though the boy below wasn't truly a boy at all. As though he'd already seen through all their disguise. "This one," the woman murmured softly, "is not someone we can afford to ignore." Gasps rippled across the arena like thunder, silencing even the most talkative in the stands. "Only he makes it to the next trial." The words echoed ominously, reaching every corner of the stadium. The audience, once buzzing with excitement, fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaotic noise once more. On the stage, the 99 other participants froze where they stood. The weight of the announcement crashed down like a boulder on their shoulders. Not one of them had qualified. Except him. Whispers turned to stares, stares into glares, some filled with awe, others with a venomous edge. This is ridiculous. Isn't this too harsh? None of us qualify. That kid killed 10 wolves in a blink and left the rest of us in the dust. What did you expect? Some lowered their heads in shame. Others clenched their fists, unable to accept the outcome. Among them, a boy with short-cropped red hair stood trembling. He was one of the true intermediate-rank youths in the trial. His name was Kaysen, 25 years of age and a hunter. He was talented, his potential respected, and power made him proud. Too proud. This is a joke, he muttered, voice thick with fury. The others around him took a step back as Kaysen's mana surged, visible veins of glowing energy running along his arms. Michael, meanwhile, had already turned. His steps slow and deliberate, he walked toward the edge of the arena where the participants' seats awaited. Still holding the wolf head, he seemed entirely unconcerned with the noise behind him. That was when Kaysen snapped. "You selfish bastard." His shout tore through the growing roar of the crowd, drawing all attention back to the stage. "You think you're better than us just because you had some flashy moment. You didn't even try to help, didn't spare a single glance while others fought for their lives." Kaysen's mana flared fully now, and he dashed forward, feet cracking the stone beneath him with every step. "You think you're above everyone?" Gasps filled the stands. But Michael didn't stop walking. He didn't even turn. Until the very last step. Kaysen was mid-charge, drawing his arm back for a mana-infused strike. And Michael turned his head slightly. Just slightly. He raised one hand. And slapped him. Crack. The sound echoed like thunder. Kaysen's body went limp mid-air, flung sideways with such force that he bounced twice across the stage before rolling to a stop several meters away. Unconscious. Mouth bloodied. Cheek swelling instantly. The stone floor beneath where he'd been struck shattered from the sheer force of the impact. Silence fell. Complete. Utter. Silence. The audience was stunned into breathlessness. The participants on stage. Pale. Shaking. A few even stumbled back, as though the blow had landed on them instead. Michael didn't even look at Kaysen again. He continued walking without missing a beat. Step by step, he reached the edge of the stage. Then, without ceremony, he let the wolf head drop from his hand. It hit the floor with a thud, bloodless yet final. Without hesitation, he climbed the stairs. Michael slid into his seat calmly, as though nothing of note had happened at all. Nobody moved for a while. It wasn't that Michael had struck a fellow participant, something that usually warranted disqualification. It was how he'd done it. Effortless. Casual. As if he hadn't even needed to try. And that was what terrified them. The crowd eventually stirred again, but it was different now. Quieter. Reverent. In the upper section, the middle-aged man turned toward his companion once more. "Still think we should wait to report him?" The woman remained quiet, her gaze fixed on Michael's face. She couldn't read him. No arrogance. No smugness. Not even calm pride. Just stillness. Like a blade left standing in the rain. "No," she murmured finally. "We report him to the Duke. Today." The man gave a slow nod. Michael remained seated, eyes forward, expression unreadable. "You were incredible," Ren said after a moment. Michael didn't reply right away. Finally, he turned slightly. "It's nothing," he said, his tone even. Ren blinked. "Nothing?" Michael glanced at him, then smiled faintly. "If anyone was impressive, it was you." The words were subtle, tossed out in a quiet tone that carried a particular weight. Ren froze. He stared at Michael, confused at first, then unsure. "Me?" Michael didn't say anything more. Ren looked down at his own hands. He remembered the fight. Remembered watching Michael's every move. How each detail had imprinted itself in his mind. I admit it, Ren said, his voice firmer this time. You're strong. Seriously strong. There was a pause before he continued, just a flicker of hesitation passing through his tone. But. He exhaled slowly, and his hand dropped to the wooden sword at his waist. I don't think I'll lose. Michael's expression didn't change. He simply looked at Ren. No mockery. No amusement. Just silence. Then, he smiled again, just a slight twitch of his lips. And said nothing. He didn't need to. Because deep down, he too didn't think he'd lose. Not now. Not later. If anything, he couldn't see himself ever losing.